Hello, everyone, and welcome. This is the finale for NASA Season 6. I am AJ Cannon, joined on the desk by Sloth. Today we're going to have Polar versus Cyber. It's going to be a heck of a game. What do you think about it?
It's going to be interesting, right? Because you're seeing the seeds that they are, right, from the regular seasons 3 and 4. So you would be thinking to yourself, they're not necessarily the top in terms of like expectations going into the rest of this playoffs. But funnily enough, 1 and 2 are the ones that dropped out already. So they are actually the remaining highest seeds. And they've been playing like it as well. We've seen both of them play last week, obviously, Polar Cortex against Dragon Slayers 2 and Cyberswipe against Oncoming Traffic, and they had great performances up against these opponents. So now they're going to be playing for a direct pass into the grand finals, and they're going to be starting it off with an extremely KO heavy night market start on heavy impact and prize fighter, which this could be a bit tough. This is going to be very snowbally for whoever can get those KOs first.
Yeah, definitely a lot to contend with. Another thing that I do want to mention is that both of these teams are on winning streaks. They got off to rocky starts to the season. Of the first 4 games, each team only won one. After that, they haven't lost a single series since. So this will be the first time in months that either of these teams loses a series. They've dropped games, but no series. So pressure's on this one, of course, going to the grand finals. You might even see them again in that, but we're going to see some rotations of the core all around. We're going to see the big finish coming out, sending it backwards there, but it's just a pass over to I, and the team's just adapting to each other. This first point really is a bit of a feeler for how each team plays and how they're going to go about the rest of this match, but one barrier still standing, 2 on the other side. That's going to be first blood, though. Name Chaotic picking it up on Expo-chan there. X potentially soon to follow as the goal opens up and the core goes in. Exploding is the point.
Yeah, and something else I want to point out really quick are 2 different things. First of all, no prize fighter pickups. No one's won for that, so that's going to be back in pool, which means whoever's going to get that through a draft, that could be quite a high value pickup for everyone. And also, both the midfield choices here, not necessarily the most common ones for a heavy impact start, but it is Expo-chan and A who are both just very excellent on those picks, especially A with the rune, right? Had a masterclass almost last week. So him pulling it out here on a map like Night Market, it does very much make sense, but intriguing pickups because they just don't really match what you would be expecting from a heavy impact start, as an unfortunate bouncer actually evens it out.
Yeah, and one of the interesting things is prize fighter not being picked up. It's a weird one, but I think it is really nice to see, in some ways, the care given to the other team. Because prize fighter is great if you get ahead, but these teams basically kind of handshook and said, we respect each other too much. We know that if we take prize fighter, we're going to get killed. So we say that, and then, maybe Name Chaotic might have been able to pick it up, but for only how long? Maybe it'll bite him back later if he did. So both teams respecting each other enough to go for the heavy impact, but also disrespecting each other enough to just go the continuous kill comp there. X sacrifices the entire health bar, but does get 2 barriers. Rune managed to snag one off of a really weird angle there. A able to pick that up. Big finish gets it up top, but Assertive is on top of things with that shotgun. And Chaotic dribble, dash punch not connecting. Expo-chan getting it through the anomaly. Banished X, but core flip Drakkar is forward. Assertive once again asserting forward and bringing up 2 points in a row.
Yeah, really aggressive play there, but it's rewarded with that goal, obviously, and that puts Cyberswipe away from winning this first set. And again, I've mentioned it so many times before already. Every single time you have KO in the game, you have a strong KO awakening like that, you want to be snowballing, you want to be winning first sets. And Cyberswipe put themselves in a really good position here with that, especially because they did just enable themselves power play, and A's HP is not looking very great either. So I do feel like Zoidowitch might be trying to hunt that down on this X pick.
Yeah, but some really creative angles there with the card as well. Not sure if that's 100% what they wanted, but it did get clear for a second. Unfortunately, though, the barriers do go down. A also goes down, and the X Maximus puts it through. Cyberswipe, they took 1 point first, and then locked in, got 3 in a row. And again, I was talking about earlier, it's kind of the story of these teams. They took hits at the beginning of the season, they took hits early on, and that these teams just seem to be those kinds of teams that just lock in. They take some hits, and then they realize, we can't take any more, we have to win this. They take it seriously, they go all the way, and so Cyberswipe taking one goal, firing back with one set. We'll see if Polar fires back with a game on top of that. But Bulk Up going first, I do like that.
Yeah, this is like a really tough draft, I feel like. You could probably sit down and have like hour-long discussions here of what actually should be the pick, because you have Prize Fighter coming back, Adrenaline Rush, so high value on a map like this, and a KO heavy game like this as well. Bulk Up being a great pickup, Team Player being great as well. Glass Cannon onto Expo Chan is going to help so much as well with the era here, so I feel like everyone got very good awakenings. Even the Stinger on Rune, not to be underestimated, because that's just gonna do chip damage over and over again. But yeah, it's very amusing that Prize Fighter has made his way back almost immediately. So no one really, I wouldn't say no one, but Name Chaotic didn't really get punished for going the heavy impact over the Prize Fighter, because they just got Prize anyways.
Yeah, and we haven't seen any just yet. In fact, we might see a Prize dropping off of that stack. As Name Chaotic takes a lot of health, and I feel like that might have been an intentional target saying, hey, they have Prize Fighter, we can't let them stack that, set them to 0 as soon as possible, basically just get rid of an Awakening entirely. So, Name Chaotic dueling with Zoe the Witch, but unfortunately X Maximus does get the better end of that trade. The more consistent damage winning out over the burst of Julie, but a nice bit of fighting there. If we can get an edit of Duel of the Fates playing over that, would be hilarious. But we do see Name Chaotic back on the field. Not as much power as last time, unfortunately, but still with a lot of drive to get this point. The Flurry comes out, but not into the corner. Nicely played with the Molten Bolt from Assertive. Fool playing up the Era NATO as well, but the X Maximus, Zoe the Witch has been on point with those all game long, just sending it through people like they're not even there all along. Banish from Rune comes out. The Fool's Core Flip is also used. Zoe the Witch Core Flips out of the big finish, but a great strike from the Fool is able to defend for now. Goes for another rotation. A is trying to get over Name Chaotic and does actually succeed, but the shotgun sends it back to the Anomaly as well. The Bewitching Beam, every ability is being used in front of the goal, but so far the Fool is standing. Polar Cortex standing strong for now. 0-0 is still the score, and this feels like it's going forever. We're deep into overtime now, and the core's just going to go red. It will explode at a second, and there we go. The Bell Ringer getting the kill and the core into the goal. Zoe the Witch is unlocked at this point.
Yeah, and that is very much scary, right? Because the comp of Cyberswipe, you do have the X era, and that's just such a known, like, scaling combo that will just do so much more later on in the game. So if you're already early in the game in set 2, and they're already being so efficient on it, what will happen if you go later into the game as well? Because again, A just taking a lot of damage here. Has to be, again, careful not to be taken out outright, as Name Chaotic uses the flip up front, cannot get that barrier off of Assertive though. Great defense, and it's gonna be tough, because I feel like Cyberswipe, they're putting themselves into a really good position right now. So we'll see what the answer from Polar Cortex will be.
Yeah, they do have to come up with some kind of answer, though, because if there's an X at the highest level in the game, that is pretty rough. We see the other barrier now going down. We see a dribble off the middle. There's only which trying to get creative there, but a good defense from Cortex does push it back. The core flip, though, is going to send Juliet off the map. Assertive playing forward, trying to get things done. The Fool also playing forward, buying time, buying space. So far, so good. We have 2 seconds till Julie's on the field. Is it enough? It might just be. Name Chaotic back on the field, ready for more, but does miss that dash punch. And the Era NATO dribble off of Expo Chan was insane there. Nicely played there from Expo Chan to get that goal off of that.
Yeah, and the snowball, you're seeing it as well, by the way. If you haven't noticed, Zoe is 6.5, like level 6 and halfway all the to 7 already. Meanwhile, no, not Fortune Pass. Meanwhile, Name Chaotic is just starting to go towards 4 here, so the snowball has begun, and it's not going to be a lot easier to be dealing with it, because again, you just see the reason why it's snowballing so heavily. It's these KOs that are being found by Cyberswipe, and even though they're down 2 barriers here, they can get themselves a power play situation and try to play off of that. The banish comes out from A. Zoe the Witch almost taken out. It's down to Stagger now, so it does need to be a bit careful. Name Chaotic's going to try to hunt that, because that is just a free Prize Fighter stack to be found there, and they will get it. Power play now in favor of Polar Cortex, but they still need to find the goal, and Assertive and Expo Chan have been doing so well on the defensive end here. Curious to see if they're going to find their way through. They can't. The Arrow Beam just making A a little bit too small there, and the shotgun from Assertive will clear the way.
But in the end, it's still going to go the way of Cortex, finally getting it through with the triple take to Name Chaotic, who sends it through. And now, just with 1 kill, 1 goal, Name Chaotic is back on the field, higher level even than A. Now only behind Assertive, the Fool, and Zoe the Witch. So from bottom of the pack to now in the middle, at the top of the middle even, as it were. So nicely found on all of that, and with the additional prize fighter stack, now has Unawakening again, is no longer as weak. But of course, the 2 barriers going down might just mean the end of the set and another reset on the prize fighter, and the X Maximus is going to secure it. Zoe the Witch is, again, just on point with these X Maximus usages. Every single time it feels like every X Maximus has gotten so much value. The kills, the goals, the barriers, that double strike tech is just down on pat from Zoe the Witch, and it's just so difficult to contend with, especially on something like the Finigoli that doesn't necessarily have a lot of options to deal with this up-close and personal melee brawler, especially when this up-close and personal melee brawler picked up additional size on top of the X Maximus.
Yeah, and if X's size on its own isn't gonna be enough, well, you now have a Primetime Era behind you who will just buff you even more. So Zoe the Witch is just gonna turn into a raid boss at this point. It's only been 2 drafts, but she's just already scaled so incredibly well that it gets a bit, yeah, I mean, it's been dangerous and it gets even more dangerous now. What else is dangerous the end of the map, though, because that combo from Polar Cortex was actually excellent to get that KO on Zoe the Witch, so they do have a power play and they do wanna get themselves a barrier here, but again, the strikes are just so clean from the side of Cyberswipe. To stall for time for Zoe to come back, it's still not a barrier down. Excellently played.
Yeah, and all importantly, we do see, again, that barrier standing on the side of Polar Cortex. There's only one of those. So even if you get a power play, if you trade a forward for a barrier, you'll take that trade as long as you can recover from it. You force out the core flip as well, and Cyberswipe is just on point with these. No matter how much they're trading, it never seems like they trade down. They're only ever trading up. And they might trade at an even sometimes, but they're just doing so well with these trades. They either draw or win. They never really seem to lose them. And we see the Fool running up as well once again. We see Name Chaotic with the core flip, but not getting the angle. We see so much pressure on the side of Polar Cortex to try and perform and to do as much as they possibly can. The Fool running up past midfield so many times, but it's just not enough in the end because Zoe the Witch just has a couple of seconds on the other side of the field, and that's enough. You can keep the X at bay, you can kill the X, but X is going to come back to X is going to run across the field, and X is going to put it in your goal. It just seems like it's inevitable at this point, and I mean, props to Cyberswipe for executing this so well, but Name Chaotic, speaking of that, executing perfectly that dash punch, getting the double barrier. We do have signs of life on the side of Polar Cortex. They are coming back in this. Expo-Chan low on health. Name Chaotic in front of the goal, trying to get something set up, but it's going to be the Anomaly almost getting the goal. Assertive is on top of things for now. The dash punch through the Drakkar is going to tie this up 1-1. And potentially, just maybe, Polar Cortex is back in this.
Yeah, Polar Cortex are wanting to stack their Awakenings up, right? Name Chaotic on 2 prize fighter stacks now, and A on 44 stacks on stacks. So that movement speed can come into play as well, but they do need to get it at first, right? They need to keep the point alive for long enough to get those stacks and everything going. But actually, it doesn't even look like they're trying to stall it out to get it stacked, because they're just, again, taking double barriers. Really strong offensive there on them. But Zoe the Witch answers immediately with a flip KO. Name Chaotic still in front of the net, has a flip available and uses it. Unfortunately, the core did not find its way all the way up to them, though, as now Cyberswipe with essentially 3v1 as Name Chaotic's just stuck getting orbs. But they cannot get the core past the Fool there. Both barriers still alive, and a beautiful pillar from A will actually interrupt it. Polar Cortex here finding a second wind and putting themselves now 1 point away from winning a set.
Yeah, they're close to winning a set. They're close. They're clawing their way back into this game. But the one thing that I want to touch on is I don't think they have the option of stalling the point. It's like, yeah, you would love to just have Rune sit in the corner with the Anomaly just pinging the core between them. But he has to keep himself alive, not the point alive. So losing the stacks is a big thing, but gaining stacks on that Julie, now up to 3 prize fighter stacks, and that is really a lot of contention. 154 power on this Julie with heavy impact, with explosive entrance, so much damage available now for the rest of this set. And potentially only 1 goal left in the set, especially when A gets a really nice connection on the barrier. So we do have the Anomaly bouncing up in the fort up there, but we do have Juliet going off the edge of the map on the other side, Assertive finding the kill on the Juliet, taking one of those prize fighter stacks off. Expo-Chan as well doing a solid to Zoe the Witch there, keeping the Rune Anomaly from getting all of that damage onto her. And trying to bounce it up to Name Chaotic, but Era's in the way, intercepting these passes. The Fool is playing up in the bottom as well. The Flurry does not get the connection that Name Chaotic was looking for. The dribble is really nice from Zoe the Witch, gets it all the way around A and Name Chaotic both. Triple Take and Anomaly send it forwards, but also down to the bottom. Big Finish sends it up, but backwards, and they just can't get the connection. A looking forward with this core flip, gonna burn it just there in front of the X Maximus. Name Chaotic gets his hands on it, and that's gonna be going into the goal. And it almost looks like X and Era aren't scaling in this one, as they go off to a dominant start, and then Polar Cortex just lock in, and Juliet gets a 1-2 punch.
Yeah, that 1-2 punch, that could be, could turn into an issue. Name Chaotic has been finding a lot of KOs already. With 1-2 punch, that's going to be even easier now. You also have the hot shot that kind of has to be denied off of A, and that will be denied off of A as well, sort of picking up for herself, and the Castellast also being denied, obviously. Not wanting to give Castellast to an Era, which is, I feel like, a pretty reasonable thing to be doing. X still is going to be picking up some size for herself, so that's going to, again, help with the scaling a little bit. But in the grand scheme of things, even though quite a decent amount of deny picks have to come through, I feel like Polar Cortex found themselves a really nice draft here. They get a bit of size on A, which is going to help a little bit with just Strike Wars in general, right? Also gives you the Recovery Drone Revive, which could be the difference maker in some points. Name Chaotic with a 1-2 punch is just going to be such a threat on this Julie. And the Castellast on Finny, if you are looking to find KOs through Stagger, the debuff now lasting longer in its current iteration, where it, I think, amplifies damage by 30%, could be quite valuable as well. So we'll see if it's how good it is for Polar Cortex, and if they're going to be able to take this advantage that they got through this draft and win another set with it.
Yeah, but I just want to highlight that crazy bounce that got those barriers. Absolutely amazing find by the side of Polar Cortex. Great banish by the Rune as well on the baseline in front of Zoe the Witch, who we've been talking about is such a menace. You have to really use everything in your power to stop this X from getting anything done. Expo-Chan getting beaten up by the arrow, by the Big Finish, but use the Aranado and the Butching Beam to get it forward. Almost dying, but not quite. Is still going to be in the game as we see abilities just going a little bit wide. The core, the dash, or the card and the dash punch not quite connecting from either Finny or Julie. And Expo-Chan getting tagged once again by Name Chaotic. That low health bar is not going to be regenerating here, but the Molten Bolt does get it forward, buys a lot of time. Core flip forced out from Finny. Good patience on the strike, though, means that X does not get the immediate parry on it. Big Finish gets it forward. Name Chaotic has the core, but is also really tiny and is not going to be able to get it through Joey the Witch. Bull Rush canceled by a card. Really nicely done by the Fool, predicting that play from happening and just hitting the enemy brawler. Core flip forced out. Does not find the angle to the bottom. Solid defense from Cortex, just closing out every possible angle that core flip could have gone into the goal. But we see the Anomaly sending it up to Expo-Chan. Name Chaotic finally getting it past, but it only goes over for a 1/10 of a second, and then it gets Bull Rush all the way across. Big Finish down to the bottom. The strikes back and forth during overtime, so you're going to see a lot more red cores. The core flip from Name Chaotic countered by a shotgun from Assertive. The card comes out. A sends it up to the top. Name Chaotic punches Expo-Chan, but doesn't get the core with that. The third comes out as well, but it's a bit of a whiff there, unfortunately. And we see the red core going for another cycle around. The card comes out. Name Chaotic dribbling on the bottom with the punch, but cannot send it in. The Fool sends it for another cycle on the bottom. We're just going to cycle back and forth again and again.
Yeah, that team player from Assertive coming in clutch, but even clutcher Zoe with that bell ringer, actually. She gets the KO onto the Fool. The Fool not ready to react to that. Didn't have an evade available for themselves either, and that's going to be the first point for Cyberswipe. That out of a point that got very drawn out, right? A lot of back and forth, a lot of great strikes being found by both sides, but in the end, Cyberswipe found the angle and capitalized on it. There's a huge X is just starting their attack there. Name Chaotic still interrupting the core there well. Gets a barrier for a flip forced by Expo-Chan, and the core still not out. Assertive also having used flip there, but they do get a power play now for themselves. Cyberswipe trying to get these barriers down, but an excellent banish from A there will confirm the second barrier, and that's actually a negative power play now for the side of Cyberswipe.
Yeah, a Blobbo cheer from Zoe the Witch keeping up the spirits, but it's hard to do so in a case like that where you lose both the barriers. At least the Julie only has, 0 prize fighter stacks now off of that, but still a force to contend with. The big finish struck out by the X Maximus. Zoe the Witch keeping on top of things with the core flip and the triple take with the Bull Rush to follow up and sending it right through. Not going to let anything happen on that one, not going to take chances, going for the old reliable, has the kit up to just send it straight through, and on that one, I mean, there's not a whole lot you can do against the Bull Rush core flip combo. It is pretty brutal to deal with.
I feel like it's almost impossible to be dealing with, so it is a bit difficult, but again, we're finding barriers down on both sides here pretty fast. The Fool needs to use the flip here as the strike doesn't properly connect with Zoe, which with the Aerial Beam on the X just gonna take that barrier, no questions asked, and almost gets the goal in as well, as A with a nice pillar will get the defense. A has a flip soon as well. We'll use it immediately here trying to get this barrier because they need to find it, right? If you lose this point, you lose the game. So very, very high aggression levels that are coming through, and it actually gets rewarded as well as they find themselves a goal. Named Chaotic close to a flip as well, so hopefully looking to get a lot of value out of that.
Yeah, and also a lot of value. We do see A finally stacking up those stacks on stacks to the maximum 150, so getting that insane speed boost from it. We'll see how that comes out throughout the rest of the set, but we do see Zoe the Witch taking 2 barriers, and this could be the final point in the game unless A can do something on the top side here. The banish is really nice, gets the core, but not too much else. The card gets it over. Named Chaotic with the core flip in front does get a barrier. The anomaly keeps it forward really nicely, but they're not getting the connection into the goal just yet. But there we go, dash punch from Named Chaotic sends it through. No prize fighter stacks, doesn't matter. You can still hit the core just as well, and you can still put it through. And Polar Cortex really are trying to claw back into this game when Cyberswipe has looked so dominant for so much of it.
Yeah, it feels a bit weird because they had such a good strong to the set, and now suddenly Polar Cortex are just finding their way back in. And again, you have Zoe the Witch with the pressure here. With the X gets 1 barrier, they're almost getting a second one as well, but Polar Cortex are holding on defensively here, and they're setting themselves up offensively a lot better as well to get these cores past Assertive, but not before they lose their second barrier there. The core is still on the attack for Cyberswipe, but it's again, they haven't been able to find a goal in the last 2 points. We'll see if they can do it now.
They are trying to find it, but this defense from Polar Cortex is just so insane. I mean, the layering of abilities, the usage of the big finish there as well. 1 barrier goes down, almost 2 from Named Chaotic, but well defended by Assertive. The second is used in the end. Named Chaotic does have that core flip. I'm looking at that. It's being used. Patience up at the top, but Assertive is on top of things. Fini is dead. The core flip is used from X, and it goes into the goal. There's not a lot you can do about that one. Nicely done by Zoe the Witch. Focuses enemy goalie, kills enemy goalie, returns back for the core with the flip. I mean, it's basically just a brawler playbook. It's like ideal set of circumstances. Kill goalie, have core flip, win game. And that's what Zoe the Witch did. That's what Cyberswipe did. They just played their comp to a T, and they scaled Era X from set 1, where X was the highest level in the game at the end of set 1. And, you know, I don't like to speak too much doom and gloom, but in most games that happens, I'd say probably 99% of them, the X is going to win that game, and we see it here again. A bit of a dicey set 3 there. We almost came back all the way to that set 5, but Cyberswipe put their foot down and they said, no more, this is all we're going to allow you. They put the final goal in, they took the goal. But of course, it is a best of 3, we do still have another game, and I have a hunch this is going to be a game 3.
Yeah, both teams have been playing it well. Towards the end there, again, it was a bit unfortunate because Polar Cortex, they did have the opportunity to find themselves a goal and force the set 5, but the flip just kind of went the wrong way. Assertive was just properly positioned for it and grabs it, and then it goes all the way up to Zoe, and at that point, it's a game over, right? If you're in a 1v1 close range with a brawler, you're the last person defending, that flip's going to come through, and there's not a lot you can do to defend it, so Cyberswipe do get a deserving game 1 victory here, although Polar Cortex have found their way of playing, right? They had some starting troubles, but afterwards they found themselves and they found ways to adjust it. It is the saving grace for Polar Cortex here as well, again, is like you played the map well, right? You were looking at winning chances at one point even, and it was Cyberswipe's map. So now you're going onto Amy's app. Now you're going to your own map pick. Now you're going into an area that you are likely more practiced in. And that's going to be important going into this next draft as well, because you probably have a good game plan. You probably have some prep done of what you want to be playing for. And we'll see if Polar Cortex will be getting that, or if maybe Cyberswipe has some kind of plans to interrupt them, to get some good picks away from them.
Yeah, they do definitely have a plan for this map. But the other thing is, I mean, teams at this level do at least have some idea how to play every map. They tend to practice everyone at least a little bit. They definitely have their favorites. And this does seem to be a favorite of Polar Cortex, given that they picked it. And personal favorite of mine, big fan of IME Zap. Not always a fan of it, when there's Mastery 10 or Affinity 10 Rasmus on the other team, and I'm just, trying to live, and they're just like, nope, hook, not ideal. But in all other cases, fun map, got the gimmick of the hole in the middle. The single barrier has some really nice opportunities where you can get hype about the behind clears. So I'm really looking forward to how these teams play it. And one of the things that I've been seeing recently is some teams won't ban the Rasmus or the Julie. They'll ban other characters, and then they'll basically say, blue team, you pick one, we take the other, and they basically equate the Julie and the Rasmus.
Yeah, it is a bit difficult. There are some people that are not really valuing the Rasmus as much on Amy's app, and I feel like that is fair, right? Because realistically, Rasmus and Amy's app, the hook is really, really strong, right? If you can find the opportunities, it is excellent. However, you can punish it a bit as well, because for Rasmus to get the hook, he needs to play around the Amy's hole, like Amy's hole in the middle as well. You need to be close to it. So if you have a Juliet that's just kind of constantly positioning on top of the Erasmus, it might be a bit more difficult. And again, like you said as well, though, there's still prio picks. There's still priority for everyone. It is also very common that people are just going to be handshaking those bans. And if you're handshaking the bans, suddenly you're looking at Drakkar becoming a really high priority as well. Because Drakkar on a map like Amy's app, again, has a lot of edge threat, can get a lot of KOs through that hole. And if you get a pummelers under the car as well, if you're opting into a pick like that, you're essentially just playing Juliet, but you can go invisible for a few seconds because it's funny as well, I guess. So we'll see where the priorities are going to be. I would actually kind of love to see everything kind of stay open, because then it comes down to a pure positional play and who's going to be executing it better, which I feel like is a lot more interesting than, oh, we'll just look Zen, Estelle, Vice, and we're just going to damage jump on the enemy because we're on a KO map. So we'll see.
Mm-hmm. And I do feel like that is one of the other style things to consider is the damage comp versus the knockback comp, where you have your Rasmus Julies, but you also have, that Estelle Zentaro Vice, where, you can just go for the individual knockback KOs, sometimes a combo between people, but sometimes you also have that damage comp. And I feel like at this level, a lot of people are more wary about that KO comp, the knockback comp specifically, where they're able to position really well to survive. Hold the corners, hold the middles, which is a little harder on IME Zap. But the damage comp, even if they're playing well around it, can take people out just by having a low health bar, so they can't afford to move really anywhere else for even a longer period of time. So is another thing there of just how the team plays, even not just at this level, but the individual team. Are they better against one or the other? Are they better at playing one or the other? But with the specialized training start there, understandable Vice ban. To say
understandable Vice ban. Also understandable Rasmus ban. Rasmus, Death Touch with specialized training. Yeah, I think I'll pass. I think I'll pass playing against that. So it does make sense. And then the Drakkar prio does come through. Obviously, again, such a strong pick on this map. And also for the side of Cyberswipe, Assertive has had a good Drakkar game before. It is potentially a flex pick as well. If you do want to go for something a bit more spicy in your forward positions, you can just load it into net as well. Although then you're kind of losing out on those KOs compared to when you're playing it in midfield or in Brawler. The Julie Luna pick, though, again, I feel like we're going to see quite a pattern going into this one, because, again, Julie on Amy's app, I don't think I need to elaborate on that one. And Luna with specialized training, I'm not sure if I need to elaborate on that one either. I feel like we're going to see these KO numbers go quite high this game if both teams are going to be getting what they're playing for.
Yeah, but then on the other side, Cyberswipe firing back with the IME pick. So it's the IME pick on the IME team on the IME map, with the person who has the IME profile picture, most likely Expo Chan, picking that up. So there is a fair amount of IME affinity there. So to be wary of there. And I actually really like the Juno pick, because it gives you the option to evade without using energy. That secondary on Juno just gives so much more survivability, in addition to the ability to use the slimes to not have to be in the danger zone. You can throw a slime around the middle of the map, and you can't really KO a slime. You can step on it, but it doesn't really do anything. So Love to see the Juno pick here, even though it's not as much of a kill comp, or of a kill pick. I don't want to say not a kill pick because I've seen some Junos do some things, but Juno as a pickup here, I think I actually really like from Cyberswipe.
Yeah, and I feel like Cyberswipe, even though they don't have as much like just raw KO potential outside of Drakara, again, Drakara's just silly, but they have a lot of core control and a lot of like suffocating core control. With a Juno and an Amy, they can be kind of everywhere on the map, and they're going to make it difficult for the side of Polar Cortex to properly contest these cores, especially because the back field of Polar Cortex is going to be a Luna and a Kai. Kai's going to do fine, but Kai's likely going to have to use his Barrage. That's going to be on a 12-second cooldowns. That's an incredibly long cooldown for a primary. And if it's out, you're just going to be incredibly vulnerable, even on a Kai, because what do you have left? Well, maybe you have a Giga Blast and a Strike, and that's about it, because your speed up ain't really helping you either. And Luna, not necessarily great at controlling the core either, right? She just hits hard whenever she gets a hit, but in terms of pure core control, the dash and the rockets are just difficult to properly use. And I feel like it's even a bit worse here as well, because A is the person that picks up the Luna here, so the midfield should kind of always be in favor of Cyberswipe here. So we'll see if that's going to actually come into play as well, or if Polar Cortex will just kill them before they get the chance to.
I will say, though, this game coming up to a very explosive start. So many abilities have been used in just the first 10 seconds. A barrier already going down. Not quite the last one we had, where he took a nice, easy, slow point. These teams are going for blood right from the get-go. They've already felt out each other's abilities. They've already kind of got an idea of what they're going for. Giga Blast through Zoe was really nice. NameChaotic not finding the exact dash punch dribble he was looking for. The flurry comes out as well to zone the Drakar away from the bottom, and the feed from A was amazing to just say, there's a Julie at the bottom of the goal box. Drakar is above the Julie. Send core to the corner. My Julie will take care of everything else. Just perfect teamwork there, unspoken. That's just kind of the way they do things. And you love to see it. Another strike war won by A. A is really kind of the MVP of the midfield here, and NameChaotic gets the setup and doesn't even need the core flip. And, I mean, dare I say it, I don't want to caster curse too badly, but Polar Cortex is not messing around in this game.
Very much not. They're finding a lot of value here, and I feel like this maybe could be have to do with the Awakening choices as well, because I'm a little bit surprised. Obviously, Bruno just being a funny character, really. But I'm a bit surprised. Everyone in this game went Twin Drive. So neither Kai nor Luna have picked up the Specialized training, which means, again, same situation as Prize Fighter, it's going to go back into the draft. And they're just opting to get mobility in this game, and they're just opting to match that core control. Which, I mean, evidently it's working great for them. They're 2-1 up in this current point. They took the barrier again, and now A just gets a free shot, a beautiful pass actually, from NameChaotic there all the way up to A, and that's just going to be a set for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, I got a little worried that I caster cursed it in that last point, where immediately some abilities were missed. They didn't quite get the connections that they were looking for, but Polar Cortex did come back in that final set. A as well, using that secondary, that rocket dash to confirm the goal, even though there was no one near it, just in case. And I definitely like that level of commitment to just say, I don't want to take any chances. Let's just finish this set. And of course, Ad Rush going to Julie, that seems pretty good.
Yeah, like a bit strong, you know. Could snowball a tiny bit. You do still get a Dash Awakening for Zoe here, which obviously with a Twin Drive, the Juno's going to be basically everywhere. As all around the field, we just kind of get decent pickups. I, again, don't think we have, outside of the Dren Rush on Julie, I don't think we have anything that's like absolutely insane. You know, like absolutely game-winning. I feel like it's just solid value across the board, and it's just going to come down to situations like these. And I don't know what's happening this game, but it's just like at the beginning of the match, we're just kind of like flipping a coin, and then one team just completely walks over the defense of the other one.
It might be to do with the cooldowns of who has cooldowns abilities, so it's a lot harder to track with Twin Drive being in the equation. But both of these teams are basically holding nothing back. I mean, even the Fool walked all the way up to the mid line before using the speed boost for the eject button teleport back. So if things go wrongly, things go very wrongly for each of these teams. But NameChaotic gets a dash punch and finds that angle. And we saw a little bit of it at the end of last game, where in that power play where Fini died, we saw that NameChaotic and A just ran up as far as they could and just played the full offense, investing everything in it, because they're like, well, we'll win or lose, but we'll win or lose right here, right now. And I feel like they've kind of expanded that from that last point in that game to the entirety of this game, because every single point is just every ability. Throw it out, get it done. If you see an ability to control the core, just use it immediately. But unfortunately, that is going to backfire there. The dash punch not getting a connection, but then it actually goes perfectly fine because you still get the barrier as a result of it. The goals are open, but unfortunately, the Fool is not quite able to get down there in time, and Cyberswipe is the one to take the 2-1 lead in this one.
This feels like a very different game to the first game, and that's not even just with the awakenings that have been chosen or with the characters that have been picked. It just feels like a lot less calculated in a way, and more so just we're just gonna toss everything, like you said, just we're gonna toss everything at you, and we're just gonna get through you, and there's not much you can do about it. So it's gonna be it's very different to be adjusting to a game like this, and I feel like that's gonna be an upside actually for Polar Cortex, because obviously how the last game was being played out was not in their favor. So we'll see if they can actually capitalize on that either. But as of right now, Cyberswipe again just up 2-1, still down a set, but Polar Cortex answers with Name Chaotic. They're finding a beautiful KO. The Adrenaline Rush propping in, coming in as well now. 3v2 power play. Let's see if they can actually get the goal. They can't though. Solid defense from Assertive, but the rocket from A will be enough. That puts it to a 0.5.
Yeah, I love that right there. That the last few seconds of that goal was a perfect example of the bell curve that we see sometimes, where right there, in that situation, you would absolutely expect the Luna to pass to the Julie, who is completely wide open at the top. But you know that Assertive knows that, and is going to try to intercept with the shotgun. So A just elects to strike and rocket behind it to get it right through the Juno, and that ends up being the way to get the goal done. So just wonderful mind games that these guys are playing with each other. A as well, knocking the Juno off the map, and the setup from the Crater Maker bouncing off the middle of the map, and then Name Chaotic getting the frame-perfect strike war. I mean, Polar Cortex is locked in on this one.
Yeah, they're doing really well, and they're going to get rewarded with a Deadeye extra special Luna, but can you really? There's a hotshot for Juno there. I feel like you're going to go hotshot for Luna here, actually, which is still a really strong pickup, obviously. Luna with core speed is incredibly lethal and difficult to deal with, as Juno is going to be picking up a bulk up. Extra special is a pickup for Name Chaotic here as well, and that Deadeye finds its way down to Expo-chan, which could help quite a bit. Expo-chan opting to go for the Siphoning wand, right? Probably looking to get damage, but with the Awakenings that they have been finding so far, not really the greatest tools to find KOs and find damage, so the Deadeye gonna help quite a bit with that. And I feel like the Glass Cannon for the Fool is gonna be quite helpful as well, because again, this feels more like a 3 forwards versus 3 forward game with how these attacks have been efficient. So Glass Cannon is gonna allow him to walk up a lot more, and again, barrier down, power play for the side of Cyberswipe, but they are still down that barrier, and they do need to first even out the playing field before they can consider going for a goal here.
Yeah, 2 seconds till Julie's back on the field, so nicely stalled out there by Polar Cortex. You trade the forward for the goal, and then you just say, yeah, forward's going to respawn, we just have to hold on for 14 seconds there. Glitchop comes out, the Slime as well, the Giga Blast and the Flurry countering everything to make sure there's no way it can go through. The Molten Bolt is a little bit wide, but does get some damage onto the Fool. Mind that, a lot of damage, but the Rocket with the perfect bounce off of the corner there. And Expo-chan tried to go backwards with the Cyberswipe strike there, but unfortunately was just a tad bit too late. And Polar Cortex, I mean, just, again, exploding the points, just as fast as humanly possible. They are playing these not without care. There's still a lot of intention and a lot of decision-making that happens in these, but a lot less calculated and a lot less calculating on every individual move. It's just, I see the opportunity, I take the opportunity, the core flip to get some damage on the Juno, maybe get a kill into the pit, but, you know, someone on my team is going to capitalize on it. We're going to do something with this later on. Assertive taking a lot of damage as well, looking to try and get the kill flip, but is going to fail onto Name Chaotic, and Name Chaotic actually gets the kill flip back, just paying it back exactly the way that it was given, and the Barrage gets it through Expo-chan. The Glitchpop doesn't get the connection as well, and A sends it through with Name Chaotic as well. Just excellent layering of abilities there to make sure that it gets done. And again, just in a few seconds, it goes from, oh, the enemy Drakkar is about to kill my brawler, to, oh, no, my brawler killed the enemy Drakkar, and now we're scoring in 10 seconds.
Yeah, it is very tough, and also A together with that dash, of course, going to be so effective because it's a Super Surge hotshot. That's going to have so much power, but again, talking about power, Name Chaotic there, just finding such a clean KO, just again, another power play for Polar Cortex, and I feel that's just it. That's just it. That's just where the strike wars. They just put it in. That's just a game victory actually for Polar Cortex. They're very much evident that this was their map pick because they executed on it so well. And even though the game just felt so incredibly chaotic, Polar Cortex just had a bit more control in that chaotic game and are rewarded with a game 2 and force a game 3 here.
Yeah. That was a sub 10-minute game, 9 minutes and 16 seconds, and Cyberswipe just got sucked into the Cortex. They were not able to play it the way that they wanted to, whereas that first game was very clinical by way of Cyberswipe, where every single thing was premeditated. They had their plan. Okay, feed it to the X. X will use X Maximus. He will get it through the barriers, and then we'll cycle it around a couple times. X Maximus is back off cooldown. We'll feed it back to the X. X gets it through. They did that so many times, and it worked so well for them. Was absolutely, again, clinical in their play in Game 1. And then Polar Cortex saw that and said, what if we just threw a few wrenches into your nice, perfect machine? And we just played a sloppy ground wrestling match, no holds barred, just go pedal to the metal right from the get-go, and didn't give them a chance to think, and sucked them right into that where they didn't have the opportunity to really even think about what they were doing. And, I mean, we were talking earlier, and we were both very convinced that this would be a massive high KO game that's an absolute slog. And then Polar Cortex, highest in the game, 4 KOs for the team, 3 KOs on Name Chaotic, 1 on A, and that's it. We have 1 KO on Assertive, 5 KOs total, 10-minute game, nothing crazy KOs, but just thing after thing after thing after thing. There was just not a moment to rest throughout that entire game.
Yeah, it felt like the KOs were just a bit low because the points just kind of concluded before they were found. I looking back at the replays, I didn't see a lot of points that went past like 30 seconds. And at that point, obviously it's going to be difficult to find these KOs, right? Because you're just relying on Edge at that point, and the only person that can, in that game, find Edge KOs reliably would be the Juliet, because the Drakkar was in nets. The Drakkar isn't going to be fishing for that. But yeah, I mean, very interesting and very different game compared to Game 1, which makes it really interesting to me to think about what the AtLab game is going to be, or Game 3. Are we going to see more like a Game 1 here that's going to be more controlled, more calculated, and more drawn out? Or are we seeing another Amy Zap, where it's just kind of everyone tossing around everything they can to get these aggressions going and get these plays going for their team, and then just overwhelming the enemy as much as possible?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like AtLab being a bit of a bigger map with less of the KO potential from the hole in the middle, I feel like it's going to go the way of that more clinical play from Game 1. But it is AtLab, so it's a bit of a hybrid, so I can definitely see it going the way of Game 2. It just doesn't feel quite as likely to me.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree. Again, who knows what the Awakening Starts are going to say about it, right? Because if we're seeing, I think Deadeye is still on the board. That's still very much possible. If we're seeing something like that, we could just be seeing a run back of just pure KO. I would be very much down for a more calm Awakening Start, though, because, I mean, we had Prize Fighter, Heavy Impact, and now we had Specialized Training, Twin Drive. Like, three out of those 4 awakenings are arguably like the most KO based awakenings I think I can think of. I think the only thing you could optimize is make it Specialized Training Deadeye, and at that point you just have to top 4. So well, I'm very much down for just like, you know, a chill little Orb Replicator peak performance, you know? Give me something more calm, give me something that's just gonna highlight people playing maybe movement speed, playing core control. We'll see if that's going to come into play or not.
Yeah, maybe throw like a Castellast on there or something, but, you know, It's going to be Aerial Stingers. So, I mean, there goes your hopes and dreams. I mean, there's so many ways that this can go. I mean, Drakkar is so good with both of those picks. It's almost impossible to decide which one to go for. Although I think it's going to be assertive on the Drakkar. Probably the Aerials, less of the brawling from Stinger. But this is going to be most likely another very heavy KO comp game.
Yeah, it might.
I hear the defeat in your voice.
Well, I mean, we'll see. Aerials does open up some picks, right? Some movement speed heavy picks. And Stinger, I don't think Stinger's necessarily a pickup that is great for an entire team to take because they don't stack, right? If your goalie's going to apply Stinger and your midfielder applies Stinger, those two Stingers don't really stack on top of each other, which is why usually you want to opt to get one really good Stinger applier like a Vice that's been banned out, and like a Zentaro that's been banned out. Juno does a really good job at it as well. And the rest of the team is just going to optimize their gameplay by going for the aerials and then, you know, picking, well, maybe not a Kai on a Stinger start. Kai's really good with aerials, but again, survivability issues are very present there. But the Drukhari you mentioned is going to be very good. You could go even, I feel like you could even play something like a Now here or the Era, which we do see being locked in again by Cyberswipe. And yeah, Era Drukhar. I feel like I could have imagined that one coming. It's sort of going for a triple Drukhar game, most likely, unless Zoe the Witch is going to be picking that up for herself.
Yeah, I also, that Aimi pickup, just to say Cyberswipe are not going to let you get your way again. There were a lot of great Aimi moments in that last game, so I think they're a little afraid of it, especially on a more open map with the ability to take aerials at the start. Because aerials, not as much of a pop in that last game as Aimi's app. It's a little different, but the additional range on every single one of your abilities just enables Aimi to such a higher degree when it comes to core control. Without the damage, it's not as much for the kill comp, but the ability to just reach basically anywhere on the map, especially if you're playing it on midfield, and just basically do anything anywhere, just enables Aimi to such an insane degree that I 100% agree with that first pick, especially stealing it away from a team that is so known for the Aimi.
Yeah, most definitely. And they're going to run back to Julie as well for Name Chaotic, who's had a really good showing in that last game, obviously, with the Julie pickup. We'll see how it's coming to play here, though, because there's a Rasmus pickup. I don't know if this is likely going to be a Rasmus goalie. I'm not sure how I feel about that just yet for myself. I feel like Rasmus, again, I'm not the huge, like the biggest Rasmus knower in net. It's a pick that I want to pick up, but I just haven't gotten all the way around to it. I feel like you just really want that size. Aerials is going to be a solid pickup for him because it's going to help a lot with the movement speed, obviously, being able to play a bit outfield and help. But I'm curious to see how well it's going to, or how effective it's going to be going into something like an Era who's going to be debuffing your size, like the main thing for Rasmus, just going to be taking that away from you. And also now a Kazan for Zoe. Obviously a pick she's been doing great on, and a pick that will just mix up enemy goalies a lot. I'm actually not even that confident about how the matchup between Rasmus Kazan will go. My gut would tell me it's Kazan favored, but I can be proven wrong here.
I feel like that's one of those matchups where it depends on the read more than anything else. I don't know if one player is necessarily more favored outright, but if the reads are about the same, I think Kazan has more of an ability to just play the situation reflexively. But with the ability to use your pendulum swing and your whiplash, you can kind of counter just about anything that Kazan can do. I've played him a little bit in the goalie, and of course I haven't played him against players of this caliber, but there is a lot that Rasmus has in his kit versus any kind of melee, whereas against a ranged goalie, he can or against a range sort of skirmishing comp, he can suffer a little bit if basically the range just close off all of his options and there's not a whole lot he can do about it. So going to be interesting to see how that's played out. And it is, of course, you did call it correctly. It's going to be the Rasmus on the goalie. And with the size, I do like it because you just get free pauldrons. Guaranteed size awakening. 30% as well is nothing to scoff at there. Name Chaotic going to be taking the first berry of the game here. The whiplash as well, really nicely done, just preventing a strike war from happening. Pendulum swing and the Fool playing very far up here, just trying to make sure that there's no way to get around him there, that you can't get the setup. But Zoe the Witch almost getting it through. I was going to pause for just a second, but unfortunately the Crooked Leverage did not connect as Zoe the Witch was hoping for, and Zoe the Witch actually took a little bit of damage, but with that Vambrace's pickup, I actually like it a lot, especially if you're going to be playing a lot of core control, to just focus on the core and hit it a bunch of times, get all of your health back, and don't worry about the kills. Even more than Siphoning Wand if your team isn't really looking for the kills.
Yeah, most definitely. Interestingly enough here as well, Name Chaotic did just opt to go for the aerials. Aerials not necessarily a pickup that is very common for someone like a Julie, but the Black Hole there did quite a bit of work actually, as Expo Chen just gets taken off the map and the power play is going to be on the board now for Polar Cortex. They do want to get it going, but no, they cannot actually find the goal before Expo-Chan is back. Name Chaotic still has a flip available for themselves, so will use it, but the shotgun is just such an effective tool at shutting that down. Gonna answer it really effectively there, as again, the core finds its way onto the offense for Polar Cortex, and the side of Cyberswipe are doing a really good job defending this for now. And Expo-Chan again taking a lot of damage. These stingers are actually starting to hurt quite a bit. Just using these glitch pops, these Cyberswipes continuously to just put them low, and really, actually an excellent rotation there by Cyberswipe, because they realized, hey, look, they're just going to try to take out Expo-Chan here. Assertive, you just run up the field. You just go play forward Ricard, and at that point, what can they do defensively? Because they used all of the abilities that they had to get Expo-Chan low, and Name Chaotic isn't going to come back to help out because they're going to try to confirm the KO. So absolute, like an excellent play rotation there from the side of Cyberswipe.
Yeah, was a just great gameplay read from the side of Cyberswipe there. And we do see again another set of a one barrier to one barrier, meaning that these teams are going to have to come up with more of those plays because in this kind of diagonal barrier situation, there is an entire open field between you two, and you have to just think how it's going to happen. Or Expo-Chan can just win a strike war while also being bullied at the same time. So you can also just do that too. But Name Chaotic is going to pick that up on the other side. They're going to go back to another bit of a similar situation, but this time Name Chaotic doesn't have the option to go for the kill really as much with Expo-Chan being full, so isn't going to get blinded by that Brawler Rage of seeing the low health bar, and is going to put it into the top side of that goal.
Yeah, and this game, it's interesting because there's a lot of damage to be found from both sides, and it's very targeted towards both of the midfielders, which makes it a very immobile game, actually. If you take away Amy and Era out of this game, you just have 4 immobile characters that are just going to try to walk up and try to get pressure going, but it's just such a punish-heavy game if you're ever a little bit out of position, because you're going to be losing a barrier or a goal for it. So we'll see how it's going to be played out, as a beautiful flip from Name Chaotic. They'll actually get that second barrier here. But again, Cyberswipe have the core control. They're trying to get the second barrier off of the Fool, and they will find it. Open goals on both sides now. A with the Cyberswipe coming up front and getting involved. Name Chaotic tries to dash punch it in, but cannot find the core with it, as A now gets put to low HP. The attack being built again. A lot of core going back and forth here, and again, a lot of trying to find the next best attack and potentially even the next KO, but neither side really finding themselves in a really convincing situation for now.
Yeah, they're both struggling to get purchased in front of the goal with enough abilities left over to actually put it through the goalie. But we do see some creative abilities being used here to get some odd angles to get it through this sort of deadlocked midfield. A great hook, though, is going to stall the playout, Zoe the Witch not being able to get the connection. The core flip to the top side, and the dash punch through. Nicely set up there, and nicely played as well by the Fool there to not try to greed for the goal immediately, but to just lay it up off of an odd angle to where the forward can get to put it in himself with the extra confirm. So no greed there, nice and safe, trusting the team and respecting the enemy team as well. So just, again, don't be overconfident in this game. Both of these teams have shown that they have what it takes to put it through if you give them an inch. But the core flips are on point, the abilities are on point, and things are settling into much more of a calculating game as we had in Game 1, but this time with a slight lead to Polar.
Yeah, most definitely, as we again see there's still a decent amount of damage potential coming out as both teams, but again, down to 1 barrier. That is just the story of any 2-barrier map though, right? You don't mind losing one of them, you just don't want to lose the second one. As Name Chaotic is running for his life down there. Zoe the Witch trying to get the KO confirmed but cannot find it. Expo-Chan also really low, down to Stagger now, as the Fool almost gets it. Name Chaotic finally going down, and the barrier not taken by A, as Expo-Chan will try to get the barrier off of the Fool but cannot find it. But the Crooked Leverage from Zoe the Witch will be enough to get it off of him. A with a beautiful glitch pop though will actually answer, and again now we're back to open fields on both sides, and that's where it gets a bit more spicy. That's where it gets a bit more difficult, because we've seen how long it takes for either team to really get themselves in a good position just because they're countering each other so well. So again, we're gonna look who's gonna find it first and who can find this goal first.
Yeah, but one of the advantages here of that Drakkar is the ability to run forward in these situations and to level things out a little bit. So nicely found, but also Name Chaotic. Ooh, great shotgun stops the dash punch from coming through. Zoe the Witch also very low on health, potential kill angle there, but not found just yet. We do have the core flip coming out into the air, and NATO, not enough patience from the Fool. Unfortunately, a little bit of panic there. I think if you'd actually let that, there's a chance that A can get back there in time. But just a moment where the enemy gets inside your head, where the core gets past, and suddenly as goalie you're making decisions a little too fast, you're using abilities a little too fast, and you know, you can really see, I mean, this is, once again, the finale day of NASA Season 6. This is the winner's final. This is Game 3 of the winner's final. So, understandable there's a little bit. Name Chaotic, though, gonna level the mental playing field a little bit, restore a little bit to the friendly side by getting the kill onto Expo Chan. But Assertive is going to go for Shotgun Core Flip forward by so much time, and now it's only 2 seconds till Air is back on the field, and nothing really was gained.
Yeah, nothing really was gained. That's obviously excellent for the side of Cyberswipe. You only had to invest a flip for it, and you're now in a 3v3 situation with a flip on top of Zoe that can just be used to try to get a goal going. A flip coming out from Name Chaotic to get one barrier, but again, you don't really care about one barrier if you can hold on to the second one. But Zoe the Witch actually just getting nuked off the map there. Power play for Polar Cortex there, and Expo Chan also being put low here. So Assertive needs to lock down his core as much as possible, but no, the barrier does drop in a 3v1 now. So the Witch actually does respawn in time, but the attack is not slowed down. The flip does not hit the core there from A though. And Cyberswipe in 3 seconds, Expo Chan is going to be back on the field, and we're going to go back to a 3v3.
Open map, 3v3. Glitchpop is going to whiff there, unfortunately for Polar Cortex. Core Flip is used just to get it across. Expo Chan takes a lot of damage, but so does Name Chaotic. And that is a very low brawler in the middle of the map. Red coring, of course, is everyone's abilities there. That flurry sent in a weird direction, but it was a really nice pass over to A. And the Aranado almost sinks the goal in, but the Fool was wise to this one in this case. And Assertive sends it through. Unfortunately, A stands in the middle of the black hole as it comes off of cooldown, takes basically the entire health bar, but is not dead, is not even staggered just yet, but is going to be fighting for their life there. Aranado comes through, Glitch Pop as well. The Witching Beam is a little too early. Name Chaotic doesn't get the connection with that dash punch. The Firewall Sentry blocks off a pass to the Kazan. The Black Hole goes forward. The Glitch Pop as well. Assertive going to pass the core forward. The Cyberswipe, though, is going to send it forward. Molten Bolt comes out as well. Name Chaotic, almost no health bar left, but you don't need a health bar to score. There is a chance that they can just get over, but never mind. Assertive is going to use the core flip to get the kill onto this Juliet, and Zoe the Witch is going to send it through. And there we go, 5 points in set 1 of Game 3 here. And these teams, they are locked in.
Yeah, they're not giving each other anything there, and unfortunate in the end, A trying to go for a clear, but not being able to cover the pass there. And the reward for Cyberswipe is you get a first pick on Drakkar, you get Missile Propulsion, a great pickup for Drakkar, especially with the Drakkar goalie where you're using your shotgun to interrupt early. Any kind of range is just so effective. The downside, Polar Cortex is going to get 2 picks, right? They get the 2 and the 3 here, and they get Hotshot on Rasmus, which is really good to just get the core away from net and get it into enemy field, and Fight or Flight for A, which is going to help a lot with mobility here, which I would say is really good for them. But then again, I look further into the draft and we get Stacks and Castellass for Expo Chan and Zoe. And even then, Name Chaotic Glass Cannon is really not that bad either. So everyone, I feel like, walking away from this draft with something that they like.
Yeah, unfortunately, though, Name Chaotic not walking away with something that he likes because he immediately gets killed there. A little bit too greedy, flying too close to the sun, and not even the barrier lead at the end, unfortunately. Everything evens up, Brawler respawns, and the barriers are gone on both sides. So once again, the 3v3 open map. Dash Punch goes forward, Glitch Pop as well. The pass to Name Chaotic is almost complete with the strike whiffs. Witching Beam gets it through with Pendulum Swing as well. The crooked leverage into the ultimate. And Zoe the Witch just, styling with the Kazan, using the entire kit there, getting things done, and just maintaining an iron control of that core, as we saw in Game 1.
Yeah, that is the efficiency and the mix-ups from the Kazan, right, coming into play there. As the attack from Polar Cortex comes out immediately, though, a flip will be used by A there. The nice clear from Assertive will actually send the core to the bottom, which Polar Cortex were not ready for. The top area now falling as well. Expo Chan has a flip, and I feel like Cyberswipe are trying to make use of that as well. And Polar Cortex are noticing that they're trying to make use of it, and no!
Era goes off the field, but so does Julie very shortly afterwards. The Black Hole showing no mercy to anyone, but neither is Assertive there. I think Assertive might have the most kills in the game as well, just because of all of the times that Name Chaotic has flown a little too close to the sun trying to get things done. And you see the glitch pop a little bit too short there, unfortunately. The dash punch as well, not going to get the connection. Zoe the Witch in front of the goal with a lot of kit available, but it is just going to get hooked away. Pass from A is really nice to get it forward, but Name Chaotic just cannot find the purchase. Molten Bolt as well for the slow. The flurry gets it out. Zoe the Witch taking a lot of damage as well. The Aeronado comes out, and great dodge from I there. Or A, able to teleport away from it with the Cyber Swipe. Zoe the Witch once again now regenerating up with those Vam Braces really nicely, but Era with that Slick Kicks, or sorry, Mag Souls, not going to be able to regenerate there. Core Flip comes out from Zoe the Witch, goes up to the top, finds a great angle with the Bewitching Beam as well to secure it in the corner, and that is now once again an open goal on both sides. Name Chaotic with a dribble, a lot of dribbling there, but it is intercepted. And A, very close to Core Flip, is going to get it, but is not going to get the kill. The flurry comes out. Expo very low, running to that health pack, is going to pick it up and will not be killed right now. The shotgun is nice for the clear. A's Core Flip did not get the job done, unfortunately, for Polar Cortex. Core Flip this time from Julie gets intercepted by Zoe the Witch. Really nicely done on that front. Glitch pop to the back pass. And the black hole is just being used a way to get it to the goalie for a second there to try and get more perks, to try and sort of reset things and get it out of this middle brawl. But it's not quite enough, even with the Death Touch, to reposition things. It still immediately returns to this middle. But there we go, the glitch pop down at the bottom, stealing it away from Zoe the Witch. And after all of that, 1 point.
Yeah, I feel
Tying
like we've been here
1-1.
for a bit. Yeah, we've been here for a bit, and there's only been 2 points for this set, so very much more looking like that night market game in just the intensity of it, right? The control of it. As again, that felt like an attack that should have taken a barrier, but the Fool was just so good at actually holding that barrier that it didn't end up dropping. Cyber Swipe again trying to get the second one off of the Fool here as well. The Fool a little bit more low here. Needs to be careful for Zoe the Witch to not just take him out of the game, as the black hole does get up there. The dash punch comes through from Name Chaotic and gets a bottom barrier. The ultimate will actually keep the core up front. The Fool down to stagger as well, gonna be hunted by Zoe the Witch and almost taken out. Barely not enough power to actually get him off the edge, and again just barely not enough, and again barely not enough. The Fool holding on to dear life here. So many abilities used by the side of Cyber Swipe, and finally they can find the KO. They find the barrier. 3v2 power play, and the Molten Bolt on Name Chaotic is going to give them such a huge advantage here as they're walking up, and the open umbrella from Zoe the Witch will not be enough. A nice clear from A will get it out. Everyone back on the field. Assertive has a flip. Expo Chan's going to have one soon as well, as the Era ultimate will come upfield, and the flip comes out, does not find its target. Another flip coming out, the third flip coming out. Zoe has a fourth one, and with that they find the goal.
Ah, geez, you think it's over, and then, but wait, there's more! Another core flip, and then suddenly the game explodes, and from, you know, kind of alright, person just respawning, okay, maybe it'll settle down. Nope. Core flip, core flip, core flip. Ah, core flip. Just so much explosion in these teams. When they see those opportunities, they take them, and they're really trying to get the setups for those plays. It's just, they're so good at taking opportunities, they're also so good at seeing the opportunities the opponents can take and denying them. I mean, A, on this midfield, and then as well the Fool with the Whiplash and the Strike combo, just making sure there's no opportunity for anyone to get things done. They just go so long. They go the distance on these because no team can get the proper offense. And we do see Expo Chan once again low, but so is A. They're going tit for tat on every single thing. And the goal almost gets scored. I was about to pause to go into that, but then it doesn't, and I can't even be sure of goals being scored, because even if it's on the line, it might not go in because these players are just so good at these last-second saves and these setups. The core flip this time from the Fool gets intercepted by Expo Chan. Really nicely done there. A takes a lot of damage from the Black Hole, but a friendly fire on that one. Zoe the Witch does get it through, and finally now the barrier is open for Cyber Swipe. They have the opportunity to end this set, but not quite just yet. Cyber Swipe comes out. The red cores from overtime are not enough to get the clear, and Zoe the Witch finds the bottom of the goal where A was just a little bit too high up, and that will be the end of one set. But I have a feeling that Polar Cortex will get at least one set, if not take us to a full set 5.
Yeah, I can very much see that, because they have been playing very competitively, and it comes down to usually just one or two interactions that just ended up going in favor of Cyber Swipe. And going into this draft, you again have some solid pickups. The prime time for Expo Chan is going to be actually quite difficult to deal with, because obviously getting Era Beamed is just so difficult to be dealing with it. You're you're so crippled essentially by just movement and size and everything, and that's gonna happen twice as much now. And also, she still has Castle Last. So that's going to be a bit difficult to deal with. But again, you get movement speed on Name Chaotic, you get Super Surge for A, which now enables these Cyber Swipes to actually find KOs even, and the Dash Punch from Name Chaotic, obviously, with all that range being so effective up front. It gets both barriers. Excellent start for the side of Polar Cortex, but they still need to find the goal, and that's where, for now, the difficulty has been for them.
Yeah. And this is a very fast Juliet with that peak performance and the glass cannon combo with the slick kicks as well, not opting for the KO gears there. Glitch Pop sends it forward as well. Cyber Strike from all the way across. The dash punch is a little bit too early, but the Death Touch is actually really nice. Pass around the black hole, intercepted by Zoe the Witch, but not finding this barrier. And Polar Cortex really has done a great job of holding on to these barriers. Name Chaotic with a lot of dribbling there. The Firewall Sentry over the top as well, and the core flip from A, teleporting forward and using that. Just non-stop aggression, and that really has been the peak of Polar Cortex, is finding that avenue to just go non-stop pedal to the metal. We saw that in the IME's app game. When they have the opportunity to just go all in 24/7, that's where they shine, and they're kind of finding their way back to that again. With these more awakenings that enable them to play the game faster, they're able to get a little bit closer back to that point. But they do have to, Cyberswipe kind of has to let them do that, because they also have the opportunity to fight back and deny these plays and these avenues that Polar Cortex is looking for. And we're back to one barrier this time, not one to none. So Cyberswipe finding purchase in the game as well, not being caught off guard as much by this early aggression. Zoe the Witch holding onto that core flip as well, almost gets killed by A there, or, you know, popping the recovery drone on it. But a lot of health has been missing from this Kazan, but even more from the Aimu, who gets taken off the map. The Whiplash comes out, so does the ultimate from Zoe the Witch, the shotgun, the core flip, everything being used, but it's defended. Nice punch by Name Chaotic. The Arenado comes out, but so does the core flip. We see so many abilities being used, and at the end of it all, one barrier falls, and it's going to be the one on the side of Polar Cortex. Expo Chen low on health, but still alive, still in this game. The glitch pop as well. The core flip shotgun from Assertive is really nice. The Firewall Sentry does stall it out a little bit, but Zoe the Witch finding this angle up to the top side and tying up the score.
Yeah, and also Zoe the Witch now on full stacks on stacks as well, which is going to help a lot with that mobility. And I didn't even mention it after the draft, by the way. Size on Kazan is very scary, and Zoe has it now. They're playing well with it. So we'll see if Polar Cortex can continue more of the energy of their first point in the set, but as of right now, Cyberswipe is actually the team that has been finding that barrier. They do trade it back pretty swiftly, but again, that second barrier is that difficult part. The Arenado almost certain to guarantee it here, and Zoe the Witch just gets a freebie, full not being able to get there in time. And this puts Cyberswipe now only one goal away from getting themselves a spot in the grand finals of NASA.
Yeah, they are 1 point away, but also that means Polar Cortex is 1 point away from losing. And again, this team does not like losing. They haven't lost in months. So they are the type of team to lock in. This is where they will be at their strongest. They will find the double barrier. They will get the pass down to I. The Fool getting a pass forward over to Name Chaotic, who sends it almost through with a dash punch, but it is intercepted. Glitch Pop, though, keeps the barriers alive. Cortex is not allowing anything from this point on. It will have to be bought in blood, but Zoe the Witch finds a great angle with the Arenado on top as well, getting a kill onto the Fool. This could be it. The Cyber Swipe goes wide. And Cyber Swipe, the team, not the ability, is going to be the one that wins this match. Well played to both teams there, but Cyber Swipe in the end being the ones to come through, being the ones in the end to stand on top, to kill the enemy goalie the one last time that it was needed, to finally have the chance to get the setup that they needed to get it through. The double barrier was immaculate. And from then on, that point was just in their hands. And this is the kind of game we've seen this entire time. It was hallmarked in that game too, but these teams are just so close that if one mistake gets made, if one extra creative decision gets found, it is just so explosive and it's been so good to watch.
Yeah, most definitely. Both of these teams having a really good showing here, but in the end, Cyberswipe just seemed to be a bit more consistent when it did come down to these more controlled game environments. And looking at the stats as well, it was all pretty evenly spread out as well. Funny little thing here as well, almost everyone got exactly 2 KOs, Assertive being the only person to break that pattern. with 3. Also, Zoidowitch and Assertive both having exactly 211 redirects. So a lot of synergy in-game and in the stats here as well, if you're looking at it. Also, again, everyone being... Like 3 players being in between 20k damage to 21k damage just kind of highlights how just across the field, it's just... everything just was so even this game, so it really just came down to who was able to manage this kind of game environment better. And in the end, Cyberswipe were very much rewarded for being better at doing that.
Yeah, they were just that tiny bit more consistent, a little bit better, of just a couple less mistakes here and there. And that is what enabled teams of this caliber to really scale. It's not the super flashy plays, although those happen sometimes. It's that level of consistency, the level of being able to play a game and play it well. And they found their game. They found their mechanical style of play. And to the credit of Polar Cortex, we also saw their style of play showcased, especially in Game 2, which was the least close of any of the games. That was the one that was closest to a stomp. I don't quite want to call it a stomp because there were a lot of moments where Cyberswipe came back in it, but that was the least close game, and it was Polar Cortex that won that one. So I think it's really both these teams have a really good idea of how they play and how the opponent played, and just they were able to go through this entire series with that knowledge, just cordoning off every single avenue that their opponent tried to go for. It was, I'm going to go this way. No, you're not. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. And just that times 1,000 until finally one person makes a mistake, one person makes a misread, or again, one person just goes for a creative angle and it just explodes the entire thing. But again, was great to watch, was great to see, and we're going to see a whole lot more. I can very easily see these teams coming back for the grand finals, but of course to do that, we are going to have Polar Cortex have to do the losers bracket run, and there are some scary teams down there as well, make no mistake. You know, we were talking about earlier where Seed 1 and Seed 2 were knocked out of the winners. They also got knocked out of the losers. So every team in this tournament has beat Seed 1 or Seed 2. But with all that being said, we will have to get on to that, so I will hand it off here to the future. Thank you everyone for coming. Thank you for Prod. Thank you, Sloth, for joining me on the desk. See y'all later.
And welcome back to now the losers finals of NASA. We have obviously Polar Cortex back at it again after just having been put down to lower bracket by Cybershot, but here waiting for them is going to be the Flying Blobos, who are obviously have been having a hell of a season as well already. Saya, any kind of comments going into the series from your side?
Yeah, I think we're talking about it a little bit before we went into the stream itself, and we were really impressed by the Flying Blobs, especially J-Man and Fire Madden, right? Those two players have been impressing quite a bit here. And taking a look at the draft, I guess, what surprises do you have heading into this one?
Ooh, I'm just looking at the Awakenings. I'm just going to be so honest. Explosive Entrance, team player, that could be, yeah, that's quite a fun one going into it, because there's a lot of damage, there's a lot of chaos coming through as well, and obviously you have Fire Madden on the Kai, you have J-Man on the Zentaro, Pinsondo on the Now. Pretty strong picks for themselves here, and picks that they're going to hopefully use to find themselves a win in this first game. On the other hand, you have A on the Drakkar. Not really a midfield pick in my opinion anymore, but obviously A does make it work. Fool with Device as well. We've seen it in week 1 of playoffs before, how well he can do on that, so... And name Chaotic. I mean, we've seen what he's done on Julie today already, so I feel like just really got good picks all around here.
Yeah, lots of damage being put on by Polar Cortex as A and Name Chaotic approach the barrier, looking for an opening, but the regen has come in. The stall is out. Pensando respawning, but the barrier taken right as that does occur. The healing coming in as well as J-Man goes for a predict, but the Fool not going to be fooled by that one, as Pensando just aggressive on the defense, trying to make sure that flies permanently on the offense here, and a flip is burned by Fool to try and save it, and will just get past the hit stun as well.
Gets around the hit stun and gets a KO there now, actually, for the side of Polar Cortex, as they get themselves a power play. Name Chaotic does not connect the dash punch successfully there, but again, you do have 2 flips for the side of Polar Cortex on A and Name Chaotic here. They're not using them just yet, they're trying to greet it out, and a very strong aggressive play by A there, going through the portal, not allowing Pensando to play around with that portal and get the core out, and just with the team player together there, just sends the core flying.
Yeah, that team player already proving its worth, and look at the energy advantage created by the damage pressure of Polar Cortex, right? They have 2 flips available, so much chip damage, not even chip damage, there's blasting them in the corner right now, and Fire Madden on Death's Door already staggered Pensando as well, who already went down in the first point itself. The J-Man not safe either, and if Polar Cortex coordinate their damage a tiny bit more, I think this could be a steamroll.
Very much could be, especially if they can find themselves a set win and more Awakenings, because already on the baseline they're doing so much, which you can again see J-Man almost taken out completely, and more noticeably here as well, J-Man doesn't have anything like of Embraces to help him stay alive. He's just going to have to take it and hope that the Zentaro, who is just so prone to dying, is not going to be taken out, as the barrier does go down now on both sides, and an open goal, but power play coming through for the Flying Blobos. The Fool, though, with a beautiful aggressive play there, will get the core away, but the power play is still very much alive for the side of Flying Blobos here.
Yeah, he gets it away for now, and the Chain Lightning will also take the core outside as it's rotated by J-Man, who is low but has the flip. The barrier's open, and the team player starting to get a little crazy. Knocked around the world, the team player active. Fool getting the strike. A good timing on the Supernova, and forced the flip now against J-Man, who is going to be taken out. No, still stays alive, and what an angle, but not quite enough to get in the goal itself. It bounces off the very bottom of it, and the Fool just has to be so careful on the defense here. Name Chaotic dash punches through the Now primary. The 2 hits perfectly delayed, and that's going to be 2-0 for Polar Cortex.
2-0, and again, still a flip available for Name Chaotic, so you do have the opportunity to go for barriers, and you can also just play for KO, because Pensando and J-Man both don't have an evade, so if they're even close to the edge, Name Chaotic can just dash punch flip them, and they're probably just going to be taken out, but as of right now, the Flying Blob is still very much aggressive here, and exactly that happened there. A KO for Name Chaotic. Polar Cortex just trying to close this out as fast as they can. The point still very much in their favor, as J-Man almost gets taken out as well.
Yeah, Pensando with a great strike defense, but not quite enough to save the barrier all the way. And with this open net at their back, Polar Cortex are the ones who are pressing on the offense. No, it's Fire Madden with the barrage, with the Giga Blast keeping it up for J-Man. So much pressure out of nowhere, but the dash punch puts an end to it. And now another power play for Polar Cortex. It's unstoppable. It's never ending. And the top corner of the goal is wide open for A.
A gets the angle through and gets the snowball going now for Polar Cortex. They're gonna get a first pick in this draft, the Drakkar being the first choice here. So we'll see what's going to come in. The prize fighter here, Hotshot, Primetime, all incredibly valuable. And the Primetime is going to be the pickup for A to help with controlling that core, getting that core into enemy half, and also, more importantly, denying it off of the Kai. Obviously, Kai, a absolute enjoyer of the Primetime. Extra special being denied, but Hotshot finding its way onto the Fool here. A great pickup for Vice for sure.
Yeah, that Hotshot's going to add to the core speed and also additional cooldowns for keeping the damage up. With Size on the Juliet and Zentaro getting Size on the other end, I think the Brawler matchup continues to favor the Polar Cortex for now here. Flying Blabos, they're going to need a lot of avoidance of the damage to keep it going, but right now it's looking so difficult as they're dead.
I mean, what can you do there? Because you just use your evade to avoid something else, so yeah, the Vice ultimate will just hit and the power play is alive. They haven't dropped the barrier yet, actually, but feels like a question of time. No, Fire Madden is back on the field. J-Man's still very low, though, but so is Name Chaotic, as the Brawlers are kind of fighting to see who can take each other out first.
Yep, J-Man down to the bottom here. Pensando looking not able to, and that's a KO in the favor of Fly. Polar Cortex now on the back foot, and with all the control that Fire Madden has potentially, that could be huge. A good strike to assist Dioni's Blade, and the Fool now in a lot of danger, moves away from the EI rush at the very least, and now J-Man the target perhaps, but healed right back up, and Polar Cortex, they got to be careful about being damaged themselves.
Yeah, very much so, but as of right now, the damage is going to find its way onto Pensando. Half the HP bar just gone with that Vice ultimate. Not much you can do about it. And again, J-Man, no evades available either, but the core speed is going to go in the favor of the Flying Blubbles here, as the dash punch actually does get the barrier. Now open goes on both sides. We'll see who's going to get it through, and the power cord from the Fool will actually find it. That hot shot, just so valuable here.
The very end of the projectile's range, just enough to catch the Strike War win from Fire Madden, I believe, who sent it down towards it. And now with Name Chaotic building up a lot of meter, Polar Cortex in such a great spot here, especially with how good the Fool is at Thunderstrucking exactly that corner of the enemy goal. 2 barriers down already. Name Chaotic low, but picking up an orb and staying alive. And it's just an overwhelming lead in this point, as even more damage is pumped into J-Man, who is so low, almost out of the play, still trying to get in, but Name Chaotic, a perfect pass, but the hit stun from Pensando, even better. And J-Man's already staggered again.
Yeah, it's just so difficult for J-Man to stay alive. It's a Zentaro on a KO-heavy game like this, and when Zentaro's not the player that's taking, doing all of that damage and taking out the enemy, usually they're the ones getting KO'd. And again, a beautiful sequence from the Fool up front there will just confirm another goal for the side of Polar Cortex. They're really in their element right now.
Yeah, Thunderstruck so well played by the Fool, making Vice look like his best character here, and also building up so much core flip bar as well, potentially, to close out this point. J-Man and Fire Madden, we know them for their synergy, right? But we're not really seeing them being given opportunities to make those passing plays, especially, weirdly so, on the Skates pick.
Yeah, difficult to make passing plays if your HP bars are low continuously, right? And as of right now, it seemed like it looked a bit better as Fire Madden does get a 1 barrier, but again, J-Man's just being put down to stagger almost already makes it so impossible for them really to set themselves up. Fire Madden still keeping up the pressure, but in the end, the course going to find itself in the defensive side from the Flying Blubbles again.
Lots of meter on both midfielders here as J-Man gets portaled through and KO'd. Hit the obtuse angle instead of the acute one, as Fire Madden in position. The barrage is good enough at that close of a range, and that will be a point stolen away by the Flying Blubbles to keep themselves alive with a chance to tie it up in the set.
Chances are still very much here, but they still need to find 2 goals. And if we're looking at the energy bars on the side of Polar Cortex, they're building up to 3 flips here, which can just be so deadly in terms of just finding KOs and finding barriers. But J-Man has something to say about it. Gets 1 barrier off of them, but not finding the second one yet, as Pensondo's making a push up, almost gets taken up by Name Chaotic. But for now, they're safe.
For the moment, but look at the Supernova, all 3 hit and 1 KO'd, as the second one's a matter of time, and the third would have arrived as well had the goal not gone in. It's 3-1 in this set. It's a massive lead in this game for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to curse it that badly. But yeah, we'll see. The Vice first pick here, again, gonna be quite deadly because you do have Twin Drive, which I feel like is gonna be the pickup here because we see how the Fool is using it, how effectively he's using it to get upfield all the time, and having that even more and doing more damage with it is gonna be so difficult to deal with, as the missile propulsion finds its way onto A as well. Just gonna aid this Drakkar so much with finding KOs, and even though you do get the Monumentalists on now, you're still trading him for a 1-2 punch on Julie, so the damage is not going to slow down at all for the side of Polar Cortex, which is going to make it a bit more difficult because Flying Globos, they found movement speed for himself, which is great, but movement speed does not equate to survivability.
Yeah. We'll see though, and oh, wait a second, that's a KO that I did not expect there. A being taken out instantly. Maybe J-Man and Firematic can find something here, but so far the defense is holding from Polar Cortex. Pensando on the other side, but the portal ruins the plans, but the Strike War will make sure the barriers are opened up at the very least. But now with the respawns coming in, they got to be pretty careful here. Fireman and looking for the Strike War wins over and over, but the Giga Blast is absorbed, and the Fool gets back just in time here. The flick not enough, and Polar Cortex hold.
They hold, and they also get an attack. They get 2 barriers almost immediately. Named Chaotic probably still has a dash punch available here as well. See if they can set themselves up as the Fool gets up front. Gets a Strike Core and gets a Power Chord, and a beautiful attack from the Fool again. Just so excellent on the Vice this game.
Yep, just really well played. The Fool putting the team on his back when they need him the most, when they need to stay alive in the playoffs here. The Flying Blobos, they look dominant in the loser side, but right now it's looking like Polar Cortex have all the control.
They have all the control. We'll see if they can keep him as well, because the Flying Blobos are making a push for it. But again, the second barrier did not drop, as now Polar Cortex is back on the attack. The Power Chord sends it away from J-Man, and again, it takes a core away, and it does a lot of damage as well. With J-Man being on level 5 as well, gets flipped off as well. A beautiful KO for Polar Cortex as they're trying to get this point and this power play going for themselves.
Yeah, passing plays. Fireman gets the barrier alone though, despite the deficit. Named Chaotic in position, but the Oni's Blade will prevent it. 1 barrier down at the moment, and Pensando, a rare misstrike. That's the barrier gone. That's the Fool rushing forwards, and Named Chaotic in position, but a good pass to J-Man will start the offense for Fly. The Barrage to reinforce it, but the Supernova to send it away once again. And now Fireman in one more try, and what a drift by J-Man to secure it for the Flying Blobos.
An excellent dash there from J-Man will put it through the defense from the Fool. This defense that has been so unbreakable so far is getting broken more consistently, and that's exactly what the Flying Globals are going to be looking to play for here.
Yeah, and if they can find those opportunities, it would be great, but the Giga Blast only opens up a chance for Polar Cortex this time. Good strikes by Fireman to not let the barrier go down just yet, as J-Man in the corner almost gets a barrier, but not quite. Great defense by Polar once again. Into the corner they go, the top side this time, and the Giga Blast will earn 1. But now the Supernova comes out, forces everyone back, and they have to settle with just 1 barrier as A approaches for the next one. It's huge for Polar Cortex if they can get it out once again, and J-Man barely misses the barrier.
Yeah, the barrier is still very much alive. The Fool has a flip, but a beautiful Giga from Fireman will actually get it through, as now J-Man and Fireman are running up. That flip from the Fool surely has to be used here, and will be used, but it lands in the KO, actually. Power play for the side of Polar Cortex.
Fireman still has a lot of room to work with here, though. The Fool forced to step up and does so, but this Kai is making sure the power play is nullified. Core speed, though, to Named Chaotic. The dash punch in, not quite enough. The Fool right between Pensando and J-Man, and they're 1 point away now.
1 point away, and again, the Fool just being so active. This Twin Drive really just shining with all of that activity that the Vice has up front here. And if they can get themselves another quick KO, how they have been finding so far, I'm sure they can find themselves a 3rd goal and close out this game. But for now, the Flying Globals are actually the ones leading the attack and get 1 barrier out of the defense from Polar Cortex.
Yep, 1 barrier down. Named Chaotic keeping it controlled. 2 barriers gone. Polar Cortex just 1 goal away, but J-Man takes the barrier on the other end. Looks for an opportunity, but now Named Chaotic the one looking to capitalize here. To shotgun forward, to strike to the top side. It's going to be a Polar win in this first game.
Yeah, that damage just came through. Their execution was just a lot better, I feel like, in the end, just making sure that they get that Vice up front and just do so much damage. I stopped counting after like the third or fourth time where the Fool just jumped up front, used the ultimate, and just completely took out the entire defense from the Flying Blobos. And that just was so efficient for them. And I'm sure that's going to be represented in the stats here as well, as the Fool, in a game of only 14 minutes, almost breaks 30k damage.
Yep. That was quite ridiculous here. The Fool, I think, the most impressive performance in this game. So many monumental Thunderstrucks on the other side. And, of course, scoring 3 entire goals as the goalie. Just really impressive from Polar Cortex.
Yeah, most definitely getting the entire team involved. It is so difficult, especially on a map like Gates that is so punishing if your goalie is a little bit out of position. But they have found their way into a game victory here. And for the Flying Blobos, you're trying to look away from this game. You're saying, you know, it kind of did go a bit south here, but we have 2 more games to win and 2 more games to stay alive in these playoffs.
Yep. Well, we'll see, though. The next map is going to come up in just a second. This is the losers final. Last chance for both these teams to try and make the grand finals here, where Cyber awaits. And as we head on over to Demon Deus, I guess, what do you expect?
I didn't know it was Demon Deus. Deus, my bad. I didn't know it was that one. I feel like we're gonna see a little bit of damage again. I'm kind of hoping for a peak performance start, just so like maybe there's a more control approach possible. But more than likely, it's just gonna be more of the same. And looking at how the Fool has been playing this map out more specifically, I'd be very surprised if the Flying Blobos are gonna give him that character again, or like either pick it away or ban it away from him.
Yep. We'll have to see. It's scary, right? Polar Cortex dominated the damage game in this one. And if we're heading on to Demon, I'm scared for the Flying Blobos. They've never really been a KO team.
Yeah, I mean, and then what do you do in Demon Dice, really, right? If you're not optimizing yourself for the KO gameplay, there is a chance you can maybe get luck out with like a Monumentalist start and start looking in the now and just play pure oppression with the core, just making sure the enemy doesn't get the interactions they want. But that's gonna be difficult, right? Obviously, because you're already RNG reliant, and it's gonna be difficult as well. What you're really going to be targeting if you have a heavy impact start, if you have a Deadeye start, because there's so many threats coming through from Polar Cortex here that they can just be playing on a map like Demon Dice. Especially, again, Demon Dice, like, I feel like it's the most kill map there is. So very much in favor for Polar Cortex going into the game. I would think so. But I mean, we'll see. There's also some funny angles, right? Obviously, Pensando has a Juno available as well, which I feel like could be the mix-up that could make it a bit more difficult for Polar Cortex to play, because it is so oppressive on a map like Demon Dice, but it's difficult to execute. So we'll see where the priorities are going to lie for them, and I feel like they should probably just I feel like the draft is going to be like such a make or break for the Flying Blobos here.
Yeah, just waiting for the draft to be generated. It's going to be Flying Blobos on the blue side, but speaking of red side and blue side on Demon Deus, that does mean that there could be 2 very, very scary picks coming in, damage picks coming in for Polar Cortex there. And they're no strangers to the Aimi, the Luna, the Vice, of course, and of course so many other brawling picks. So it's not looking too optimistic, but Flying Blobos have been resilient all throughout the loser side, so they could definitely do it here.
Yeah, I mean, they needed to get into this position in the first place, right? They've made it their way into the top 3, so they definitely have the tools to find a game win here as well. So it's in no way, shape, or just in no way is it doomed for them going into this game. It's just going to be so important that they find themselves in a decent situation. And I feel like with an extra special bulk up, it favors KO still very much, but there are picks here that you can be going for that will make your life a little bit easier, that just kind of optimize your survivability and your aggression at the same time. But looking at what has been picked already, the Finny and the Juno ban, very logical here, and obviously the Vice is not finding its way into the Fool's hands for a second time this series.
Yep. And taking a look at the picks here, the Vice, of course, as mentioned, but this time Polar Cortex taking away the Now and taking the X. This is definitely going to be a really volatile game, right? The Zentaro making a reappearance. That is both one of the greatest damage appliers and also a big vulnerability for damage. And I'm just looking forward to see what the last polar pick is, because I think that's going to really determine a lot about their comp.
Yeah, most definitely, because as of right now, it's just a Now and the X that can play a control-heavy game, but still scale well into damage later on. And the Bulk Up, obviously, an excellent pickup for the X on its own. X, we know, has so much damage potential and so much KO potential, but with a Now behind him, it's gonna be very controlled, and the environment is gonna be very controlled. A lot of movement speed and a lot of mines coming into play on a map like Demon Dance as well. Incredibly efficient. As the Era is gonna be picked up here for the side of the Flying Blobos, feel like slightly a mismatch with Zentaro Vice, because with Zentaro Vice you're just looking to just damage dump as much as possible, whereas Era's trying to go more on the control heavy side here. It is a really strong pick into the X and the Rasmus as well now, because those are both two brawlers that enjoy themselves some size. But I'm going to be curious to see how well it's going to perform on this Demon Dice map.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I think I like the Polar Cortex draft a little bit more here, especially because the Rasmus goalie feels very, very good on Demon. And of course, like you mentioned, the Era feels a little weird, a little strange. And yeah, that's going to really be the big question mark heading into this one. This Era goalie? Midfield? I can't really tell.
I would say it's goalie, because it's like the only role where I feel like she would be a solid pick in. But then again, I don't really know if Vice is going to be better in the midfield position either. I feel like it could be going either way, and it's going to go down to essentially just what are they more comfortable with. And it does look like that Vice is going to be the one in goal, and Fireman is going to be in the Era in the midfield. So I feel like Fireman is just going to continuously try to play on the side of X and just make sure this X gets disabled as much as possible with these beams. So Named Chaotic has as bad of a time as possible on a map like Demon Dice.
Yep, we'll see as the game loads in here. Like you mentioned, it is going to be the Era in the midfield for Fire Madden, and Pensando on the Vice in the goal box. Definitely an interesting one, but my eyes are on the Fool, on the Rasmus goalie. So much agency on Demon Days especially, and Named Chaotic can just do whatever it feels like. There's one barrier going down on both sides to kick it off, as things are starting pretty slow.
Yeah, a lot of these picks do want to be scaling, right? And even though you have a Bulk Up and an Extra Special, which are quite valuable awakenings for most of the people in this lobby, you do want to be going through the first few drafts before you can really unleash the proper strength. So it's going to be a lot more controlled at the beginning here, as the second barrier from the side of Polar Cortex still holds on. But A is going to be taking a lot of damage. The barrier does drop in the end now, and the attack from the Flying Blobos is going to come in, as Pensando is going to use the ultimate, and the Fool has no choice but to try to keep the core at the bottom, but J-Man with that primary will just put it in.
Yeah, that's a big first goal here for the side of the Flying Blobos. They would like to get these goals earlier on, especially, right? To try and get some more speed on Fire Madden, to try and get some dash range on J-Man, as lots of damage out by Pensando, and we're starting to see them being chipped out a little bit.
Yeah, the damage is coming through. Named Chaotic does have the Embrace to keep himself alive, so that's going to come into play pretty heavily, as the barrier does go down once on the side of the Flying Blobos. But the attack is not slowed down in any way. Fireman has a flip available as well if he does want to use it, as the evade from Pensando will actually avoid the damage from Named Chaotic there. And the Vice coming through Pensando with a beautiful KO. A down the stagger as well, and surely to be taken out soon. The barrier is not going to be lasting long here, as Polar Cortex, the Flying Blobos actually are looking to go up 2-0 here.
Yeah, they're looking to get a lot of value out of this point. Lots of meter being built up. They would like to score without having to use a flip, but the Fool still holding. And J-Man may be a KO target pretty soon. Dangerous spot to be in, and that insta-flip will secure the second goal in this game.
Yeah, they kept the flip on Fireman as well, which is very valuable. Pensando's very close to having a flip as well. So if you play out this kickoff correctly, you could maybe even just completely overwhelm the defense from the Fool here. But A does take one barrier off the side from the Flying Globus first.
Yeah, we'll see. Fireman being chased right now by Named Chaotic, but as the X Maximus runs out, the pressure is relieved. Good strike war by the Fool, and Fireman now in a spot to try and help defend, but both barriers will fall. J-Man on the other end. The passive secondary so constant for this Zentaro in both games as the barrier falls. Dangerous spot to be in for Polar Cortex now, as Fire Madden has a flip and goes for the KO with it instead of going for the goal, and now it's a big power play.
Yeah, you don't really see Era going for KOs often, but when you do, it does have quite the efficiency as well. We'll see if they're going to be able to get the power play going and get the goal with it. No, the A is back on the field now, 3v3, and we're back to a more neutral state here with J-Man having a flip soon. Doesn't even need it though. A beautiful dash from J-Man will be enough.
Yeah, just really well played there to close that one out. And an early win for Zentaro, first pick in the draft. This is a big swing in terms of both survivability and damage, right?
Yeah, peak performance together with bulk up, and you have a Vicious Vambrace on yourself as well. You're just going to do more damage, you're going to have more HP, you're going to have more movement speed. That is an absolute great pickup for J-Man. You do get size on the Fool, which is going to help a lot defensively there. But I feel like that is absolutely great for the side of the Flying Blobos. The Adrenaline Rush also falling onto A, which you don't necessarily want. Right now isn't going to be the one that's going to be finding the KOs. And even though that Adrenaline Rush got denied, you get Deadeye on Pensando, so this Vice is going to hurt even more now.
Yeah, it's not going to be very easy to play against this damage at the moment, it feels like. But if Named Chaotic can find something to get the ball rolling, find a few levels, that could definitely help out the X. But just getting shrunk over and over, you mentioned earlier, right? Picking the Era to go into the X and use that shrink to nullify the Brawler a lot. It's proving to be working quite a bit.
Yeah, because it's so difficult for Named Chaotic to do anything when you're just losing so much movement speed, so much size, so much effectiveness on a pick like X. And that's exactly the formula that Fire Madden and the Flying Globes are going for. And again, Lee said it, it's working, right? There's a lot of damage being found on J-Man now, so it does need to be a bit careful here to not be taken out. Named Chaotic has a flip available as well, so if he sets himself up properly, he can get the KO on J-Man, but J-Man with the Vicious Vambrace just almost down to full HP again. The flip doesn't hit the core, but the Flying Globes are just completely back into the point and even winning it right now.
Well, that's a barrier take here. Polar Cortex in a decent spot, but Fire Madden has the flip. You got to watch out when Fire Madden's just all over the map here. Right to J-Man, but right to the Fool. The defense is good from Polar Cortex. His Named Chaotic just kind of out of the play in a lot of these situations, right? As the X, as a relatively immobile brawler, it's difficult as Fire Madden sends it right in.
Yeah, a great goal for the side of Polar Cortex and Flying Blobos, and gives them the momentum going into this point as well. You do have a flip on both of the goalies soon, but in terms of the forwards, A does have a slight advantage over Fire Madden. We'll see if that comes into play, but it's probably not a big enough of an advantage to make up for the fact that they're down 1 point.
Yep, Named Chaotic just constantly being shrunk, constantly being forced out of the game, it feels like. Has the X Maximus this time, but no barriers taken. The chip damage so minor as well. Even investing a flip to try and get damage to stick onto Pensando. And maybe this could be a KO on the goalie here if they keep focusing. The Fool helping out as well, but dropping a barrier on the other side. The flip burned. It's not looking too easy to KO Pensando.
Yeah, it's very difficult because you don't have great confirms. You do have a flip though from A there, actually gets the KO and now should get the goal as well. Named Chaotic with a patient strike war there. So excellent, but yeah, it is difficult for the side of Polar Cortex to get confirms because what is your confirm? It's like, it's a Erasmus hook or just X punching him.
Yeah, it's looking like Fire Madden on this unconventional era pick is just controlling the game so much, right? That player just prefers the speed characters, and we're kind of seeing why.
Yeah, getting involved everywhere, and even though right now the side of Polar Cortex has taken 2 barriers there really cleanly, Fire Madden still all over the place and just disabling everyone as much as he can. Pensando gets put down to low HP as J-Man gets the second barrier there as well. Open goal on both sides. Fire Madden has a flip available soon, so does J-Man. So looking really good for the Flying Globos to try to take this point.
Dangerous spot here for A, who's going to be supernovaed away. And Pensando now retreating slowly. Named Chaotic looking for the bull rush, but not enough speed to make a scary offense in this deficit. A dangerous spot now that J-Man has flip. Good save by the Fool though, and the flip is burned. Dangerous spot now for the Flying Blobos as Named Chaotic goes for the strike war win. J-Man rotating the core to the bottom side. The hook good for the moment, but the possession kept by the Flying Blobos. If Fire Madden was even an inch further, that would have been huge, but it's A with the core speed gonna score that one. Wow, from the other side of the map.
Yeah, that is the strength of the Rasmus, right? It has so much core speed, and in overtime, together with all the power that the Fool already has, it's just going to be sending it flying, and it's going to punish Pensando for that slight misposition there. But the set is not over in any means, because the Flying Blob was immediately on the attack again, take one barrier. Polar Cortex answering with one of their own there, though, as now both teams only have one barrier left on their side.
2 barriers down here. Polar Cortex looking for an advantage. A flip available bottom side. And Name Chaotic guesses right as they take the second set here. And with that, now the X has bought a lot more time. The Now could get a big awakening here in terms of creations. It's a huge opportunity for Polar Cortex.
Oh, and a big awakening, a huge awakening the Now is going to get here, as the Monumentalist is going to be in the draft. We'll see if A is going to opt for it as well. Of course he will. It's going to be so great for just interrupting anything that the enemy team is going to want to be doing. So a absolute great pickup as Size gets denied off of the Fool, but Primetime obviously still a very good pickup for the Rasmus to just get the core out. Castellast on Fire Madden is going to be a bit difficult to deal with for Name Chaotic, because again, we've talked about it already, Name Chaotic just gets disabled so much this game. And with Castellast, it's going to be even more difficult to be avoiding these arrow beams.
Let's see, as already with the meter burned here. The Fool in the corner once again is J-Man. The gameplay's not changed for the Zentaro, who's just getting in the mix, going for the strike or wins, and finding barriers here. But with A having that Monumentalist, with Name Chaotic, getting a little bit more speed if he can stay alive, that's going to be huge for the core control game plan in the corners for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, unfortunately enough for Name Chaotic as well, they do have the stacks together with the recovery drone, so even if they get taken out once, they're not going to lose these stacks immediately, which is going to give them a lot more room of error as well, as the barrier does drop on the side of Polar Cortex now. But again, they can't set themselves up quite conveniently to get the actual goal in, as Fire Madden almost gets taken out.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward here as Name Chaotic is sent away. J-Man with the flip available, looking to the top side here, but flipped away by the Fool, but primaried back by J-Man. They said no to each other, but J-Man had the last laugh with that final button.
Will get it through and will get the first point of this set 3. We'll see if they can continue on this momentum, because I feel like as well the side of Polar Cortex, they scale really well with an X and a Now here, especially if you can get themselves these awakenings. So you do not want to be giving as many points, you want to give as little points as possible as the Vice Ultimate does come through, and does not drop a single barrier there. And the damage coming through. Name Chaotic uses Dex Maximus to get one of these barriers down, and J-Man, Fire Madden looking pretty low here, actually. The damage from the side of Polar Cortex is higher than I would have expected him to.
Yeah. Well, they go for the barrier immediately there, but defended away by 2 members of Polar Cortex, and the damage is really coming out. J-Man and Fire Madden critically low, but getting a barrier nonetheless. Still core controlling despite it all, and Pensando with the core speed off the Supernova, not going to be quite enough here as J-Man's taken critically low once more. The barrier taken, the flip available for the brawler of Flying Blobos, who will send it up to the top side, and despite them just being on death's door for the entire point, they just kept playing offense.
Yeah, that's kind of the downside, right? Because a lot of the damage from Polar Cortex was being found on J-Man and Fire Madden, but that means those were abilities invested that did not go towards core control, and then just the consistent core control from the side of the Flying Blobos was going to be enough to take these 2 goals so far, and they're looking to make it a third as they get 1 barrier down already. Polar Cortex answering almost immediately with one of their own, though.
Dangerous spot now for the Fool here, building up a lot of meter, but again, these barriers just constantly under threat. Pensando with the flip available on the defense on the other end, and the Oni's Blade gonna interrupt the flip from the Rasmus. And the Polar offense has just stalled completely compared to the last point.
Yeah, it's just so difficult. It's I don't know what really the change is, other than maybe just a change in approach for either the teams, because the side of the Flying Blobos are just suffocating them in that midfield area so much, which makes it so difficult to really get any good attack on those barriers, as the second barrier again does drop on the side of Polar Cortex, and the Flying Blobos are now looking at 1 more goal to take another set in this game.
Lots of damage on Fire Madden, but still nowhere near dead right now. Flip away with Pensando, but Strike Ward back. Dangerous spot for the Fool now, but will hit stun J-Man to prevent the goal from being scored. And now A's got to do a lot in this midfield here, but against Fire Madden, it's a tall task against this Flip. Name Chaotic strikes it away. Can this X get it done with the stacks on stacks is the question. The Pendulum Swing once, the Whiplash twice, but the Fool just forced on defense so many times, and on the third time, J-Man will score the third goal of the set.
J-Man gonna get rewarded with another draft, potentially another Spark here as well, as he's already picked up the Spark of Agility. We'll see what's gonna be in this, as we have Spark of Strength, Fight or Flight, Spark of Leadership. You have also obviously the Specialized Training, which is very interesting for the two players down the draft order, as the Spark of Strength does find its way onto J-Man. Again, more speed and more damage, essentially the exact same thing that we saw with the Bulk Up and Peak Performance, now being replicated with the Sparks. The Hotshot, a great pickup for the Fool. Fight or Flight going to help Fire Madden so much with that movement speed, with that preferred playstyle, as the Specialized Training gets denied. But again, Twin Drive from Pensando. We saw what the Fool was able to do with Twin Drive last game. We'll see what the Pensando is going to be able to do with it this game.
I will say, though, the Fool having the hot shot, right? So that is huge for the Rasmus. I think that might change the game quite a bit here, because it's going to let the Rasmus goalie bypass a lot of the offense of the other team. Just primarying it away. If it's sweet spotted, we'll just send it to the other side of the map and be a scoring threat as well. So that's just a really big pickup in a losing draft.
Yeah, absolutely. So you do get a lot of movement speed for the side of the Flying Blobos, but again, it doesn't really matter if the course is going to be sent right through you with all of that course speed, and obviously the cooldowns as well that come into play. But as of right now, the Flying Blobos are just again suffocating that defense, not getting that allowing that core to go out, as the Fool hooks the core out and gets it away now with a hot shot. Name Chaotic trying to get the attack going on Pensando, but immediately gets met with an Era Beam and is just going to be small for a little bit.
And Chaotic now looking for a Strike War win, but unable to do so against all three members of the Flying Blobos here. Finally, the barrier falls, and this is where Rasmus goalie should thrive here, but J-Man, such a threat here. Two flips available for the Flying Blobos. They don't need either. Just the threat of a flip presses the core forward, and now they're 2 goals away from continuing the series.
2 goals away, and they have 3 flips available for this next point as well, so they're very heavily favored going into this one. We'll see how they're going to be optimizing their usage here, as the Vice Ultimate does come through. The barrier does not get dropped yet, but they get 1 barrier touch without using a flip. The first flip coming through from J-Man, as Pensando and Fire Madden are setting themselves up to get the core back into the half of Polar Cortex. And again, they're just playing it out so well, they're just suffocating these clears, and then now the Era Ultimate will just get that second barrier down as well.
Yep. Fire Madden, flip available, trying to close this one out here. Same with Pensando as J-Man rushes the corner. The NATO going to come out, block the entire bottom side. No, it's actually to the top side here, and the Fool guesses right on it. Has the flip for insurance right now. Going to use it to send it away. But these barriers are just not being taken. Pensando, despite playing the Vice, is looking flawless on the defense here. Supernova, even more chip, even more pressure as J-Man forces it forward, but the Fool is going to defend. The Strike War win from J-Man, and they're 1 goal away.
That pressure is just so suffocating from the side of the Flying Blobos. There's like every single time that Polar Cortex got the core even a little bit away from the goal, there was immediately Fire Madden, J-Man or Pensando on the case and just sending it straight back into that goalie arc of the Fool. And eventually it was enough to get it through, as now the attack is going to be built for the side of the Polar Cortex. But again, they cannot find a barrier even with the flip.
Yeah, it's looking dangerous here. It just looks like the Flying Blobos are comfortable as the NATO forces the barrier down, the beam right through, the flip on the goal line, and the passive strike to secure it. That's going to be the Flying Blobos getting it done in this second game.
Yeah, in a map where initially I didn't really feel like the Flying Blobos were going to be incredibly strong on, they just proved me wrong. They're just playing it out excellently. They got themselves a draft that just works together with Awakenings that were just sufficient for them, and they find themselves a solid 3-1 victory in this game too. They force a game 3, and they keep their chances at making it to the grand finals alive.
Yeah, it's not what I predicted heading into this one, but they just look so used to playing against Rasmus goalie. They just looked so comfortable against Name Chaotic on the X, right? The lack of reach, I think, really hurt them when in the previous game, Name Chaotic was on that dash range Juliet, making solo plays in the corners. None of that in this game.
Yeah, absolutely none of it. And the only way you have to the only way to enable that is to have something like a Now in the midfield, right? That gives that speed. But obviously on a map like Demon Dice, you want to use those mines less for speed ups and more just for contesting the core, because you want to be controlling it as much as possible. So in the end, Name Chaotic had a hard time properly getting involved in the game here, and that's gonna put us into a game 3 situation on, I believe, Night Market. It's the last map.
Yeah, it is going to be Night Market here. And that's going to be quite interesting because I think that the Fool is going to probably lock in a melee goal, and we're going to see a very different face from these first 2 games.
Yeah, most definitely. Obviously, Night Market being a bit of a longer map. These 2 games not feeling that long in the grand scheme of things. I feel like a Night Market can be going plus 20 minutes, most likely, especially because both of these teams have been playing so well right now. So we'll see where the priorities are going to be for the drafts again, because now we had a second game where Device did come through and a second game where Device ended up winning it. So we'll see, depending on the Awakenings, if Device priority is still going to be there, if you're going to be opting to ban it or pick it for yourself, as we have peak performance missile propulsion going into Night Market.
Yeah, and with this Awakening start, I'm looking at a certain Dubu goalie that might be a priority pick here, especially with the Fool having succeeded on it quite a lot in the past. But the Era is going to be the priority for Polar Cortex. They're really trying to patch up the weaknesses from the Demon Deus game. They're really trying to enable Name Chaotic and not leave him out to dry.
Yeah, and Arrow's going to be great at doing that, as we see a Now pickup following that up as well. So they're looking at the peak performance. They're saying, hey, look, we have a lot of HP coming from that. We just want to be playing the movement speed game here, playing the control game, as Centaro's going to be the pickup for J-Man. Obviously, been having 2 good games on it already. 1 win, 1 loss. We'll see if it's going to end up being a positive win rate. As the Julie is going to come through from Name Chaotic, and Era Julie is quite the combo on a map like Night Market, and Dubu in the back is going to be difficult to go through.
Yeah, pretty much exactly the draft I expected, right? The Dubu goalie and additional control for Polar Cortex, a completely different mode from the first game, but they are looking to score on the other side. There's a Rune coming out. That's going to be a Rune midfield for Fire Madden, who plays speed characters and Rune. That's it. So, very, very fitting for this team, unless it's a Rune goalie. That would be kind of crazy, but it's probably just going to be the tried and true Now goalie from Pensando.
Yeah, and Rune midfield can do quite a bit of work on a map like Night Market as well, obviously, because it is so top and bottom heavy, and also a single Rune pillar can just completely shut down the middle, right? You want speed gate priority, just put a pillar on it, and the enemy can't reach it anymore. So we'll see how that's going to be played out from both sides. I think I would still favor the side of Polar Cortex here, just due to comfortability and efficiency, right? The game plan is incredibly simple. You just have Dubu locking it down in the back, you have Era enabling everyone on their team, and you have Julie just looking to dash punch everyone. It's just a lot simpler than what the side of the Flying Globals are going to have to be playing for, which, I mean, it can still very much work, and I feel like if it's being played correctly, it might even be better than what Polar Cortex is trying to do here, but you're just putting a lot of pressure on yourself to actually perform this team comp correctly, and we'll have to see if the Flying Blobos are going to be able to pull through on that.
Yeah, the Flying Blobos, they did well in the previous game, and we'll see if they can continue that momentum into this next one here. Not going to be easy to advance to grand finals, but they are definitely a team that can do it as we head into the game. The Dubu is what I have my eyes on. The missile propulsion especially is going to be a huge factor.
It's going to be a huge factor, but it's not going to be picked up. Everyone just opting to go peak performance and just play the movement speed game, which does make sense on a map like Night Market. It does offer the chance for the Fool to go missile propulsion in a draft further down the line, because realistically, who's taking it away from you this game, right? There's really no one that would be trying to do that. So it is still an option for them to go, but it's going to be a very fast-paced game here. And we saw that already, one barrier dropping on the side of Polar Cortex pretty swiftly.
Very, very swift here as A looking for an opportunity. Fire Madden with the pillars, helping the offense quite a bit in Pensando. Just having so much forward pressure, right? The built-in eject button really on the lifeline, doing a lot of work, but right now it's the side of Polar Cortex sending it forward. J-Man with a perfect flip angle though, and an insta-flip right back from Name Chaotic with the NATO to cover the rebound as well. Lots of coordination from these two teams, but the first goal is still looking pretty far away thanks to that banish from Fire Madden, and now the Fool's in a lot of trouble here.
A lot of trouble and out of the game just completely, as the ultimate from J-Man will take the KO. Power play now in favor of the side of the Flying Blobos, but A does such a good job with these strikes. A good slowdown from Name Chaotic there with the Julie ultimate as well. Will actually give the time for the Fool to respawn, but an unfortunate angle on Night Market will send the goal in. Fire Madden getting credit of that goal.
A little bit awkward there, and a series of unfortunate events for Polar Cortex, really. But they need to bounce back here because they would not like to see a repeat of the previous game where the game got out of their control. The Fool forward, both barriers taken. A big opportunity for Polar Cortex here, but they need to find something quick before their own barriers fall, and one has already gone down.
Yeah, especially with that ultimate from Pensando, that pressure coming through, 3-man attacks are just going to be so difficult to deal with as J-Man tries to find an angle past A and the Fool, but cannot find it in the end. The Aeronado coming through is carrying the core up front, but Name Chaotic not able to get it past the defense from the Flying Blobos, as now we have almost 3 flips in this game, close to 4, as the first one comes out from A and a really nice angle off the middle. Pensando not ready for it.
Yeah, showing Name Chaotic, this is how you hit angles, and finding a perfect shot to the bottom side of the goal there. A really good usage of the flip to even it up, but Fire Madden with the flip is so scary, right? We saw so much control coming out from the Flying Blobos midfielder in the previous game, and with this flip, with the ability to get out of sticky situations, that could be huge, but Name Chaotic the one with the opportunity now. A perfect flip past to A, the barrier's opened up. J-Man and Fire Madden looking for an opportunity here, as one barrier will fall on the other side.
One barrier will fall. The flip comes out from J-Man and does get the barrier, actually gets it past the Dubu, as we're now in open nets on both sides. Name Chaotic not getting the core on that dash there, and the Fool has a flip available on defense. Pensando has one soon as well, so it's going to be a question of who's going to be forced to use it first, or if the core is just going to get forced through them, as a good pillar comes out from Firemat, and then to keep the core up top. J-Man now going in as well, but Dubu's such an efficient character defensively.
Name Chaotic though, breakaway forward of everyone for a moment, not quite going to be enough, and J-Man responding on the other end. The hit stun denied, the special denied, a great strike by the Fool, very aware to hit it towards the terrain on the top side, and now the save made, but the Fool in trouble as J-Man slices and dices to get the second goal here.
Yeah, the mix-up with the primary was just a bit too good. The Fool not having the strike ready afterwards, and now Flying Blobos are looking at 2 flips soon, and 1 goal away from getting this set for themselves. We'll have to see if they can actually find it though, as the Aeronado almost immediately gets one barrier, but it's still well defended from the Flying Blobos. Pensando has a flip available as well now if he does need to use it, and J-Man surely looking to optimize the flip value here as well, with taking 1 barrier and then maybe a second.
Oh, but that's a KO that I did not expect, and a huge swing here with the offense getting no value from the Flying Blobos. They still have a defensive flip available, but Name Chaotic can respond to that himself here. Gonna go for the challenge, gonna win it, and goes for a crazy angle on the center. Redemption for the angle. Previously, the Tofu Fortress is perfect. The hit stun as well, and a brilliant goal for Polar Cortex.
What an angle to be found by Name Chaotic there. Just completely mixes up the defense from the Flying Blobos, and that puts us into a 0.5 now, with no one really having a flip available for themselves. The Fool being the closest to it with half their bar, so it's just going to come down to pure strike interactions and pure setups.
Yeah, definitely here. The Fool on the bottom end looking for an opportunity as Name Chaotic approaches on the top side. Dangerous spot for Fire Madden, really, without the cooldowns, and the pillar will be burned there, but Name Chaotic taking advantage of double barrier. The error beam forward, a little bit hasty on the dash, but the NATO helping out as well. It's bouncing around and around, and the Fool getting involved as well in the mix, trying to find a flip, but right to Pensando it goes, and the offense will slow down for a second.
The Banish will take out Name Chaotic, and now J-Man gets 1 barrier on the attack. Let's see if they can get the second one. The pillar coming down and shuts down the angle. The Fool losing the second barrier as well. And J-Man now close to a flip. Has it. Does not use it yet, though. The Tofu Fortress coming through. J-Man needs to be taken out here. Otherwise, you have that Centauro with a flip. And this close to the net is going to be so dangerous. It doesn't touch the core. Name Chaotic has a flip available for himself now. We'll see if it's going to come into play.
Yeah, it didn't go for the flip KO on the goalie, and I feel like you really should have there. Polar Cortex survived. They weathered the storm, they bait the flip, and they find a goal of their own on the other side. Just a missed opportunity for the brawler of Flying Blobos, and now the Fool. Hey, missile propulsion potentially returning. Wow, already. but it's going to be the team player.
Potentially coming back. It's potentially coming back, but team player, just in a game like this, it's just so speed heavy, so control heavy. You just want the team player. You're just going to be sending it across field consistently. And again, you're not really giving the missile prop to anyone, so you don't really care not taking it for yourself, other than just not having the funny little Tofu Fortress wall that just flies across the entire map. Fighter Flight still being a really good pickup though. More movement speed for Name Chaotic, especially if you win a set. Going Sparks is so beneficial because you're just setting yourselves up for better drafts in the future. The Super Surge for A going to help a lot as well with these speed ups, but the prime time on Fireman is going to be quite efficient as well. These pillars just being so disruptive. But talking about disruptive, the dash punch just immediately takes both barriers.
Yeah, that's pretty huge for Name Chaotic. Double banish though, and it's immediately traded on the other end. The Tofu Fortress is going to stop it for now, but it gets right past J-Man. The Dubu basically invisible at that top side as J-Man gets it right through.
Gets it right through, and obviously that's just an explosive point from both sides. Both barriers dropping immediately on both sides, and then J-Man finding that angle through as A actually on no evades here. And again, another double barrier. J-Man still on the attack. Pensando just walking up and setting themselves up. The flying Blobos are just swinging.
Yeah, just a great, very confident strikes over and over again. I think Polar Cortex not used to their opponents being this fast in how they play their offense here. J-Man just presses strike, right? Like, he just finds an angle, and if it works, it works, and so far, it is working.
It's working extremely well, as they also have a flip on J-Man now, opting to probably use that for a barrier or even a KO if the opportunity presents itself, as the ultimate will hold the core there. The dash punch coming through from Name Chaotic there to get one barrier, but again, one barrier doesn't mean anything if the second one's still alive. J-Man gets one barrier up top here, has a flip, uses it immediately, but the Tofu Fortress will completely shut that down.
Danger spot now for Name Chaotic. Trying to find a dash punch, trying to find value against J-Man perhaps, but no good openings now. Rushing forward with the speed. But again, it's just not catching up with the core. The pace of play of Flying Blobos is just speeding up even more as this game goes on. It's a bit of a replication of the previous game and how they're playing.
Yeah, and the difficulty as well is the faster the game is, the more difficult it is to make proper use of the team player that the Fool has picked up there, which is obviously really great for the side of the Flying Blobos, and not something you want to see if you're the Polar Cortex's advantage. Will hit Name Chaotic there. Again, we're going through the top here continuously, but no one really finding that second barrier. Both goalies just holding on so efficiently.
Yep. Trying to find a team player play here. That's a contingency that they found in the previous draft, and Name Chaotic will get the double hitboxes to find the barrier take. The team player now accelerating, but Pensando playing ahead of it, and the barrier take right past as well. The flip now, but it's so congested. A pass to A with the team player again, and now a flip to the bottom corner. Not going to be enough. A strike war win by J-Man once more, and now Name Chaotic trying to catch up, but the pace is too quick. This Juliet hasn't been able to touch the core in what feels like forever.
Yeah, and even if she gets a chance for once, she just gets banished. So a bit difficult to really get yourself involved there. Name Chaotic now with a great sequence of strikes, or just wins one strike power after the other, and a beautiful ultimate with the send it in. The Unstable Anomaly, unfortunately, being slightly misplaced and just sending it into the goal there as well. This gives the first goal of the set to Polar Cortex.
Yeah, a bit of a non-Polar Cortex goal, unfortunately, but Name Chaotic did set it up perfectly for Fire Madden. And that's going to be a bit of a roadblock for the Flying Blobos, especially as this Tofu Fortress sends it right through the pillar. It travels right past it and going to pick up the first barrier here. But the key is trying to get Name Chaotic involved, right? If Name Chaotic gets his hands on the core, there's so much that happens, but Flying Blobos are not letting that happen too easily.
Yeah, these pillars coming through continuously just to shut down any kind of interaction, and every single time Fire Madden has a banish, it's just going to find its way onto Julie as well. But the moment you don't have it, the Julie will find the dash punch for the second barrier there, and a flip on Name Chaotic as well could potentially be the doom here for the Flying Blobos. The ultimate coming through, it gets offended well though by Pensando. Pensando also still having a flip available if he does need to use it defensively, as Name Chaotic and A almost get the core through, and they do. A great stun from Name Chaotic will disallow Pensando to get to the bottom, and we're in a 0.5 in a set that felt like Flying Blob was just dominating at the beginning.
Yeah, and of course, the damage not really being a factor in this game with the stagger start here. And that's not going to be a big win condition for either team. The Tofu Fortress used defensively a little bit early. And heading into this one, it's really going to come down to J-Man's flip, I think.
Yeah, J-Man is gonna be getting that flip soon, and it's gonna be a question of whether they can use that flip to get the second barrier. You can't actually; needs to use it to keep the core up front, and now you have the energy advantage on the side of Polar Cortex, and we'll see if they're gonna be able to get the first barrier off of the hands from Pinzano. But Pinzano just playing such an aggressive line and making it so difficult to really get a solid attack going on either of his barriers.
Yep. Named Chaotic dribbling now. Big opportunity, but flipped away by Pensando, and burning that flip so important. Same can be said about J-Man on the other end, though, taking it away from the Fool. And now the NATO doing some work to dash through, but against 3, it's going to be too many strike boxes to take advantage of. Now a big flip right into the Flame Flurry from Named Chaotic, who has built up a flip now. All of that energy, and after this, Banish is going to be huge for the Flying Blobos to try and defend to get it away, but now the team player is activated, but the angle finds the barrier through it all. It's an open net situation, dangerous for the Fool, who will send it towards the center here, up to Named Chaotic, who tries to get control, has the dash now, looking for an opportunity, but it's sent away again by the Flying Blobos, and the hit stun from the Oni's Blade will secure this set.
The angle being just perfect enough to send it to the bottom, the Fool not able to reach it. And that's going to be the Flying Blobos taking their first set. Going to get rewarded with this Zentaro first pick, as we do have a bulk up here, which obviously is just such a great pickup together with the peak performance. Would imagine that's going to find its way onto J-Man there. Stacks on Stacks still valuable to be picked up. Monumentalist has to be denied off of Pinzando, obviously now being such a good character with that into Stacks, like I assumed, finding its way onto Named Chaotic, giving that movement speed. Aerial's still a great pickup for now, but it's greater that that Era doesn't get it in the end, as the last 2 pickups are going to be Recovery Drone and Spark of Strength. Both of them not really going to be that influential, I feel like.
Yeah, it's a bit of a rough draft, I think, for the side of Polar Cortex here. Of course, you do get stacks on Named Chaotic, which might prove to be a factor in a game where people are just not really dying, other than A, for some reason. But it's just not really a valuable draft for them here. It's all up to Named Chaotic, who's getting in the mix and getting a strike forward for the goal. And if that does happen, that is their win condition.
Yeah, that Juliet just being so effective in close ranges against both the Rune and the Now there. Not much either of them could have been doing about that situation. But it's coming down to what we've seen before already in the points where the Flying Blobs are actually winning them. If you can deny the core going all the way upfield to Named Chaotic, you're gonna have a great time. And the flip comes through there, the barrier's still alive, but again, the core just bouncing back and forth pretty heavily here as J-Man gets 1 barrier out, uses the flip, and Sando up front as well getting involved. And the KO being found on the Fool, almost a second one on Named Chaotic, but just barely holds on as the power play still alive. Fireman gets 1 of the barriers. J-Man gets the strike, but it gets defended excellently by Named Chaotic with that ultimate, and now the Fool back in play.
A dangerous backstep by A as J-Man goes forward here. Named Chaotic now with the control, with the speed, but not going to be enough to find a possession on the other end. The speed boost coming in, but right to J-Man it goes. The log breaks. J-Man towards the middle, looking for a passing play now to Fireman, and the pillar will reinforce it for now. The DI rush not going to be enough either, as Fireman constantly playing such scary offense here. Has a relatively immobile character, but is still such a presence in the corner.
Yeah, most definitely into Strike Gust, go through the Zentaro ultimate, actually not catching the core, and it just glides right through there. A point for the Flying Blobos. But yeah, Fireman is just everywhere, and that is just that strength of that prime time as well. Having 2 of these pillars to be working with continuously is just so effective, and you see Fireman just making the most of it.
Yeah, and we'll see if Polar Cortex can get the game's pace back into their control, but right now it's all J-Man's getting past both defenders, finding a flip and finding the second barrier here. And with this open net situation, it's going to be dangerous against this Rune in particular. Fireman's made so many disruptive plays. The Hoover Fortress to stall it out, trying to find a barrier of their own, but denied. 1 finally earned by Polar Cortex. But hit stunned away is Named Chaotic. Pillared is Named Chaotic. Banished is Named Chaotic. Not allowed to play the game as the Flying Blobos keep their barrier alive.
Keep their barrier alive. Still have a flip on Pensando as well if they need to use it, because the pressure is not coming down in any way as the beam comes through as well. And the dash punch still finding its way through. Pensando needs to use the flip now, and now immediately on the attack. 2v1 against the Fool, but he does get the core out. Flip available for the Fool as well as the attack's starting to get mounted again. Named Chaotic trying to set up for a dash punch, but the pillar's just in the way. The Aerol coming through with a flip and the ultimate will be enough. The barrier is now down as Polar Cortex are trying to find themselves this point. J-Man almost gets a goal in. The Fool has to use the flip to answer, but again, the point's not found on either side just yet.
Named Chaotic using the core speed perfectly, but Pensando, so used to this now goalie, drops the mine, the secondary out, and now J-Man looking for a flick, but not quite enough with the passive strike. Lots of meter being built up by Named Chaotic here. This flip could bring the lead to Polar Cortex's end, but it's going to be difficult against these Rune Pillars. The team player being denied over and over again. Named Chaotic from the midfield. Oh! The pillar mixes up Pensando's strike timing. That's a goal from Fire Madden.
Oh, how unfortunate. The idea was so good for Fireman to just shut down that shot, but Pensando was there to catch it, and then strike timing just goes a bit haywire. That puts Polar Cortex away 1 goal from taking the set, and they immediately take advantage of that as well. Take 1 barrier. Named Chaotic with the dash punch there will get it. And Named Chaotic again on the attack. And now will get the core out. The banish doesn't hit anyone as the attack is switching over now. Now the core is still on the side of the Flying Blobos here.
Yeah, they still have a lot of control, but it's still a barrier advantage for Polar Cortex. There's double shrink coming out. Named Chaotic going for a strike war win to punch enough to get both barriers. And this could be a huge set win for Polar Cortex. The Tofu Fortress setting up, but not quite the arc they wanted here as J-Man rushes forward. 1 barrier taken, looking for 2. The flip available, the hit stun down, and the bounce off the center. But A is there in time this time. And Named Chaotic with a pass down to A. A mix up to the top side. The pillar not enough as Named Chaotic doesn't even need the flip. Finds the follow-up strike. And that's a huge lead for Polar Cortex.
An absolute massive lead, and you do have a Juliet first pick as well on this draft. We'll see what we are getting. You do have quite a few interesting pickups here. The Castellas is going to be something that is going to be looked at for A. Curious if it's going to drop down or if it's going to be denied by J-Man, because there's also a Dash Awakening, which J-Man very much will, and he does opt for that. So that means Castellas on Era, with all of the speed that Named Chaotic already has in his current build, together with now a Super Surge Castellas Era behind him, I feel like this Juliet's just going to be all over the place.
Yeah, it's a little bit scary here, and again this time the draft's a bit awkward for Pensando, but J-Man gets the dash range Fire Madden, he gets that siege machine. You still have to watch out, but Named Chaotic and A lot more control over this midfield.
Yeah, that's just that speed off of kickoff, right? The era speed coming through, and they're just walking up, and I feel like the Flying Blobs were not even close to contesting it. Both barriers gone, and then a beautiful Tofu Fortress from the Fool will be enough to force it through Pensando. Not much he can do there on the defensive end. Polar Cortex starting off this 4th set with a bang.
Yeah, and we'll see if that continues. Like you mentioned, the kickoff so powerful, they surge forward with that speed, and they just get ahead of the play, but this time it's disrupted by the Flying Blobos, who are looking to close this out and try and send this to another set. Continuing to put on the pressure in the corner here as Pensando plays midfielder, the pillars, the drones, the circular hitboxes, buying time for J-Man to come back from the other side of the stage here. And with that flip available, they need to find something, but with the NATO, but that's a KO for the Flying Blobos here, and Polar Cortex now on the back foot.
More importantly, even though it's early in the set, that's a complete reset on the stacks for Named Chaotic, so that's going to slow him down even just a little bit, which is obviously great. It's going to delay that max stacks on him as well, so you do want to be finding this point rather soon. You don't want to be drawing it out, but the side of Polar Cortex are not allowing it to end fast. They are drawing it out. They're getting these stacks going, and they're just winning Strike War after Strike War, getting the attack going. 2 flips available as well for them here, as Named Chaotic is only 1 bar away from getting a 3rd one for the team. The flip comes out, a beautiful angle by A, will just get the barrier. And now the team player coming through from the Fool, trying to get it all the way up to Named Chaotic, but they can't find the angle. J-Man and Fire Madden just being so disruptive, and a beautiful Unstable Anomaly will just completely shut that down. J-Man gets answered by the flip there though, and both sides now on an open goal.
Named Chaotic has flip available, rushing forward, looking for an opportunity, but overcooks it with the dash. Was in the perfect spot, but doesn't get it here. And now it's the midfield. It's a scary spot. The hit stun preventing Name Chaotic from doing a quick dribble into a dash punch. And J-Man now in a good position. A rotating the core there wherever the Fool needs to be. Continuing to make the defense happen. Our Polar Cortex here. And A now looking for a pass, looking for the core right to Name Chaotic. The core speed coming out from the team player as well. Such a big threat, but now the flip is a factor. Good disruption by the Fool, looking for a KO perhaps with the log, with a double roll. A little ambitious, and now the Fool has no cooldowns.
Immediately punished by J-Man there, noticing that the Fool doesn't really have anything to be defending that anymore, and they get the goal, and more importantly, they keep the flip on J-Man, which you now have for this next attack. Looking at the energy across the field, Pensando has a flip soon as well. Meanwhile, the side of Polar Cortex all a little bit away from getting one on their own, so this point very advantageous for the side of the Flying Blobos is to get one barrier out and Name Chaotic down to low HP. If they can find another KO on this Juliet, this would be massive, but I don't think they're going to be chasing it as they get a second barrier here.
Lots of meter build up for A, but J-Man still has the flip available here. Dangerous spot for the Fool, and going for a crazy angle is J-Man. The roll is there to save it for Polar Cortex, but that could have been disastrous. That could have been a crazy solo goal there for the Flying Blobos, as Pensando's the one building up a lot of meter. Fireman is in position, as this point seems destined for overtime here.
Yeah, most definitely. The defense from the Flying Blobos holding on. They drop one barrier, but the second one is still very much alive. Pensando has a flip as well. A great banish will just take A out of the play, which gives Fireman and J-Man these positional advantages, but the Aeronade is just completely shutting that down again. A flip coming out from Pensando, as the Fool's going to try to send it up again. Name Chaotic close to a flip as well. So we'll probably see a Julie Dash Punch or a flip coming through to take the second barrier off the hands of Pensando if the side of the Flying Blobos cannot get the core out, and they can't. Tofu Fortress sends it up front immediately as well, as the Centaur ultimate has to come out. The pillars have to come out. The side of the Flying Blobos just throwing everything at their defense here, just trying to hold on. Another flip being used by Fireman, and at this point, if Flying Blobos are not able to get this point, this would be a disaster. A KO being found from the Fool there, as now the Polar Cortex are looking to get this point going. A banish will calm things down though and give a little bit of time for the Flying Blobos.
Oh, this is scary. Fireman has so much control in these overtime situations. The pillar doesn't connect. Name Chaotic to the bottom side. So much speed on Julia and the core speed as well. Pensando making the save, and A and Name Chaotic at a relatively low range. They can't find the snipes. The polar opposite is Fireman and J-Man, who have all the range in the world to play with here. The passive going to come out and not going to be enough for the moment, but they're just playing around Name Chaotic. They're preventing the Juliet from getting in there, because that's what happens, but doesn't get the follow-up strike. And now once again, Polar Cortex trying one last time, and they will get it to Name Chaotic. They will find the goal, and they're one goal away from the grand finals.
They want that run back with Cyberswipe. They are one goal away, and they're looking good to do it, as they have a flip soon on Name Chaotic as well. On the other hand, J-Man has one available as well pretty soon, so we'll see how it's going to come through as the banish hits both A and Name Chaotic there, and the barrier is down once. The Julie ultimate coming through. They cannot get the second one just yet. The flip comes through. The barrier is down. An open goal now. They are one goal away from getting themselves back into the grand finals, but the defense from the Flying Blobos are still holding on. J-Man trying to play with the pillar, and the flip doesn't hit anything. Pins on the defensive end, and A not able to get into the core there, as Name Chaotic in a 1v1 on that Juliet now, but again, they're holding on. The Tofu Fortress will keep the core up front. Downstable Anomalies helping out in the back as well, as the Juliet ultimate comes through, but no, they're not finding it. The attack's still going on. The Flying Blobos are staying alive. The Fool up front doesn't even need to use the flip, because A gets the angle, and Polar Cortex will find themselves back in the grand finals, and they find themselves in a run back with Cyberswipe.
It's a mirror of what could have been in Nasty last season. Both teams, both Polar Cortex and Cyberswipe, now in the next better tier of competition. It is going to be Polar Cortex. Just an incredible last set performance where they just got their offense going. They played to their overtime win conditions perfectly. And Flying Blobos, it was great, but it just wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough, and especially towards the end, they were just stuck on defense so much. They were holding on for so long, but they couldn't get past the pure speed that the side of Polar Cortex had. And in the end, it was just a question of time when Polar Cortex is going to score, and in the end, they did actually find it. It's still a pretty drawn-out game, a lot of redirects coming through, not a lot of KOs, essentially what we would have expected out of it. And the Flying Blobos, even though they had a great season, it's going to be ending here.
Yeah, Flying Blobos, the road ends here, but Polar Cortex still have a lot to play for to win NASA. It's not going to be easy, but taking down a red-hot Flying Blobos who dominated the loser side, I mean, That's the first step.
Very much so. But we'll see how these matchups are going to be going, obviously, right? Because again, we've seen Polar Cortex against Cyberswipe before, and that one time it did go in the favor of Cyberswipe. We'll see if Polar Cortex is going to try to get maybe a different approach for this grand finals here, or if we're going to be seeing more of the same. But generally, just everyone having an incredible series so far.
Yeah, and with that, we're going to be right back, and we're going to see you in the grand final, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you soon. Hello everyone, and due to unforeseen circumstances, I'm back here with Brickbat for the grand finals of NASA. And Brickbat, this is a pretty familiar matchup we're looking at here.
Yeah, it feels like I'm getting a bit of deja vu. It's like I've seen this before today. Polar Cortex versus Cyberswipe, and after kind of a heater of a series after Flying Blavas, I'm really excited to see these two teams go at it again. It really did feel like Polar Cortex were not down for the count. They didn't get demoralized, but they lost earlier today, and they now want to get some revenge here. And boy, howdy, will they get their opportunity to get some revenge, because this is a KO starting awakening if I've ever seen one. And here on Night Market as well, there's potentially a lot of damage flying back and forth. So we'll see, though, if this era eventually does get outpaced once the damage starts scaling. But with the prizefighter start herself, I'm a bit curious to see what AI's cooking here.
Yeah, we'll see. The X era, of course, a NASA staple, but I think we would have expected it to come from a previous NASA, not this one, the most competitive one ever here. Expo and Zoe looking as comfortable as ever, and Drakkar has been the talk of the town, right? This pick has been really dominant throughout the current meta.
Absolutely agreed. Just provides so much utility, so much damage, as I think a lot of players have gotten really good at using Molten effectively, recognizing that not only can you use it for damage, you don't have to just use it to snipe away the core on open clears. You can use it just to basically soft CC the enemies to make sure that you are really advantaged in power plays or 2v1s or goal opportunities there. But as of right now, it's sort of, wow, what an amazing save to start this off here against Named Chaotic.
Yeah, really, really well played here. As the core speed's coming in, it's overtime, and everything's accelerating forward here. Expo Chan, no meter available, and the strike war being won. Assertive, though, difficult defense, still getting it done on this eject Luna, and building up a lot of meter in the process. Zoe the Witch keeping the core contained, and the Fool on this favored Dubu pick is going to have a hard time in this overtime, it feels like.
Yeah. I hopefully sound better now. Some technical issues that are going around right now, but hopefully these issues won't extend to the game proper. And Named Chaotic going to be banished away as the Fool, unfortunately not able to save the Craner Maker. It's going to give Assertive the point. Oh, actually Zoe the Witch credited. It might have been a shotgun instead.
Yeah, it's quite the offensive composition coming out. And yeah, Brickbat, you do sound better. I think we freed you from the webcam, the webcam cage. As that's going to be a quick first barrier going down. Assertive with the meter available. And this Luna, usually a defensive liability, but we're not seeing much of it here as Assertive is playing so confidently.
And normally speaking, yeah, talking about the X Luna matchup, normally the Luna can get really shut down if the X is standing in front of her, right? Not be able to get extended whammies, not going to be able to use her boost to get across the map when needed. So it's really good if you're a Cyberswipe fan to see the matchup play out the way it is, to see Named Chaotic not really be able to take out the Luna from the play here. In fact, it's the opposite. The Luna is going to be taking the X right now. Another Craner Maker KO coming through.
Yeah, and so much meter to play with here, trying to flip A off the edge here as Zoe the Witch. The Tofu Fortress as well coming out. Expo Chan in position, looking to dribble it across the map. The Fool being faced with a lot of core speed. And in the previous series, they did win with this Dubu, but unlike the previous series, the Fool's not being allowed to step forward at all.
Ooh, A though, good strike war, sort of caught a little bit lacking there. Had the core flip, but thought that she could win the strike war. Not going to be able to use that now though. Or going to be able to use that now though here in the defense. Fool though, looking march the core forward. Named Chaotic now hovering a lot closer to Assertive than what any goalie's going to be comfortable with. Pillars come through, but it's still going to be defended away. Zoe the Witch now has the strike. The Fool, though, able to clear a bit of a crazy misclear, but it works out anyways. And Named Chaotic finds the bell ringer, finds the strike reset, gets it through Assertive. No boost there to catch it. Going to be a completely even game now.
Yeah, getting a lot of defensive value out of this Dubu pick. The Fool looking stalwart in that point. And if they can get the core to Named Chaotic more often, I think they'll find a lot more efficient success here. But it's all up to A in this midfield to get past Zoe and Expo, right? It's a pseudo-double midfield. Not really with the Drakkar, but still kinda. And oh no, the Fool assassinated by Zoe the Witch. And with that, it is a huge advantage here for Cyberswipe.
Yeah, not only are there no prize fighter stacks here on the full. Okay, well,
Oh.
sometimes it happens. Every goalie gets their one. It's grand finals. Hey, it's grand finals. They get their nerves, but they, even though that happens, Cyberswipe have a lot to look forward to. Even though that just happened, I've been unfortunate. It feels like I got a deja vu from National Grands yesterday as well. But that was a little crazy. And but Cyberswipe, despite what just happened, still I feel like they have the advantage in this set. They're fully stacked prize fighters now, and on the flip side, the only person that even has any sort of stacks on the prize fighter is the Era, which isn't going to do that much with that power. So as of right now, Cyberswipe still perfectly in prime position to take this set. They just need to be able to get it done, be able to find these KOs. A is looking really squishy right now with no evade, and they need to be converting off these power plays.
Yeah, like you mentioned, a bit familiar, but hopefully not the same result here as Zoe the Witch goes in. Building up a bit of meter, the Fool already at a flip as Zoe cautiously plays forward. But Name Chaotic's getting more and more accurate as this game goes on, right? Making the most of every opportunity, threading the needle there between the pillar and the wall. And the Fool, what was that? The Fool at 3 million speed, he flew across the map.
Yeah, that's Paulman's doing too. That ain't Bob Boots. The Fool, he went up not like just thinking that he wouldn't come back. And you know what? He was right. The Fool, in dramatic fashion, takes the set, takes it for his team. Now we're looking at what is looking to be kind of an unfortunate draft. It feels like the Era is going to have to be the one to deny this adrenaline rush, but that leaves things like the Twin Drive open for this Luna, which I'm assuming is going to be taken. Yeah, that's going to add a lot of pressure to Assertive, especially because Name Chaotic has been struggling so much to deny Assertive those boosts in. And even though unfortunately we did see kind of an iconic whiff on that in the last set, that's still twice as many situations where Luna can play offensively into the Dubu. So I think that Name Chaotic really needs to start working to counteract that, but that's going to be hard in a prize fighter start because you're going to be taking a lot of damage in order to play that offensively, and if you're not able to get the job done, it's just going to be snowballed in favor of Cyberswipe.
Yep, Assertive in the corner. Name Chaotic capitalizing here. And a set snowball not close to happening yet, but maybe with the snipe onto A, that's what we're talking about. Name Chaotic already low, and Zoe the Witch going forward to try and score here, bouncing around the Fool, and the Fool unable to find the clear angle here. It's huge from Cyberswipe, a completely different look for them, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, the Twin Drive, right, coming out of there immediately being the direct result. Or the direct cause of the goal. They're already finding its value, and we're just going to see more of that. This Luna is on her way to be an absolute monster scaler. Extra special, specialized training, missile propulsion. These are all still in the pool, and if Assertive gets goalie credit like that, she's going to be able to choose it undeniable. So it's going to be a big game for her if she's able to get the ball rolling on that, but for now, she's still got a set to win.
It was a little dangerous here for Name Chaotic, who rushes it forwards, gets buffed up, and poor Cortex. They need to find these core control scoring plays, maybe damage onto Zoe the Witch as well here, who has built up a flip now, and that's dangerous, right? That Drakkar can go for the goal, can go for the KO if you're too close to the edge, but currently being pressured away here. A with a speed, back to Assertive. Name Chaotic in position, but a flip going to be burned here, and going to be able to strike it away as the pillar disappears. Still a dangerous spot for Cyberswipe, but they get out of the sticky situation, force a lot of cooldowns out of the Fool. This is their moment, but the Fool still has flip available.
Yeah, flip available, gonna have to be burned immediately though. Actually snipes the barrier away, well played by the Fool, but he's gonna have to weather the storm here of this power play. Zoe the Witch now with flip, Assertive on that Twin Drive. Luna still has another play, the whammy's gonna send it forward now. Expo Chan unable to convert it though. Doesn't have the tools. A bit of an awkward situation here. Name Chaotic though, possession of the core after it all ends. A with a strike war win against Expo Chan, critical. Sends it into the bottom side of the net. Staying calm, staying collective in high stressful situations like that. That is what Polar fans want in order for them to take this series.
Yeah, that was huge here for Polar Cortex. They need more of that. They need more of that faster, really, before the damage starts stacking up and they're under pressure. And right now, especially with the last draft favoring Cyberswipe so much, they need to find something quickly, but Zoe the Witch, the one who is swift, finds the rebound and opens up the net.
bit of a back and forth here, but we see A playing really aggressively here, standing so close to the edge, understanding that, or just trusting himself that he'll be able to react to whatever Zoe the Witch wants to do. And so far it's been working right now, as this midfield has been going slightly in the favor of Polar Cortex at this point, but this could quickly change here. Yeah, oh, assertive. Asserting her dominance here in the enemy's goal line. A snipe boost combo. That's one for the history books right there. That's going to be a point going the way of Cyberswipe. And even though they didn't get the snowball in the way that I thought they would, they're just playing better and winning more. They're going to be the ones here advantaged just point-wise.
Yeah, but they got to be careful, right? Oh, never mind. Both barriers taken already. Assertive with the flip available. The twin drive for so much mobility. And if Name Chaotic can't get value quickly here, that could be curtains for this set at the very least. Assertive with so much room to play. The entire bottom side of the map wide open for a dash, as Assertive dangerous against Name Chaotic, but just slowly playing it around. Oh, a bit of a panic flip on the defense, but they KO A, and now another power play. Assertive stepping all the way forward. Expo Chan with the rebound. They don't get the goal just yet, but they KO the goalie. What?
Yeah, that was an insane shotgun, it feels like, and this just feels like a foregone conclusion. No! Name Chaotic gets the save here. Oh, and A comes through as well. The power play is going to end Name Chaotic 1v3 Strike Wars. Stalls it out, and now all of a sudden, we're just back to normal after an insane power play defense, reverse power play defense here from Polar Cortex. They're still in it right now.
Still, okay, well, a bit of a vicious caster curse there, but the core speed will be picked up, and Expo Chan to the bottom corner, securing it there. Zoe the Witch first pick, and that is scary, especially when you're facing a Drakkar that is already so strong, now looking to take some bis.
Missile prop. Yeah, I'm thinking this missile prop's coming out. Yeah, this is... Drakkar no longer has a shotgun. He's kind of got... He swapped out the pellets for slug shots. They're going to go pretty far. They're going to be able to do a lot of damage. And on the flip side, Zoe the Witch as well, getting Spark of Strength to start some of the scaling. I think we've only seen one Spark so far, and even though that was a deny for Name Chaotic, it enters in Assertive for that Spark race. And at this point in the game, unless X starts finding KOs, I think that Assertive is going to pretty commonly find herself ahead in draft over Name Chaotic. So this could be a potential dead-end X scaling build, even though he does get the size here in this draft.
Yeah, he's going to pick up Awakenings, but not the crazy combo they are looking for here. Speaking of crazy combos, finding a cool passing play, our Cyberswipe. Right to Name Chaotic it goes, but the hit stun will help out. The barrier taken by A on the crossfire, though. And don't forget, the additional size is just a core control menace. Name Chaotic getting in there and making it difficult for the Luna in the matchup.
That's what we want to see. We want to be able to see this twin drive negated. Remember, if the Luna cannot boost in, it's more or less a dead awakening, even though it is considered Luna's base. A good dodge here from A, but it's just not going to mean anything. The Crater Maker sends this era flying, and an unfortunate Tofu Fortress means that it's not going to be able to defend the goal here. Open net now for the side of Polar Cortex. Name Chaotic with a flip, though. He could take this away. The X Maximus comes out to just buy some time, but the Rune Pillar is just playing so much interference. An amazing combo from Zoe the Witch here, sends it right up to Expo Chan on top of that, and that was a stylish play coming out of Cyberswipe's Brawler.
Stylish and productive as the goal is scored. They finally take the lead, but look at their meter. They need to be careful here because the Fool and Name Chaotic are looking at their flips. Name Chaotic in particular have been so scary and forced to burn it. Zoe the Witch immediately putting on the pressure.
Feels like Zoe the Witch is starting to run away with this game, and all eyes were on Assertive previously, but oh no, the double banish is there. Whoa, a flip finds a KO on Expo Chan though, and now a potential power play for Polar Cortex to get something back, but no, Name Chaotic is going to be flipped off the map here. The Fool playing so aggressively, so confidently, despite the circumstances. Props to him. Expo Chan now going to be back up. Name Chaotic as well, soon to re-enter the stage. Right now, we get a little bit of a back and forth. On the flip side, a little bit of a miss dash here from Assertive means that it's going to be up to Zoe the Witch to save the day. That she does. Open net here for Polar Cortex. And a goal, holy moly.
What a snipe, what an angle to the top corner. And yeah, sometimes it's easy to forget. It's a prize fighter start, it's a Deadeye start, and then people start dying, and then you're like, oh, well, there's no wonder they died at that range when the start was like that. It's pretty overwhelming, but Name Chaotic and A immediately such a rapid kickoff play, and now in a danger is Assertive. Expo Chan will help save it for now, but to the top corner it goes. Good positioning by the Cyberswipe midfielder to send it away, but this Luna is looking a little bit dangerously vulnerable in this open net.
Sort of there, good whammy to get the one goalie barrier. Zoe the Witch almost finding a second one there with the strike shotgun, but the Fool right now able to survive against the onslaught. This is looking really scary. Zoe the Witch with flip here on the final point can almost definitely spell an open net, if not a goal in and of itself. Shotgun there doesn't come through. Name Chaotic an opportunity. Boom! The X mix up there with a bull rush. That's got to feel good to pull off. And here we go. Polar Cortex going to find themselves on the board this set.
Maintain the meter as well, right? That would have been a slight disadvantage if Name Chaotic had used a flip, but with confidence, goes for the shot, doesn't think of pressing that button, but now going to take so much damage, forced to burn the flip to stay alive, and still going to die. Zoe the Witch, 6 KO streak, just a monster in the damage department here, as Assertive goes in as well, burns the flip from the Fool, who does earn one barrier, almost a double, and now the Fool in danger, but does survive just barely.
Yeah, oh my god, I felt like the core was redirected a million times, almost into a double barrier. Zoe the Witch is, I think, playing phenomenally right now. So much pressure, getting through a Dubu, which is no small feat, especially here against the Fool, who is so storied on the character. But as of right now, it's going to be all members of Cyberswipe here on the defense. Expo Chan finally able to get it away, but no, it falls out of her hands. It's just going to be an open net for Cyberswipe. They are on full defense right now. As the Fool now pondering his options. What is he going to do? The pillar is going to come through actually to take out one goalie barrier, but the Name Chaotic bull rush not able to actually secure it. It's a bit of a back and forth now here in the corner offense as we enter overtime here.
Or rotated around the world. That could have been a crazy angle off the center, and Assertive not going to burn the flip on defense. Good passing play from 8 to Name Chaotic and the X Maximus to make sure the strike priority is there. It's all tied up now, and this point's going to decide it all. Zoe the Witch, the focal point of this early point here. Can she put on the damage? Can she get a knockback KO?
Yeah, she's going to have to find it here. Name Chaotic already going to be just abused right now. So low. Able to get the orb. Might not be able to get the second one. Has the bull rush just to protect his own space, essentially. So now the banish comes through. This is just, that was disgusting what just happened. Name Chaotic just got done dirty here by Cyberswipe. 2 flips come out. Reverse power play going to be taken, but this is no resources now for the side of Polar Cortex. They're going to have to defend, which they are doing right now. As Name Chaotic going to come back up to Toku Forge. It's going to buy a bit more time. This is, again, a critical point. This X is scaling. Might depend on the outcome of this point. The defense comes through right now. The beam comes through, but it's going to be dodged by Zoe the Witch. Zoe the Witch not able to find the goalie barrier, but it's going to be Expo Chan. One more opportunity for Cyberswipe. Not going to be taken here. The X Maximus guarantees to clear out, and the Bull Rush, though, barely misses now. Zoe the Witch sends the core forward. Expo Chan with advantage. Name Chaotic, though, potential breakaway, but no, whiffs the strike, unfortunately, in the center. The goalie barrier is going to go down A now, off the map for another 6 seconds. The flips there. Expo Chan wins the strike war, and that is a heartbreaker if you are Polar Cortex.
Yeah, the damage came through for them when it mattered most, and the Luna now first pick. It's going to be even more damage, as you can already tell what they're looking at in this draft.
Happy Star, the Happy Star, I think, is going to shine a little bit too brightly this game. Yeah, going to be immediately picked up by sort of no hesitation. On the flip side, movement speed for the Dubu can be pretty useful, but just going down the line here on Cyberswipe, it's just painful pickup after painful pickup for the side of Polar Cortex. Hot shot on the rune, stacks on stacks for the Jakar. These are all just generically amazing awakenings for these characters, and it's just going to be a little bit harder now. On the flip side, one small benefit is the prime time on A. Even though it's not really scaled out, no CTL or Chrono Boost or anything like that, it's still going to be Era's most impactful ability here for the X in these situations. So if A is able to play aggressively, get those flips out, or sorry, get those beams out, it can go very well for Polar Cortex. A little bit more hope for them here, and potentially the final set of the game.
Yeah, Name Chaotic's getting a lot of value in these 1v1s against Assertive. If the damage pressure isn't put onto this X, Cyberswipe are the ones that are often in trouble here. A lot of cooldowns being burned by Assertive, who is in the 1v1 once again. The boost will save it, but again, so dependent on that cooldown to get it done here. Zoe the Witch now critically low. Name Chaotic bull rushing, but another good rocket from Assertive. Another good strike by Assertive, and the pillar will save it for now. Well played, and so much damage on the Name Chaotic, but the timing isn't quite there. Assertive's back with the eject button and has the flip available now, but Name Chaotic with the hit stun will get it done.
Yeah, big win. And as of note, this is 2 sparks on the X. Zoe the Witch electing to pick Happy Star over the Spark Deny, which means that there is that little bit of scaling hope here for the X. 2 sparks plus size, not terrible to have. Obviously, the prize fighter going to do a lot of work as well, should he stay alive. So there is that, I think, set 4X here in contention. This can take over the game if the Era is able to assist them. But as of right now, it's not looking good. Zoe the Witch almost 1v2ing. The pillar comes through as well. Assertive here. Now the third forward here in the enemy net. Expo Chan playing so patiently, waiting for her teammates to maybe come up, but not going to get the opportunity. The X Maximus almost takes a double barrier, but right now the Banish is going to slow the pace down. Oh, really unfortunate rush. And wow, Assertive just wants to score, it seems like. That's a crazy whammy right there.
What a combination. What an overwhelming offense here. And the meter situation not looking too great on Polar Cortex either. As Zoe the Witch advancing towards a flip. And those flips from Zoe have had so much value, right? Especially in the KO department. Name Chaotic though. 2 barriers taken in an instant. Assertive dashing down to try and find it, but not quite enough. Zoe and Expo Chan are going to have to work overtime here to try and find their way back into this point. Because if it gets the Name Chaotic, it's not going to look too great.
Absolutely. I think right now the X is so advantaged in the 1v1s, especially if he is denying a lot of the range that Luna wants to work with. But on the flip side, so far it feels like Cyberswipe an opportunity. No, Name Chaotic finds a breakaway, feels like that breakaway came out of nowhere and just takes the 1v1 from what feels like a kind of disadvantaged situation.
Yeah. It was a little slip up from Zoe the Witch, hit it towards the pillar, and it went backwards, and Name Chaotic got priority on a strike. Here's the combo, though, and Name Chaotic slow. They need to take off this recovery drone, because right now, Name Chaotic can play without fear.
It is definitely a big confidence booster. On top of that, right, being able to just tank whatever Luna has for you means that you're not going to be able to use those abilities for any scoring opportunities, which, by the way, Assertive has been using incredibly well. So I think Zora will absolutely appreciate that. A 1v3 Strike War win here from Name Chaotic. It really does feel like this X is getting activated. It feels like Name Chaotic, the player, is getting a little bit activated as well. Oh my god, what a crazy goal! Name Chaotic might be the just pulling a masterclass here off of Night Market goals here after that unfortunate slip up earlier in the day.
What a ridiculous performance. First pick as well, and the spark does arrive, the 3rd spark, and that's going to be a lot of stats on this X, right? A lot of speed, a lot of cooldown reduction, and those 2 stats are so important here. On the other hand, though, spec training, this Luna, the rune combination, that could be quite devastating if you're not careful.
I absolutely agree. Heavy impacts on Era 2. I'm a little bit of a fan on it. It's so easy to proc on her beam, and with the prime time, it means that she's going to be able to fling out those beams a lot, which is going to be important. I think not often talked about, right? That power reduction that the Era beam can give. It's actually something that you could do here, right? If you use it reactively, maybe to a rune banish like that, make sure that the pillars don't do as much damage, things like that, right? It could potentially make a world of difference for Name Chaotic.
Expo Chan and Assertive looking for a passing play to Zoe the Witch. Unsuccessful so far. Name Chaotic over to strike reset, but a little bit too far from the core to do so there. Lots of damage onto Zoe the Witch, though, getting flung across the map. The cooldown's being burned for now, though. And Cyberswipe on the back foot in the damage game.
Yeah, this is big. I mean, set 5x, 3 sparks. This is exactly what you want, right? On top of that, even harder to kill with his Vicious Vambrace, which I haven't noted, or I failed to mention so far. This Name Chaotic is about as bulky as you can get with a Spark combination without the Spark of Resilience. And with that speed as well, these 1v1 situations are just going to be even more brutal for Assertive. So she's going to have to play phenomenally right now. But the X Maximus now opening up the net. The Strike War is there. Name Chaotic is going to be fully activated, a masterclass of X here on Night Market.
Yeah, and even though Zoe the Witch does pick up a KO, they need to find a way to stop Name Chaotic here. They can KOA, but if Name Chaotic continues this onslaught, they're going to lose barriers. They're going to lose too fast.
Agreed. That damage stacking is so critical, especially, again, it is a prize fighter start. I haven't mentioned it in a bit, but that's still on the board as a potential win condition here for Cyber Swipe, but this final set's coming through, and oh my god, and Named Chaotic is going absolutely nuclear. This man is dropping bombs all over Cyber Swipe, just boom, boom, boom. And this man looks unstoppable. It really feels like Named Chaotic has fully scaled. He has all the tools to take over the game, and he is sitting undisputed as the strongest striker here on the map.
Oh, that's a double barrier. Assertive doesn't flip. A finds the angle, and now Assertive is in so much trouble. Forced to flip, and Named Chaotic set up perfectly by the rebound. What a perfect last set for Polar Cortex. What a perfect last set for Named Chaotic.
I mean, that has got to be one of the craziest combo finishes I've ever seen in the NAS. What an amazing setup. What amazing support provided by Named Chaotic's team, but there's a reason I'm calling him Named Chaotic's team instead of Polar Cortex right now. It really felt like these last two sets, Named Chaotic came alive. He showed us some amazing angles to come out, and I really feels like that is kind of his development of his X Factor. I think that's something that he has been working on a little bit throughout the regular season, but we're really starting to see it fly here. He has such creative shots onto the net. He's able to use that bull rush so effectively here on the X that, I mean, an 11+1 performance from Named Chaotic. I don't think you could have a better performance. Like obviously 12+0, but it's just impossible to have that good of a performance. It just feels inhuman at times, and Named Chaotic is absolutely the MVP right now of the series so far.
Yeah, and the other big factor was the Fool, right? In that game, just had perfect log timing to block a lot of the follow-up offense coming through from Assertive, from Expo, from Zoe. A lot of great pillars from Cyberswipe, a lot of great abilities on the end were just completely nullified by the Fool playing very reliably on the Dubu.
Yeah, absolutely agree. That provided a lot of the stability that we saw. Not to mention, right, the early games when Named Chaotic was not a scaled X, did not have those 2 to 3 sparks plus the size. The Fool really came through. We remember going back to that early set, right? Just being, Named Chaotic completely usurped by the Fool with that flip to take the first set. So really well played to the Fool. I mean, obviously really well played to Polar Cortex, and it feels like they've got momentum in their sets. After a win like that, you've got to be feeling amazing, and that means you are in a prime position to potentially start this reset here in Grand Finals.
Yeah, next map is IMEZAP, though, and Cyberswipe on the blue side.
Woo.
And how do you think that one's going to go?
I think there's going to be a lot of death. I think there's going to be a lot of death, destruction, nuclear bombs, everything that you want, ICBMs, all that great stuff, right? On the flip side, I'm actually really interested to see if Polar Cortex are eventually going to match it, because the last start was Prizefighter Deadeye, and we saw an Era X, and they struggled a little bit earlier because of it, but that is something that they consciously elected into, and I wonder if they're going to go for something a little bit more tame, a little bit more core control-y, a little bit less explosive here on what I feel like is the map to go crazy nuclear bomb murder everything on. IMEZAP, right? It's just so easy to find KOs. It's so easy to get kill confirms on this map with so many different characters that it really feels like Cyberswipe are going to be able to play that, and I'm going to wonder if Polar are going to match them here in their picks.
Look at these starting awakenings, though. These are not friendly to the players in the slightest. We are heading into this IMEZAP, and it is a stinger primetime start. We are in for a match.
Oh, absolutely. I cannot be more excited. I've really come to enjoy IMEZAP in the pool, and obviously I'm saying that as someone who selected it for the pool and who does not have to play it himself. So I understand the frustrations that IMEZAP does bring to some players, right? It really does make you focus on KOing. It's so hard to play the midfield at times, and sometimes it can feel really impossible to deal with starts like this. But it really has led to a lot of explosive games, and I feel like teams that can play it have such a big draft advantage. We've seen this come out so much here in playoffs, and I mean, it really does feel like a scrim check sometimes if you are able to play this effectively, because if not, you really can get rolled over, and we have seen some rolls on this map. So especially on that Stinger star, I'm so scared. Things like the Zentara, things like the Vice, things like heck, the Luna even, right, can really, really rain havoc on, especially on the players like Name Chaotic, who play so core controlly, who look to win those 1v1 strike wars that we saw, but really did struggle with the damage when he was the focus of Cyberswipe's fire, especially in the early mid parts of that previous game.
Yeah, we'll see. The Drakkar being taken away by Polar Cortex. They do not want to play against that. They did win the game, but the Drakkar had their number for most of it. So, especially on IME's app, not something that you want to face. And IME going to be first picked by Cyberswipe. This could be a huge draft moment for Polar Cortex. They could just be like, okay, well, what if we take the Juliet, and what if we take something else too?
Yeah, things like the Juliet, obviously things like the Rasmus. That being said, Rasmus sort of a pick that used to dominate this map, really falling off lately, especially because people are realizing that if you pick a character that just has a blink, you can just blink over it. And Rasmus doesn't really have tools to KO you otherwise.
Okay, the real reason is I think the more coordinated teams are, the harder it is to get value out of Rasmus. And Rasmus isn't like the biggest KO pick. And as people get better at surviving on IME's app, then damage becomes a huge factor. Where Juliet can be facilitating damage pick and also secure KOs very well, Rasmus is very dependent on that single hook ability. And I think that's why we see much lower Rasmus priority now, and why Rasmus priority is still high in the mid to lower levels.
Oh, fair enough. I stand corrected. But on the flip side, Polar Cortex here actually upthrowing into the era again, which I think is I'm really interested. It really seems like they really believe in this pick, even in the face of damage, which I feel like historically has been one of Era's worst matchups. She's a very vulnerable character, right? Doesn't have anything to really evade the damage outside of universal mechanics like her evade. And so she could really get bullied out in these situations, especially on situations like Stinger, where that regen could be can really just be reset again and again and again and again. And with Zentaro being locked in by Cyberswipe, I'm really worried this time for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting draft for Cyberswipe here. It's probably a Rasmus goalie if I had to guess. Either it's a Rasmus midfield or a goalie, but I think it's a goalie heading into this one. And on the other end, it's Comfort. It's the Kai being picked.
All right, Polar Cortex. You know what? Show me your stuff. I will be a big fan of Polar Cortex. They played an amazing game, so I am so down to be corrected. But this comp does not look like it's it for IME's app on a Stinger primetime start. Obviously, primetime big on the Kai. Obviously, like one of the best primaries in the game, so you get two of them. Probably the second best primary in the game, probably for goalie outside of Asher primary, right? I could be wrong, right? Atlas is definitely in contention for that as well, but they're picking Comfort on a start that doesn't look good for that. I don't think. I'm just not quite sure, but Polar Cortex, hey, they're the ones down there. I'm the one up here, and I'm super down to be corrected here. Comfort's always going to be exciting to watch here, but eek. Eek, it's Stinger! Eek, it's Zentaro! And no one picked Stinger. Never mind. Okay, well, all right. You know what? That's cool too. That's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, well, heading into this one, I guess, what do you expect? It is the the Rasmus goalie as predicted, and that's the barrier already going down. Last time these two faced each other on the app, it was quite possibly the quickest paced game of all time, where the defense was non-existent. So do you think that's going to happen again?
Yeah, maybe, it could very well be. Rasmus can fall very quickly to things like the Juliet if the core gets a little bit too close to him. It's going to be, exactly what Assertive is doing there. But, yeah, definitely not a great start on the defense, the no defense allegations from both teams right now. As we get a pretty quick goal of kind of a misclear, it feels like, from Assertive.
Yeah, we'll see. The offense has been explosive on IME's app. And the usual line of thought is if there's only one barrier and it's relatively easy to defend, but if the offense is on point, then there's only one barrier and then you lose.
Yeah, and you know what? It's going back. 50-second goalie barrier down. It feels like maybe we will get a repeat of the previous game, and you know what? I'm down for that. I'm so down to see what the forwards of both teams have to offer, and feels like maybe every goalie will get their one good save there though from Assertive. Going to be a KO found, though, onto Expo Chan for now. So we'll see what comes of this power play next.
Name Chaotic setting up, dash punching, but flipped away by a serve. The Fool, though, always there to reinforce. The barrage in, Name Chaotic with the strike, and it will be a quick second point. Both points barely going 40 seconds. This one, 41, but the previous one, I think, less than 30. It's a fast pace.
Oh yeah, and we'll see if the fast pace continues on. I'm still I'm gonna be honest, I'm still a little bit shell-shocked by no Stinger pickups on Imy's app, especially when you have Imy's and Tara on your team. It just feels like it's such a easy way to play and win. I'm just surprised why you would go for it. Obviously, Primetime's still gonna be good in some situations. Cyberswipe, really good ability in general, right? So, or not Cyberswipe, Glitch Pop, really good ability in general, so getting 2 of it's gonna be really nice, but I don't know. I'm a little bit of a non-believer in everything that's going on in this game, but one thing that I can rely on is Name Chaotic getting it done, sinking it in this set, and that's going to be a quick first set here.
Yeah, the Fool looking comfortable. The Awakening draft looking quite nice for them as well, right? 1-2 punch for the Juliet later on, and just pretty generally good Awakening showing up. Aerials for the additional mobility. And Hotshot for the Rasmus goalies, pendulum swings, but that leaves the 1-2 punch to fall right into the Juliet's lap. And I think that's going to be the highlight here.
100%. This Juliet can find so many KO angles, and Name Chaotic not been the thing that he's been focusing on this series, but he absolutely can now. Definitely can now. And it definitely will make up for the primetime dash punch reduction. We'll see if he opts into actually switching up that playstyle, because so far Polar Cortex has played so heavily into core control so far this series. I'm wondering if it's just too big of a stylistic change to really do. But we'll see here in the coming points. Is right now, it is looking pretty draft favored for the side of Polar Cortex coming off of that.
And keep in mind, 1-2 punch is also core control Awakening. Not really coming into effect there as the Fool gets it done with the barrage, but Name Chaotic can go for punch dribbles into a strike and find a lot of scoring angles that way. So not completely KO brain there, but if a dash punch opportunity opens up, then you might as well dash punch, you know? You don't have to be a KO focused team to do that, as the Fool barrages it forward. And Name Chaotic gets in there. Good defense right now by Cyberswipe, but overall, the Cyberswipe defense has not been impressive this game.
Yeah, 100% agreed on that. It feels like Rasmus, these primaries, been trying to use them at range, but really never getting the opportunity, or doing so. If they do get the opportunity, it's just get whiffing in these situations. And oh no, almost another Gore Squad though, but good reaction here by Assertive. Now the midfielder is going to be down for Polar Cortex, but the Fool here is on a breakaway, has the flip, wants to end it here. Oh no.
No, it's fine, it's fine.
Not good. Is it fine? I don't know. I think Expo gets there quicker. Yeah. Hey, nice try.
I thought the Fool would have barrage back up, but then I realized he used both his barrages, and then it was not fine.
Yeah, I mean, when you do a play like that, you best be using all your cooldowns. So you win or you go home on a play like that. And so the Fool, unfortunately, a little bit too close to the sun. His feathers a little bit melted, but he's gonna have to get himself back into fighting shape here right now. He's just doing the same thing again. What a Chad.
Yeah, and another barrage used to make sure Cyberswipe's offense cannot start too well, but a good flick by Zoe the Witch to maintain possession. It goes to Name Chaotic, but the pendulum swings have been good. Name Chaotic into 1v1, pulled away by Assertive, but the Fool is in there with the barrage, and Assertive. It goes the wrong order on the abilities, unfortunately. It's going to be big for the Fool as he has taken over the game.
Yeah, it's just as you said, the Fool is absolutely dominating, just doing the job of 3 strikers in one. Already going to be an open goalie barrier here for the side of Cyberswipe again. Midfielder going to go down though in this situation, but a barrage from the Fool's there. The comfort really does show here in these situations. It feels like the Fool is just mechanically outplaying Cyberswipe at every turn. Flip going to come through, not going to be defended. Name Chaotic almost sent out, but it's going to be the Fool. Shot dead here on the application. Name Chaotic going to be soon to follow. A little bit of a momentum swing, and A can only watch as the inevitable happens.
Well played by Cyberswipe to bring this game back under control, and despite how bad it was looking, if they score one more goal, all that's a race, and it's an even game.
Yeah. Bit of a back and forth here. It feels like so many sets have gone to set 5, but that really just speaks to how intense everything is. No, the Fool. I feel like I just saw that happen in slow motion, where I just saw that ability fly across. I was like, oh no, watch out! He's got earpods in, so he's dead. But he's back. He's back. I spoke too long and he's back. He's good to go.
Yeah, and then the net's open on the other end here. Named Chaotic looking for an opportunity. The NATO coming in as well, and the Shrink slowing everyone down. Assertive. Expo Chan with the body block, but taking too much damage in the process. It's a big power play here for Polar Cortex. Zoe the Witch gonna help defend for now. A in a good spot, and Assertive shrunk. Forced to flip. The Flame Flurry, and a flick by Named Chaotic right past Zoe the Witch. Oh my, what a strike at the end of it.
That was beautiful. That was amazing. Named Chaotic, I think he's having the series of his career right now. These plays look phenomenal. Going to be absolutely rewarded. Prize fighter, heavy impact, built different. Everything's going to be on the table and more. We'll see what Named Chaotic picks. Oh, Spark Deny. Interesting. Oh, yeah, Spark Deny. All right, fair enough.
I actually expected heavy impact there from Named Chaotic.
Yeah.
Spark of Agility, especially when you're looking to win now, right? You want to win the next set now. I'm not sure if that's exactly the optimal play, but with the team player pickup with the additional speed on A, they do have the tools to win at the moment. But yeah,
I guess a little bit. Yeah.
All in all, though, the drafting not too great, I think.
Yeah. I really feel like it feels like an unconfident draft that you weren't gonna win, but you know what? Brawlers need to be a little bit more selfless anyways. You know, they need to be the ones to deny in case to be an insurance policy. And you know what? Named Chaotic doesn't even need it. I mean, who am I to doubt this man? Who am I to doubt this absolute creature and his prey right now, his enemy goalies? It really does feel like he's just finding opportunity after opportunity, and he's finding conversion after conversion. This man is looking a little bit like Porygon right now.
Well, let's hope that he can level up a little bit and get the bracket reset done as well, because right now, Cyber Swipe looking to try and take it back here. Good defense coming out from Assertive. Zoe the Witch and Expo Chan in position, but the NATO going to deny it once more, force out the use of meter. Now Expo's vulnerable, but the Fool has died on the other end. Zoe the Witch getting the KO, and that's a huge opportunity for Cyber Swipe. If they win this set, if they start to scale, they can really start punishing here, and that's going to be a goal around everyone.
Yeah, that's well played. I mean, yeah, the Fool just getting fridged off screen basically as the offensive play was happening. Good presence by Named Chaotic to keep the flip, recognizing that it was probably an unsavable situation regardless. So they keep their energy advantage coming to this point, and that means that they have an opportunity to just get the point back. You could absolutely do that, but as of right now, Named Chaotic going to be taking a lot of damage, and the Fool not able to defend right now.
And Chaotic on Death's Door taken out finally. And Cyber Swipe, they've leaned into their damage playstyle. They didn't take Stinger, but, you know, maybe Stinger wasn't necessary for what they're trying to do here. Just a change in their priorities. It's a perfect glitch pop to the top side. It's a perfect hit stun from Zoe the Witch to make sure the Fool can't catch up. The team gets it done here for Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, wow. Just that felt just frame perfect, everything right there from Cyber Swipe. Able to get that one through just in time before their opponents could react. And another KO going to be found here. Good Cyber Swipe glitch pop combo from Expo Chan. Could it be, a bit of an unfortunate angle, but it's still looking good here. The power play is chugging along smoothly.
And the Assertive's getting so much hotshot value with the core speed off of the Pendulum Sling. Expo Chan overcooks the dribbling play with the glitch pop. And now Named Chaotic has time to pounce. The Fool is running forward here. But Zoe the Witch with the insta-flip, it's not going to be enough as Expo Chan looks for a dribbling play. And the core just goes back around the world here. Missed strike, Assertive in a dangerous spot. Will flip it back past the barrier. And now the passing Cyber Swipe plays come through. It's not going to be enough still.
Ooh. Yeah, feels like a bit of a whiff there on the strike. Means that this is now an open net for the side of Cyber Swipe. The Fool, Giga Blast sends it through, but Named Chaotic just not big enough to get it. Oh!
Expo Chan!
You hate to see that. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Not to bring you to 0.5 for the Grand Finals reset. That's just, that doesn't feel good. That does not feel good.
Yeah, not trusting the goalie there and striking right into the waiting arms of the enemy team. We're going to need a big play to try and keep this game going from Expo Chan here. But there's Named Chaotic. There's the dash punch. The reset seems inevitable. A good save by Assertive, but it's still looking bad here for Cyber Swipe.
Yeah, open net. They have to pull through right now if they want to keep their hopes in this game alive, but it just just really feels like Polar Cortex, all the wind is in their sails right now. It really feels like they're the ones that are feeling confident, feeling good. The offensive play, though, coming through for the side of Cyberswipe. They are keeping core possession for a really long time, but they just aren't able to make it through the defenses of the Fool and A right now. Just needs to get in the Name Chaotic's hand one more time, it feels like, and this game's going to be over.
Yeah, but it looks like the Fool is locked in on the defense. As I say that, that's the barrier going down. That's Expo Chan with the follow-up. That's up to Zoe the Witch. It's not going to be enough. A good pass, but miscommunication as Expo goes for the Cyber Swipe, and now it's not looking as good. The Giga Blast is perfect, and it's a power play here for Polar Cortex.
Name Chaotic with the flip. It's going to be flip on flip. Mono a mono, and Name Chaotic pulls through an amazing shot to clear it. And once again, the core mechanics on this man, the Strike Wizard himself, pulls through and sends his team to a grand finals reset. Saya, I just feel like I just watched a definitive series from this man.
Yeah, it's a complete turnaround from the winner side, right? They did not look nearly as confident, but the Fool has stepped up. Name Chaotic has ascended to another level, and Cyberswipe are in a lot of trouble here.
Yeah, definitely does. It feels like Name Chaotic, he's got his anime upgrade, he's got his install coming through, and what do you do if you're Cyberswipe? You have to start maybe focusing on Name Chaotic, just recognizing, hey, this guy is playing really good right now, and we're going to lose if we let him do his thing. So before he can cook us, we got to cook him, and we got to send as many cooldowns his way. And Cyberswipe absolutely capable of doing that. Definitely no strangers to that sort of play style. But man, this guy is playing out of his mind right now, playing so good. And I feel like Polar Cortex, they got the momentum. Their ball is rolling. Their boulder is coming down that hill at 100 miles per hour, but a poor Aimi sits at the bottom of it trying to stop it, and whew, it's a reset. It's a reset.
Yeah, Grand Finals reset. We don't get many of those here. It is difficult. It's also difficult to bring it all the way, though. I do get the feeling that in Omega Strikers, teams that tend to reset the bracket tend to win it all. I feel like that's a stat.
Yeah. I actually don't know, but obviously, right? You just reset, you're winning, you just beat that team, right? And you're more likely to beat a team that you just beat. I feel like, right? Right? I feel like that's just how it is, right? If you beat a team, you're more likely to beat them again. Maybe I could be wrong.
Maybe. I think the stat's biased because when it happens, it's usually a team that had a bad matchup against another team that got eliminated. And then they're facing a team that they have a good matchup in, and they're the loser side Grands, but they have a good matchup into the winner side. Anyway, it's a Grands reset.
Yeah, they did have it. Yeah. W reset. And I mean, we'll see if Name Chaotic can pull that in. It's right now a bit of a referee thing. Hold on, let me double check.
Yeah, I'll let you do that. I'll chat it up here. It's a reset here. Cyberswipe also on even footing now, and they need to be careful not to let the game slip away from them, because they still have one series. They're still one series away from taking it all here, but it's not going to be easy. But as Brickbat gets some communication in, I guess what do you expect from the next set here?
Honestly, I'm not quite sure. It feels like Cyberswipe have been kind of throwing everything in kitchen sink at Polar Cortex, and they haven't been successful so far. So I'm almost wondering kind of what worked in that first series that sent Polar Cortex down to losers in the first place that worked so well. I'm a bit curious about what that looked like, and seeing if they could repeat it again, because they played damage and it didn't work. And it didn't work into an era on damage starts. So maybe damage doesn't work. Maybe you just have to play clean. Maybe you have to just do what Polar Cortex is doing, but better to beat them. You have to fight fire with fire, because it feels like that last series was, trying to shut down Name Chaotic, trying to shut down A, trying to shut down the Fool, and it just not working outside of, some cases.
Yep. And now we're gonna see what the draft is like here. It is going to be Polar with the side select priority in this one, and I think they have shown that as long as they get comfortable no matter what picks they're on. Just at least something comfortable. I don't think they're going to overthink their draft too much. I don't think they're going to go for the optimal draft. If they play for comfort, I think that they're in a very good spot.
100% agreed, right? We just saw comfort. I was bashing that comp going in. Era Kai onto Stinger Star, like that didn't look good, but who am I to judge? They got it done. I think part of that was because they didn't, Cyberswipe didn't pit Stinger, but like regardless, they got it done on what wasn't a meta composition on a start that on paper looked pretty bad for them, on a map that on paper looked even worse for them. So I think if they play comfort, I think if Named Chaotic continues to play with the momentum that he has and just doesn't fall out of his groove, just keeps, stays locked in, stays focused, just keeps, doing what he's been doing so far, then Polar Cortex have their X factor. They have their way to win, and that's just letting Named Chaotic get as many 1v1s as possible onto Assertive. And when your brawler's just outplaying the enemy goalie like that, you could always have that anchor. You always have that anchor way to play that'll allow you to take sets, to take games, to take series that you could rely on. And I think that's a huge, huge factor here for Polar Cortex.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty important here. Take a look at the map ban, though. Imi Zap off the table. No more Fiesta in this final series. And no more goofy games. And AtLab going to be a staple here, of course. Take a look at the map bans here, I guess. What do you expect coming out? Because I'm pretty sure that's going to be AtLab, Gates, Night Market.
Yeah, really could be the old big three where it gets had one more time. But I think it makes sense. Cyberswipe, I think it makes sense. When you're on a grand finals reset, like that just happened, you want to shake it off and you want to reset yourself. You just want to play stuff that you have a lot of familiarity with. And there ain't a map more familiar to competitive OS than Atlas's Lab. You just want to go in and say, all right, we're going to play the video game and we're going to do it the best we can. And we're not going to rely on gimmicks and the enemy won't be able to gimmick us. We're just going to be able to play what we want. There's no denying it. And we're not going to deny them. And we're just going to go mono a mono. But and not the prediction that you had. It's going to be Gates of Obscure instead of Oni Village, but other than that, not too much different from what you had predicted.
Yeah. Wait, no, that's exactly what I predicted, bro.
What? Didn't you predict Big Three?
No, I predicted AtLab, Gates, Night Market.
Oh. My fault.
Okay, so Achi has just returned with the statistics, and it's the opposite of what I said. The team that lost the first set of grand finals won the reset 75% of the time in the North American Strikers competitions.
W. I mean, my bad. Wait, we hate storylines here. We hate storylines. I hate princess runs. Nah, slap them out, I guess. Fair enough. But
speaking of princess runs, wasn't PPL involved in one of those? Anyway.
I have actually no clue. I ain't got no clue. All I know is that one guy in that team plays Siegfried. That's messed up.
Siegfried Nation.
Yeah. Regardless, though, yeah, we're gonna be getting into our series soon. I think Cyberswipe. I think they drafted right to reset it. They don't want any hijinks coming into this final series, and I think this is about as. I mean, this is about as stable as you could get. I think of a game 1, 2, 3 map select for grand finals reset.
Perhaps. I think the Gates will be a little bit spicy. I think there's a big potential that one of the teams is not as comfortable on Gates, and the funny thing is sometimes it's the team that picks it. So, Gates is definitely a bit of an oddball there. But yeah, with the AtLab, with the Night Market, I think both teams have shown their strengths on both of those maps, and I think it's going to be quite predictable in how normal they will be. I don't expect blowouts on those two.
Yeah, agreed. Team players start, though, a little bit interesting here. And once again, Polar with the Era pick. They're just prioritizing this pick every single time, it feels like. I wonder what they see in it that I haven't been seeing so far, because it really feels like they're just sending it in every single situation, no matter what.
I think A just feels really comfortable on it, and it showed, right? Like in games beforehand, I think A was not really able to get the core to Named Chaotic, and as soon as that Era pick came through, it's feeling like buttery smooth. Like Named Chaotic's finding opportunity after opportunity, and A is just pretty invisible, but in a good way.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Playing not too flashy, but also not making any big mistakes either. And I think that's the consistency that balances out what Named Chaotic can bring out with his explosiveness. But we'll see, because it's been working so far, and it makes me think like like if you lose this game, Cyberswipe, your back's gonna be against the wall. Do you actually ban the era? Like I feels like that's the consistent factor that's been going on through all these games, and I don't know. We'll see coming into Atlas's lab here, which can go either way, definitely, as you said before. But I'm still waiting on the rest of the draft here.
Okay, apparently the draft finished, but it didn't finish. What?
What the heck? Whoa. That's oh, okay. Interesting.
Okay, I was asking to remake it.
Yeah, but we do have our draft in, right? 2-3 is picked up by Cyberswipe, was the Juno, IME, Zentaro going to be their last pick, and it looks like we just have a repeat of last game's composition for Polar Cortex, the Juliet, the Era, the Kai, just going right back to that comfort that we talked about earlier, and it's just Polar Cortex looking to play better, win more. It really feels like.
Okay. So usually when you refresh, the draft disappears, right? But I refreshed this time and it appeared. That's crazy. In WJet Secret,
Awesome.
You've done it again.
Awesome. We love our tools. We love the tools that we use here on Besting Slot. So, but yeah, going back to it, it's a bit of a change for Cyberswipe a little bit here with the Juno IME. I think it's going to be interesting to see if maybe the matchup midfield, especially if it is Expo Chan on the Juno, which it might not be. It could very well be assertive. But either way, I think that matchup does favor the Juno into the era pretty heavily. We'll see though if that actually comes to be.
Yep. It is Atlab up first, and like you mentioned, that Juno to me also seems pretty favored in a vacuum. But what I'm also looking at is the Cyberswipe team. They're gonna have to be careful because again, this is the comfortable trio. Like the Juliet Era Kai, Juliet Era Dubu, those two Polar Cortex compositions aren't anything flashy, but those are where they look so comfortable.
Stock standard. And speaking of which, team player picked up both by A and the Fool. It really feels like they've got that game plan to enable Name Chaotic again and again and again. It's going to be the Juno here in the net. And I actually think that Era has a much more favorable matchup into IME, especially versus Juno. Already, though, we see a double barrier coming through. Assertive feels like a little bit shaken coming off of that previous series.
Yeah, we'll see if they can recover here, but there's the Slimes. The offensive power of the Juno is pretty significant, and also being able to bypass a lot of the hit stun checks that the Juliet will be throwing out here. Expo Chan on the IME, trying to get it done, but Name Chaotic maintaining possession, looking for the flick, not going to get it, just barely, but going to win the strike war right afterwards, and that's Polar Cortex first on the board.
Yeah, Name Chaotic, it seems like he's going to continue that 1v1 dominance that we've been seeing so far this series. It's going to be up to him to really send it home for Polar Cortex, but he's got a bit of a marathon still left after that previous series. Still 2 more games that he has to win before he could give himself the crown. As of right now, though, it is looking very good. Zoe the Witch going to be taking a huge beating here at the start of the set. Assertive able to defend against the flip. The barrage comes through and negate the slime. Now a potential double barrier opportunity not going to be taken, but Name Chaotic still has all the cooldowns to work with in his tool set, but not going to get the opportunity here. Expo Chan with a flip, sends it through, gets that final goalie barrier, but a 1v1 situation for Name Chaotic. The Blobbo bounce comes through to be able to prevent Name Chaotic from doing anything. The strike is there, the Fool. A little bit flashier than it probably should have been, but hey, sometimes that happens.
Yeah, and sometimes it happens, and sometimes that's good to see for Cyberswipe at the very least. Name Chaotic putting up a lot of meter here. It will be the next threat, but Assertive having to flip as well. And these Slimes are really messing up the Fool in a lot of these defenses here.
Yeah, agreed. We'll see if this Juno pick ends up being the kryptonite that Polar Cortex needed, because so far they've been really relying on that Drakkar ban, right? To make sure that Zoe the Witch doesn't have that tool set because they struggled against it so much. And now if they're going to have to ban the Juno as well, that could be a potentially huge drafting advantage for the side of Cyberswipe. It's going to be an open net, though, for Polar Cortex. The flip on Name Chaotic is there, but not going to have the opportunity to be used. Zoe the Witch going to be able to put it in against both A and the Fool.
Yep. That's going to be another goal. That's going to be pretty good. And as Cyberswipe try to repeat history here, right? Losing the first set of grands, but history has shown that that team has gotten it done in the end so far. Expo Chan with a barrier take. Zoe the Witch looking for another, unable to do so, but so far, Named Chaotic, not the demon we saw in the previous series.
And a lot of that, I mean, we just saw right there, right? That Juno creates so much space for herself that Named Chaotic might be denied the opportunity to do anything flashy because he's never going to be able to strike the core. So if that continues to happen, Named Chaotic, though, an opportunity right now, but look at that, right? Can't even dribble against this Juno. What is a Juliet supposed to do in that situation?
Yeah, the Blobbo bounce, such a good tool against the Juliet dash punch. Here, Named Chaotic by space, but Expo Chan with the clutch save, gets the glitch pop just in time, and this point still going. It's going to be a point where Polar Cortex need to earn the goal.
Yeah, 100%. Expo Chan, a good save there. Sort of had already given up, but shout out to the midfielder of Cyberswipe there. Zoe the Witch, an opportunity to maybe open up the barrier here with a flip. Elects to use that as we get in overtime. No, denied away, and this is potentially disastrous. But the blob is going to be there to deny Named Chaotic's dribble plays. The team player is going to be there. Ooh, and that's going to actually be enough. The core speed takes it to the side of Polar Cortex, and the team player value already coming into play.
Yeah, it's looking pretty dominant here. We are taking a look at the awkwardness that comes in a lot of these overtimes, right? When the core's drifting around and the Fool, the center betrays him. But there's Named Chaotic to follow up to create a power play to try and make an advantage here and to even up the barrier count.
Going to be a power play, still continuing 4 more seconds for Polar Cortex. Not going to be able to get it done. That means Expo Chan's going to have an opportunity to get some revenge here for Cyberswipe and crew. Almost sent off again by the NATO. The dash punch now going to stagger her as well. Flip comes through, not going to be able to find that final barrier. Named Chaotic holding the core for so long, just sizing up his opponents right now, trying to find that competition. Expo Chan, the Cyberswipe glitch pop is going to be there as well, but it isn't going to find the value that she might have wanted. Zoe the Witch, though, an amazing hit stun 1v1 situation now. Not going to be able to find it, though. It's going to be cleared out.
Oh, and what a dash ball from Expo Chan when they needed it most. It's a power play. Zoe the Witch low, taken out by the Giga Blast from the Fool to nullify the power play. But here's team player. Here's the core speed. Here's the chance for Cyberswipe to get it done here. But it's not enough as it goes backwards. Assertive Expo Chan looking for a power play, looking to cut the power play. But now it's core speed coming out from Polar Cortex. Whoever has possession has all the control. The Fool will dig it out just barely, but the barrage misses. It's Expo Chan with the angle, and it's Cyberswipe with the lead.
That was a crazy point, and it was on a razor's edge. I almost saw Named Chaotic snipe away the pass with a dash punch on that respawn. That could have been crazy, but it just wasn't meant to be, which means that Cyberswipe going to be taking the first series here of Bracket Reset.
And with that, that's the explosive entrance. That is going to be a whole bunch of utility being picked up here. Spark of Strength to start the scaling as well. It is kind of scary, I gotta say. Cyberswipe, they felt really behind in the previous series, but now that they're here, winning the first set, getting the stuff they want on the board, now Polar Cortex need to survive a little.
Yep, double spark as well for Expo Chan, which means that it's probably going to be a must deny, which now relies on Named Chaotic to actually MVP, or else it's going to be a little bit awkward for draft, right? Which, that's not what you want to see here to start it out, because you're going to want as much XP as possible, and Named Chaotic is going to need to farm those KOs, but he is just not getting the opportunity. Named Chaotic really not even getting a chance to play at all that point.
Yeah, and Expo Chan, not one of the most consistent players, but when she is locked in, she is locked in, right? And this game, she is showing that her peaks are more than enough to take it over Polar Cortex. And if she keeps the performance up throughout this series, throughout this game at the very least, it's going to be huge for Cyberswipe. She is getting it done. She is core controlling all over the top side. And the once stable pick of Era from A is kind of getting outclassed here, it feels like.
100% agreed. Just doesn't have the X factor as well on what a lot of people consider to be the best player on Polar Cortex. That, even though that hasn't been the case so far this series, where Named Chaotic is really taking the spotlight, in the situation where Named Chaotic's not able to put through, A's not going to have the tool set in order to finish the fight, so to speak, from this team. As a flip comes through right now defensively, Named Chaotic an opportunity, but this Juno pick really is so effective at shutting down anything that he wants to do in front of the enemy net.
Oh, it's a Sad Boys angle to KO. Found Expo Chan going for the fake out. What a play by Expo Chan, keeping possession with the Firewall Sentry. It's Expo Chan stalling out so much time. The rebound caught by Expo. Named Chaotic now trying to be the hero, but again, the Blobbo bounce going to nullify the dash punch. The Flame Flurry now active. A trying to be the hero, but dash popped away. The Slime going to deny it again. And again, the Cyber Swipe team is just making it so that Polar Cortex are completely nullified.
Yeah, the code, it feels like, might have been cracked. I didn't see the vision, but this Juno pick is so effective. Named Chaotic really showing an over-reliance on dribbling, and that dribbling is what enabled him to get so many mix-up. It's what allowed him to, to really freak out Assertive in a lot of these defensive situations, but now it is being used as a critical weakness to make sure that he loses the core before he gets any sort of offensive opportunity to outplay the members of Cyberswipe.
And now Assertive playing offensively here. Got to be careful around Named Chaotic with the flip. The 2 barriers down. Cyber Swipe on the back foot a little bit here, but Zoe the Witch still pressing forward. Named Chaotic looking for a KO, and the Black Hole will disrupt it. The Fool critically low now, and if they can snipe away the Kai, that could be everything here.
Oh, but the flip parry comes through. The Fool takes Zoe the Witch on and wins it out. Mono a mono. That's going to be a point here, a point on the board that importantly felt really good to score for the side of Polar Cortex.
So the Witch now rushing forward here, looking for that barrier take. Sort of on the other end. Expo Chan as well, dashing forward. Almost this flip being built up for the IME. There it is. And that's such a big threat here, especially if Assertive can dig it out of the corner. They do. They get it past A critically as Zoe the Witch keeps it, flicks it to the top side. Good save by the Fool, but that's the that's the Blazing Pace burn, and that's Expo Chan going a little bit wide. Still a barrier take. Looking for another here. The Giga Blast is good enough, and the Slime will reinforce it. But the Cyber Swipe offense still continues. Zoe the Witch on the follow-up. Assertive looking for a pass, but Named Chaotic just unable to find anything so far.
Yeah, Named Chaotic, again, just being shut down before the plays can really just manifest themselves. Oh, gets a lucky shot there, unfortunately, off of a big blunder from Assertive. Now an opportunity is going to be there, and hey, make one mistake like that, even though it's NASA, it's still going to be capitalized upon. Named Chaotic finds one gap, self-created gap in the armor, and pierces right through, no problem.
And there was a bit of an awkward evade by Expo Chan as well that prevented that barrier from being saved. Cyber Swipe are going to need to lock back in and figure something out here because Expo Chan's vulnerable, low meter. So the Witch has the flip and needs to cash out right now.
Yeah, it is able to do so. An open net here for the side of Polar Cortex. The Slime's a little bit crazy, maybe an overcook. Oh, but Zoe the Witch finds it. A little bit of magic being casted here on the court. 2 sets now in favor of Cyber Swipe. Expo Chan, your MVP.
And Expo Chan, well deserved after some flashy plays in the previous one. Going to be having a host of awakenings to pick from here. Not quite sure what's going to be the focus. Might be the aerials, and yeah, the dash range going to be what she's going to take here. And other than that, I think a relatively quiet draft here. Of course, the Monumentalist, a big factor to Castellast potentially as well. But it's going to be the Monumentalist to try and make something happen with the NATOs. And my eyes are also on Named Chaotic, right? A little bit of size, a little bit more core control, a little bit more scoring potential here, especially against the Juno. Pretty valuable.
Yeah, importantly, yeah, that spark being missing's gotta hurt for Expo Chan. Has to walk away with, a good consolation prize in dash range, but hate to see it. That being said, though, if they lose, this could be some awkward draft differences here for the side of Polar Cortex. So not out of the woods yet for that team, but with a goal like that, feels like they might be able to pull something out.
Yeah, especially with that additional size, Named Chaotic can play around the members of Cyber Swipe a lot better, and that is leading to pretty good outcomes. Although, right now, we'll see if that can continue. Named Chaotic on a hot streak at the moment. It has to not get rushed, though, because, of course, the Polar Cortex, they're on even footing right now. They're behind in this game. They need to win a whole another series.
Yep, which is important, right? Keep yourself calm. Don't blow your energy just to win one game, right? It's a marathon, and well played right now. The damage is going to be put on the side of Cyber Swipe. Expo Chan now taken out for now, but the power play just completely stalled out here. Named Chaotic, maybe one opportunity, actually finds it against Assertive, and we saw there actually the formula that Assertive had to deny the dribble from Name Chaotic unfortunately didn't work. He got that other opportunity, but he had to use a flip for it. So I'm wondering maybe if without those resources, would Name Chaotic really have been able to find that?
Yeah, but speaking of resources,
Oh my gosh.
Cyberswipe are pretty low on them. A big KO by Expo-Chan will bring the game a lot closer to being within reach, especially this set, as the Glitch Pop will secure one barrier. They're playing methodically, they're playing around, but as soon as the respawn comes in, it's going to be a lot harder, although they do manage to get both barriers in the process.
Yeah. Open net, absolutely a win, especially now that Assertive has defended it. Recovery drone going to be down, which is a little bit unfortunate. That's going to be a gone if they want to win this set. Glitch Pop unfortunately going to go wide, but the hit stun's going to be there. Wow! Absolutely brutal offense coming out from Cyberswipe. Just unplayable for the Fool in that situation.
And all they need is 2 more of those. Assertive has a lot of meter built up. Name Chaotic stunned away, but that's a barrier gone. A little bit of an early take there. Zoe the Witch needs to be careful. Name Chaotic in position. And the Fool following up, but a Strike War win by Zoe the Witch. Gets it past, taking so much damage, but Expo-Chan now has possession. But good strikes by Polar Cortex to get it out from the Fireball Sentry. Name Chaotic feeling a bit rushed, I think. Needs to slow down a little bit and find those accurate plays he was before.
Yeah, it definitely feels like the brawler of Polar Cortex losing his cool a little bit now that his code has been kind of cracked a little bit, and we'll see. These dribbles are coming through. The flip's going to be there. Actually finds it off the greed of Assertive, but it might not mean anything. The goalie barrier is going to go down. It's going to be an open net. Dioni's Blade's going to be here as well. It's going to be up to A to defend this situation, and almost field goals the 2 defensive members of Polar Cortex, but it's going to be saved for now. Assertive here with the flip. It's going to be very comfortable here on defense unless Name Chaotic finds some magic, and he does! Assertive just a little bit too greedy, and Name Chaotic calls her out on it. That's going to be a set taken right under the noses, it feels like, of Cyberswipe. Name Chaotic's going to be the one here to do it, and Name Chaotic's going to be the one to deny that spark. Just such an unfortunate situation all around for Cyberswipe.
Oh, and just so much greed from all of the members of Cyberswipe, it feels like. All of them just tried to get a little bit too immediate on the play. From Expo-Chan in the midfield to Assertive, trying to save that flip to use on offense. But there's the secret. There's the dark technology on the ejectless Juno. There's the missile propulsion. And I'm excited for this one because it's going to make it so much harder for the Fool to play the game.
You know what? Actually, dive into that because you're a bit of a Pauldron's missile propulsion Juno specialist, if I recall correctly. Please run me through this because I think that pick is really interesting.
Okay, well, look at what just hit A there. Like, these slimes have infinite range, okay? Assertive is going to be primarying, and they're going to be on the other side of the map. On the other side, though, her teammates are going to have to back her up quite a bit because this pick is so unreliable on the defense.
Yeah, we're already seeing that there. Name Chaotic just finds the goal right there, 20 seconds into the point. Polar Cortex absolutely not out of it yet, and with that a little bit of extra movement speed from the Spark of Leadership, obviously not too much post its nerf, but it's something. And on top of that, it is a little bit more power from the bulk up and the Spark itself. So a very good deny, if I had to say so myself. All 3 members here at Cyberswipe, wow, what an absolute mosh pit of a play. But it's going to be Cyberswipe the ones to the advantage here at the end of it.
Especially if they can get a little bit more pressure with these lines, but it requires a lot of prediction. I'm not sure if that's what I would have bet on in Grand Finals reset of the North American Strikers Academy. And what A is betting on is something a lot more reliable. It's the Era pick that's worked for them all throughout this playoffs, especially today. Expo-Chan to Zoe the Witch, looking for the passing play, going a little bit fancy on the flick, trying to find the barrier take, unable to do so. The defense from the Fool, and A is flawless right now as Name Chaotic slowly approaches. A not quite in position to save it there, almost. Glitch Pop towards the center. Zoe the Witch has got to be careful here, cashing out on the flip, but not getting the barrier. Everything's going slightly wrong for Cyberswipe right now.
Yeah, and slightly wrong is just enough for catastrophic failures to happen. Overtime gonna hit here. Zoe the Witch trying to get the core out, but the team player is just so scary. Almost finds the goalie barrier off of some amazing Zatara mechanics, but not able to do that right now. Name Chaotic has to rotate back here defensively. The dribblers are coming through. The Shaolin kick, not enough. The Fool looking very low right now. It's going to be an open net. It's going to be up to Name Chaotic right now. He has to make this play happen, but isn't going to get the opportunity. A needs to send the core forward to his brawler. It's just a knife's edge right now all around. The Fool's going to be down. The glitch pop is there maybe, but no, the team player core speed is what's going to secure it there. Not going to be fast enough. Going to be Zoe the Witch taking the point, a razor's edge of a situation for both teams, but it's going to be Cyberswipe taking a critical advantage.
Yeah, and also Cyberswipe, if they can play the kickoff well, they can create such an overwhelming advantage with the comp they have. So right now it's been a little bit less quick, and the Fool has been defending quite well. And Named Chaotic gets one barrier, gets two barriers, one on the other end, unfortunately. If they can find a lot of pressure on Named Chaotic, it could be huge, but Named Chaotic getting in there, and Assertive's attempt to save, not quite good enough. Has the flip now, but it's probably going to have to be used on defense.
100% agreed. Again, like you mentioned, that Juno with missile repulsion, so unreliable on the defense, but no. Or the Fool with a miss strike, unfortunately means that's going to be an open net for both teams. Zoe the Witch so dangerous with this flip right now. It's going to go into her possession. The flick's going to be there. The Oni's Blade comes through to keep core possession. The speed is there. That's the Fool's taken out. I mean, what an amazing back and forth play from Cyberswipe. Some amazing mix-up prowess here, showing us that Named Chaotic is not the only mastermind here in this play. An amazing play from Cyberswipe might take us here to game number 2.
Yeah, Assertive now has the flip available, will completely nullify Named Chaotic's push. And Zoe the Witch now looking for the Strike War wins, looking for the follow-ups. The slimes are there, and the barriers are not taken. A brilliant defense by Polar Cortex and a misstrike by Assertive. The barriers go down, and we're probably headed to a 0.5 here unless Zoe the Witch can create a miracle. But the saves are good. Only one barrier falling here. A flip by Expo Chan up to the top side, but the Fool will have no problems defending it, and the jump is not long enough. Polar Cortex one goal away from keeping this game alive.
Is Named Chaotic a strike genius? I mean, called out, like the angle of the Cyberswipe wasn't enough as well. Found the perfect field goal position to take that one out. But unfortunately going to be KO, not the survivability genius that we know from other players. And this is now a huge opportunity for the side of Cyberswipe.
Especially if they can get it through to find this barrier take, but A is helping defend so well, and the Fool is not taking enough damage for Cyberswipe to get the KO win condition in. Giga Blast forward, Zoe the Witch low, the recovery drone in danger, and the evade forced to be used here. Nothing explosive from Cyberswipe yet in this point, it feels like, and they need something big. They need to find the barrier soon, or else Expo Chan's going to be in a lot of trouble.
Agreed. Just low on resources all around for the midfielder. The flip's going to be there. It needs to be defended. The barrage not going to be enough. Zoe the Witch, an opportunity. The NATO, though, is going to guarantee that clear out. Named Chaotic finds it, though. Going to be an open net for both teams on a side that could, at this point, could determine the entire series. The glitch pop from Expo Chan is there. Not going to find the magic. The flick's not going to be enough. Named Chaotic with a breakaway has the flip. 1v1, 1v3. He does it. He does it 1v3 against Cyberswipe. And he clears the set for Polar Cortex. They're going to a set number 5. They're keeping their hopes in this game alive. Named Chaotic again comes through for Polar Cortex.
He does it yet again, and they can deny hot shot from the Juno. They can deny 1-2 punch, but he's going to go for the spark here, the third spark, to deny it away and take it for himself. But that does mean that 1-2 punch will fall to the Juno or the Aimi here, and the Stinger as well, potential damage win condition. This is still looking pretty good for Cyberswipe in this draft.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, how fortunate do you have to be to get hot shot and 1-2 punch on this draft this late into the game for your Juno? Core speed is going to be incredibly scary here. Like you mentioned, though, 3 sparks on the Juliet, but crucially, no spark of power, which means that dash punch opportunities, all the damage that Named Chaotic would be able to do with maybe any other spark setup build, he isn't going to be able to. So he's going to be able to run fast, but he's not going to be able to punch hard, and that could potentially mean a huge difference where you have things like the Adrenaline Rush on the Zentaro flying around, where KO can really matter. But right now, we've got an open net for the side of Polar Cortex, but it's going to be A here on the defense, able to save it.
Named Chaotic building up so much meter now. The missile prop slime's not going to go in the direction that Assertive wants, but Named Chaotic can't control the core there either. Flip available, Expo Chan up to Zoe the Witch, who holds the core with the slice and dice, trying to find an opportunity here, but the Fool using the mobility perfectly into NATO, going to take out, but Zoe the Witch sends the core away, baits out the flip from A, and now it's going to come down to whether they can make a hero shot.
Oh, the slime despawning at just the worst time for Cyberswipe. Named Chaotic, another breakaway, finds the angle here, gets Assertive, finds the stagger onto Zoe the Witch. The recovery drone going to be down now. Importantly, the overtime's here. Team player now going to be a very big factor for every team. The flip's going to come through for the Fool. Name Chaotic not able to get the core. The Slime's there, though. It's just so quick. It's so fast. It's going to be able to be a KO onto the Fool. Expo Chan finds it. It's going to be a point stolen for the side of Cyberswipe. They're going to be the ones pulling away.
Gotta watch out for the cyber swipes here. If you're the Fool, you're getting KO'd at the worst possible moment. 2 goals away from Cyberswipe, and they have the X factor, right? Polar Cortex need to find a play where Name Chaotic gets in there, but the Cyberswipe team could just get in there at any moment.
Yeah, they've got so much mobility. No, the Fool unfortunately doesn't react to the strike, the Cyberswipe strike from Expo Chan again. And just as soon as it started, it really feels like the magic of Polar Cortex is coming to a close. This potentially could be a stomp of a final set to end an otherwise very close game.
Yeah, Zoe the Witch with flip available. Assertive firing slimes from the other side of the map here. The Fool looking for a solo play, but not quite enough to get past the Juno. Zoe the Witch low, though. If they can get the Centauro pressured at the right time, they could be huge, but Assertive sent it around. Name Chaotic flip available. Looking to try and take it, but the Glitch Pop will save it, and Assertive will strike it away. They find the KO, they find the barrier, and Polar Cortex are in position now and will keep this game alive.
Yeah, well played. Good offense. Damage pressure as well, utilized perfectly, so efficiently in that play, making sure that Zoe the Witch didn't feel like she was unsafe enough to burn her flip defensively. That's going to be a big windfall for Polar Cortex, but oh my god, Zoe the Witch and Expo Chan are just out for blood here on A, and that so far has been that, you know, the unassuming linchpin that has been keeping this team together. Name Chaotic off the back of that dash punch, though, might get an open net here. Not a Strike War win, though, which would have been so crucial, as it's going to be Cyberswipe, another opportunity for them, but no. Center, a little bit awkward of a pass, means that it's going to be an offensive play for Polar Cortex. Yeah, again, Name Chaotic has his cooldowns. He has the opportunity. The dribble's going to come through. No, the Shaolin kick just off. Not going to be able to find it. Cyberswipe, an opportunity to score.
Yeah, Name Chaotic still keeping possession up, though, and has the flip available. If they can get it to him one last time, that could be the game evened up here. Zoe the Witch knockback canceled, still staying alive, and Name Chaotic in position, but doesn't choose to flip there. Flip from Zoe the Witch will take the barrier, but Name Chaotic now in position, but the slime is right in his path, and now Cyberswipe, all it takes is one good slime, one good Cyberswipe, one good glitch pop. Name Chaotic in position, it's the beam! No way in grand finals! Assertive can't get past the Era Beam of all things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so much pressure. Your heart has to be beating at 190 beats per second. Something's got to give, and unfortunately right there, it was Assertive in such a crucial moment. Set 5.5 here on game number 1, grand finals reset. The fate of your season gonna be on the line. Name Chaotic able to get the first barrier, but needs to be able to find the second here. The slime is going to help defend. The beam's going to be here on Zoe the Witch, not going to be able to win the strike war as Expo Chan almost finds a KO. It's going to be up to the Fool, though, not to get double buried here. The barrage comes through. The defense is there for Polar Cortex, but it's not over yet. The tornado is going to be there. Strike war won by Name Chaotic. Name Chaotic has an opportunity to end the whole thing, but Expo Chan's flip is the one thing that they have to get through, and there it is. The flip comes through, an open net for both teams. The Fool now has to defend. Name Chaotic, his turn with a flip. It's going to be his time to shine. He finds it. He finds the KO onto Assertive. It's set 5.5, and the comeback is made for Polar Cortex. They're going to be the ones looking to lead the grand finals reset, and Name Chaotic keeps the dream alive.
You know, if this was fiction, it would be Bash for being too unrealistic. Like, Name Chaotic doing this again and again in this grand finals, like, come on, man, that's too much of a power fantasy. What are you talking about?
He scored 10 plus 2. I mean, this guy has scored 30 goals in this series and the 30 goals he scored in the last 3 games. I mean, that has got to be insane. Name Chaotic felt like he was neutralized for the first 2/3 of that game. It really felt like he wasn't able to do anything. It felt like for a second that Cyberswipe found the answer. They found their golden key to crack the code, and Name Chaotic comes back. He finds some other opportunity. I don't know how he found it, whether it be from himself or the help from his team, but they managed to pull through. Name Chaotic again finds himself with an insane scoreline. an insane goal, and Polar Cortex is looking to take the North American Strikers Academy for themselves.
What a performance. And it just feels inevitable, right? Whenever the core drifts to him. And of course, A, locking it down in the midfield, especially in this game, right? If that Air Beam goal didn't happen, that last goal doesn't happen either.
Yeah. 100%. It was just, again, one small mistake, but the competition is just that close that any crack, any pressure getting to you is going to be enough to spiral the game out of control. And on the flip side, I've got to be thinking Expo Chan, an amazing play, 6+2 herself in that game as the midfielder, right? Most redirects in the game, playing phenomenally out of her mind. And I think the big question is, how is she going to take this loss? Is she going to regroup? Is she going to come back better than forever? Is she going to have a series to match what Name Chaotic is doing right now? Or is Polar Cortex going to continue the warpath that they've been on so far?
We'll see what happens here. The next map is Gates of Obscura, and that is a very, very volatile map to the point where that's a little scary if you're both teams heading into it.
Yeah. Oh, 100%. It really does feel like anything could happen. And we saw last week, right, that Gates game that HMG had against Flying Blobos. So many plays could come just from being aware of the portals, just being aware of what can happen. And it's going to be up, I think, to both Zoe the Witch and Name Chaotic to have that malleability to be able to survive whatever hijinks is going to happen here in this game number 2, because again, I mean, all the marbles are down, all the chips are on the table, everything is on the things, you've got to pull it together. You've got to keep it together. You've got to keep the excitement, right? You cannot let despair overcome you. You cannot get too excited, because again, we saw at the end of that previous game, the pressure got too assertive and it spiraled out of control just off of one small slip up. So if you do not play amazing, if you don't play out of your mind in these next few games, it's going to be over. And it's going to be up to these players to keep it together, to keep the machine going and rebuilding whatever they're, as their car falls apart, just putting the parts back on and steaming along. And we'll see what they're able to do here in game number 2.
Yep, we are heading into the last one here. And it's going to be quite interesting to see how this one goes. It's Gates of Obscura, it's Super Surge Deadeye, start.
Oh, what's with Deadeye starts today? I feel like we've seen a lot of those. I feel like they've been big, and what immediately comes to mind, right? The Luna. But the Luna is not a pick that you really want to see on Gates of Obscura, is it? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's a little bit awkward. It's definitely pickable though, so I wouldn't be questioning it too much as it shows up. Device going to be taken off, not being allowed to be played here, which I do like, that they've made sure that the KO doesn't come through in that manner. And Polar Cortex going to say that we're impressed by the IME, and we would rather not fight against it here.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, Expo Chan, it feels like she's been building her momentum quietly, even though she hasn't been able to win the games. She has been kind of ramping up, and it feels like it could explode at any moment, and just not going to get that opportunity now with that IME ban away. On the flip side, though, that leaves that Drakkar open, right? That leaves that Luna open, and these have been problems for Polar Cortex before, so I wonder if that's just going to get slammed 2-3, because that really could just be what happens here. Zoe is the Witch, Drakkar has not really had an answer found to it, even though they won games. I feel like they won by circumnavigating the issue rather than going through it. So I'm curious to see what's going to happen here. And there it is. The Luna going to be picked up on the Deadeye start. Assertive looked really, really good on it in the previous series. And it's no wonder that she's going to bring it out again.
Yep. We are also looking at the Drakkar. Yeah, like you mentioned. This time, though, the Drakkar is on Polar Cortex's side.
Huh. And yeah, I think that's going to go in the hands of A, one of the very few midfield Drakkar pilots that it feels like left in the NAS. But I almost feel like it's not being picked on the merits of the pick. It's being picked to deny it from Zoe the Witch. It really feels like that might just be your answer. And with the blue side being picked up by Cyberswipe, they do have to they do have to put themselves in a situation where they do have to give up one of those power picks for them. On the flip side, Name Chaotic, just going right back to it. I mean, what else would you be picking after a game that great? I mean, you could pick the X, I guess, because you also had that great of a game earlier today. But I totally understand the comfort. I totally understand why he'd pick it no matter what. And you know what? He's a person that likes dash range. He picked the aerials on Juliet over the Stinger in a previous game. So this is something that he's probably going to be very fine on.
Yep. We shall see how it goes here. This could be the final game, but I do think that when it's all on the line, once again, with the Fool on Kai, Polar Cortex just looks so comfortable. Name Chaotix on the Juliet again. He has looked so good on it. And I think they have what it takes to be a championship winning team.
100%. I mean, both of these teams, right? They are standing above the competition. They took out Seed 1, they took out Seed 2, and they took out everyone else that dared try to challenge them. And right now, it is just these two teams left standing. We're going to be entering game very soon. It looks like, as I feel like with damage like this, it really just feels like we haven't been able to escape damage all day. But on the flip side, someone who has been able to escape damage all day, named Chaotic, he's been finding it despite all that damage pressure put on him. Same could be said for A and Zoro as well. So Polar Cortex, it feels like they're just going to be continuing to play their style here into that damage, and so far they've been proven right each time.
Oh, I pressed the button a little early there. But yeah, it's going to be interesting, especially because we have the Rune Luna combination. We have the Rasmus to add some stability for Cyberswipe. But the question is, can they stop Name Chaotic? Name Chaotic has been everything for this Polar Cortex roster, and they have not found an answer on the defensive end.
They haven't. They really, really haven't. And if I were assertive, I'd be scared out of my mind. I'd be quaking in my boots right now, because this is a man who I have not seen Name Chaotic play this good ever. It like something unlocked in him today. Like something ferocious has awakened in this man, and he is here to play. Oh my god, that was a raw Super Surge delayed dash punch to find a KO in the first 10 seconds of this game. Tell me that this man is not here to win.
Well, I don't think anyone wants to tell you that he's not here to win, bro.
That's true. That's true, actually, yeah.
And then A shows up out of the invis, finds the shot, the follow-up off Name Chaotic, creating so much chaos. That's the first point already gone here. And poor Cortex, they just look so comfortable.
They do. I mean, you gotta feel confident. Oh, the Ron P opener comes out for the full. A double barrier found off of one man. And it's just, Cyberswipe, a good scramble, but a scramble nonetheless. They're not out of the woods yet. The defensive play still comes through. A little bit of a portal mishap, though, from A is going to unfortunately lose them their possession here. Assertive is able to not snipe away one barrier. An opportunity maybe for Zoe the Witch, though. He's able to find one, but it's a 2v1 situation for Assertive. Assertive, though, with the assistance of the Banish, is able to clear it out. But A, again, possession of the core, goes to Expo Chan. The shotgun's there to interrupt Zoe the Witch's momentum, but they're still able to get the offense going regardless. Pendulum Swing's going to be there and not going to be able to find too much, but the Strike War Pillar is going to be enough. The flip comes through. Name Chaotic is ready for it. The Pillar shenanigans gets taken by Polar Cortex, and Assertive, unfortunately, not even able to use the...
Yeah, very, very well timed by Name Chaotic there. And he's just such a disruptive player. It just forces the game to be about him in a lot of these offensive situations. And these barriers, there's a lot of, I guess, unforced barrier drops coming out from Cyberswipe, and that's part of Gates of Obscura, right? But the Fool just gets blown up. The Fool is out of the net. The Fool's being knocked back over and over, and he's dead.
Yeah, Assertive with a beautiful bounce to get that goal as well. Well played there, locking back in there, if just for a second. And one thing to mention, this is... I forgot to mention, but Cyberswipe, once known, right, as the weekly royalties, right, but always faltered whenever pressure got to them, and that's been a title that they've been really fighting so far this season. But I wonder, in a situation this intense, if kind of these old curses are going to come back to strike them. I can't help but wonder that, as we see some of these unforced errors that you mentioned, as the Fool, though, going to have to actually make a miraculous save, but he's not going to be out of the woods yet.
Yeah. And Name Chaotic building up a lot of meter here. As long as poor Cortex can hold, that will be huge. As the Fool is maintaining possession, Name Chaotic finds the barrier, looking for the conversion here. Expo Chan so low, but Zoe the Witch now going for an individual play. The barrage is good enough. And again, the Fool, he made his name on Kai, and he's looking so practiced on it.
Yeah, and right now he's going to have to use that practice again. The defense here has to survive the mix-up that Expo Chan can do on the rune, but instead electing to just get the KO here, which is going to be valuable. Assertive, ooh, the boost forward puts the core in just the wrong spot for the Fool, and that's going to be an own goal with style.
A little bit stylish, a little bit of an own goal, but you know, if you're the Fool, it's time for both sides of the coin. And
That's true.
Expo Chan building up a lot of meter here. Trying to help defend, but it's a little bit awkward in this corner. I think Expo Chan's getting a lot more comfortable on the rune as time goes on, and all of Cyberswipe are warming up on gates as it goes on.
Yeah, already feeling so good. Looks a lot better, even though we are at a 0.5. This is a critical 0.5. Again, just one potential set closer to the end of the line for Cyberswipe. They're going to have to pull through here, and that they are doing. An open net now for the side of Cyberswipe.
Name Chaotic, looking for an opening here, but Assertive's not giving. Wait, Expo Chan not going to win the strike war there, and it's going to be huge as Zoe the Witch pulls it away. Good flip from the Fool to nullify any potential offense. And Name Chaotic and the dash punch it through, not going to be enough here. The pillar from Expo is good. They're trying to deny anything on the defense, but it's still a little awkward. It's still advancing slowly, and Expo in a good spot.
Yeah. Oh no! Oh, almost an own goal there, but the flip from Zoe the Witch is going to be there. But now she has no stagger. She has to score right now, or she can face a bit of a KO penalty. Oh! Expo Chan, though. Oh my gosh. Bit of a work of art there on that goal right there. And, I mean, woof, they're here to play.
Yeah, bit of a lead here for Cyberswipe, and that's going to be huge as this draft approaches. I'm eyes on Team Player because on a lot of those points, Team Player has been a bit of a constant in today's playoffs, and that's going to be taken by the Fool on second pick. That's going to be pretty game warping, I think, even though there's a lot of damage being picked up by Cyberswipe.
Yeah, and I wonder what... Oh, it looks like it's going to be a specialized training. No, an orb... I mean, Name Chaotic surprises me again and again.
Hey.
I would click this... Yeah, I mean, I'm not down. Nope, I'm not down.
No, Name Chaotic, back in the day, that guy used to be the #1 damage hater. That guy used to be the #1 most killable brawler of all time. A brawler so killable that... Okay, well... Caster's Blessing on Cyberswipe. A brawler so killable that he put the old Bozo Bunch to shame. But now he's no longer the case, but I think a little bit of that's still showing in some of the drafts.
Yeah, definitely. I would pick spectating there every time, but you know what? Name Chaotic, who am I to doubt the man of the hour? He's going to be able to be on defense right now. He is able to get to clear at the loss of one barrier, maybe looking to get another one here with the assistance of the Fool. Is looking to use that Blazing Pace effectively. A is going to be back up as well. The shotgun empowered by the aerials is going to be a bit of a hassle to deal with if you are a Cyberswipe. The Banish comes through, but the predictive barrage is going to be there, and not going to be enough to save it though. And Name Chaotic now 1v1. Nope, 1v2. Surprise! Drakkar comes through, and Expo Chan with the flip, but it's going to be up to Name Chaotic to make sure that that future does not happen. But unfortunately, the worst has come to pass. But Fool takes the 50-50 on the barrage, is able to find it, and it's going to be up to A and Name Chaotic, and they put it in every time. They're going to be the ones to take that point, even though Cyberswipe tried so hard. They had it. Fool was able to make that call out, and that's going to lead them to take that point. Again, this is a series of pixels.
This is a big chunk of energy here for the Polar Cortex as well. I almost called them the Fools, saying the Fool too often, I think. But yeah, they have a lot of energy here. Name Chaotic walks out of the crater importantly, but the barrier take by Zoe the Witch is calm and collected. Cyberswipe have shown a new face in this one, forcing out a flip, trying to win the strike war, but A will clear it away. And once again, the Polar offense stalls a little bit.
That is A, though, able to find a 1v2 strike shotgun here, and that is something that can happen against the Luna. Name Chaotic with the flip. A almost taken out raw by the Crater Maker there, but Zoe the Witch gonna have to be flipped away. An amazing angle by the Fool, and now Name Chaotic an opportunity to score, but no, the punch is just not fast enough. The Shaolin dash through the portal to maybe find possession again. Unfortunately, not gonna happen, but the Fool the defense on the Fool delivers right now. Name Chaotic lipping away to get the enemy's orbs, but that means it's just going to be a clean 2v2 situation. But the clear is actually going to be found here. Overtime now. Name Chaotic an opportunity. The shell, no! The shell is kicked! It's not enough! Name Chaotic flies too close to the sun, and he is going to be burned. Cyber Swipe, take that one. They're going to take Name Chaotic's corpse, and they are going to cook with it. That's going to be a point for Cyber Swipe.
Shades of Zentaro there on Name Chaotic, trying to find an opportunity. Unfortunately, energy erased and everything not working out. But on the bright side, he is still confidently playing up. I will say though, I think Zoe the Witch has gotten a lot more assertive in this last game, playing alone, playing to the strengths of the Rasmus. Slowed down by Expo by accident there, but playing to the strengths of the core control brawler here.
Absolutely, and that is something that can answer what the Fool is trying to do. And in situations too, right? In the previous games, Zoe the Witch had killed the Fool solo in a lot of situations, but wasn't able to convert off of it, so it makes sense to get that style going. But on the flip side, Expo Chan, unfortunately, just going to die, and that's going to be a power play situation. One going to be down for it. Name Chaotic not able to win the strike war like we've seen before. Assertive holds strong for now. Expo Chan going to be here on the respawn to cover the top side. The strike shotgun's there, but A here with the flip might be able to get it done. The Crater Maker going to create so much damage, but not going to put them out of the woods. What a beautiful Molten Bolt to come through to take that point.
What a perfect angle from A, maintaining the energy as well, and they have two flips coming up. There's the Witch as well, and it's all going to come down to the possession. The flip burned immediately by Assertive's combo, though. Good on A to knock it KO'd and to just cash it out there, but even better from Cyberswipe to nullify that.
Yeah, flip going to come through from Zoe the Witch. Whoa, bit of a crazy mix-up from the pillar. Oh no, the dash is going to whiff, though, and this is going to be Name Chaotic. Almost able to get the last goalie barrier here, and as the KO is found by the pillar. This is a 2v1 situation. The Fool needs to hold. No, not able to do it. The rotation from Name Chaotic not going to be back in time. And Cyber Swipe once again sending us to another 0.5 set.
It's coming down to this here. We'll see how they do, but the energy situation a lot worse for Polar Cortex than it was before. A's got to get a lot done here. The Crater going to come in, but the elusive timing is good. Name Chaotic actually taking the brunt of the pressure, but A's shotguns are beating Cyberswipe right now. A good strike war against the Flame Flurry to stop it, but A is just rampaging.
Yeah. Oh, what a pillar, though, interrupts the offensive play before Polar Cortex could run away with it. Good dash here by Assertive as well. Is able to snap that final one, but Name Chaotic waits with open arms for the dimer from the Fool. Is able to get it. The Shaolin kick going to be what ends this set here. Polar Cortex going to be on the board in game number 2.
A first pick here, and can pick up the missile propulsion, can pick up the heavy impact, but it's probably just going to be the missile prop to continue doing what they're doing right now. My eyes are also on the Adrenaline Rush, though, as a potential angle of attack, maybe for Cyberswipe if they're going to focus on the KOs a lot more here.
No, Timeless Creator picked up instead of choosing that core control bisc for Rune. On the flip side, though, missile propulsion, right? The slugs are locked and loaded for this Drakkar right on top of the aerials. So these projectile range, which is already proven troublesome for the side of Cyberswipe, has just been turbocharged. This is a bit scary. And on the flip side, Ad Rush falling all the way down to Juliet, but I guess that's what you could do against Name Chaotic. He doesn't go for those KOs anyways.
Well, maybe things will change here, and just because he's KO averse doesn't mean he's KO allergic, as Name Chaotic is lurking. And don't tell a certain new commentator, a brawler affiliated with a certain BB, about Ad Rush on 6, because that's quite the spot to be in. That's quite the spot for Assertive to be in, as Name Chaotic has the Flame Flurry.
Yeah, importantly, no value off of the Ad Rush. Is this a Dead Awakening? I'm not quite sure.
No, wait a second. 1 second flat cooldown reduction.
I know. Don't worry. It's still going to be useful, obviously, especially on Juliet, where you keep those cooldowns as much as possible. It's good, even though the KOs aren't coming through, even though Ad Rush on 6 is a bit crazy to see. It is going to come through for Name Chaotic. But on the flip side, Cyberswipe may be wishing they had Ad Rush right now, taken low off of an amazing Crater Maker.
And that's going to be the KO secured here. Name Chaotic trying to help on the defense will interrupt Expo Chan's pass and stall out so much time. The Flame Flurry good as well, the flip available, and the Fool will strike it away here. Expo Chan with the pillar. A now back, but a great angle from Expo around everyone's hitboxes, and the game's tied up.
Yeah, well played, Expo, locking in again the quiet star player right now from the side of Cyberswipe. It really feels like she is the killer for their roster right now, no pun intended. Zoe the Witch, though, no slouch on her own, has absolutely pulled off magic so far this series. But speaking of magic, Name Chaotic manages to find one again. The Giga Blast damage is there. Name Chaotic going to be banished away, though, and that means a flip has to be used defensively. Oh, not the angle you want to see, though. With that sort of core speed, Name Chaotic going to be knocked off the pitch. Expo Chan, 1v1 situation, isn't going to find it, but the opportunity has not ended yet. Bit of a portal misplay, it feels like, giving it into the hands of A and the Fool. This buys time for Name Chaotic to come through, but ooh, the whammy hit stun. Just perfect. Knocks away the Fool before he could do anything.
Yeah, very, very critical to find the goal, and Cyberswipe, they're only one game behind, right? Even though they lost the previous series, it is the Grand Finals reset where everything is back to even. Zoe the Witch looking confident, pressing forward, but unable to find a barrier that time. They get some damage onto Name Chaotic, who has to be very careful here.
Playing on a razor's edge. A good heads-up dodge. The Crater Maker is going to be used defensively, and it's going to pay off, but now he's going to have to blow the flip. Oh, no, actually keeps this, takes the Strike War, preserves her flip. And that means this is potentially a huge opportunity for the side of Cyberswipe. They've got a massive resource advantage to play right now, but it's going to have to be used defensively. This goalie bear is not going to go down as well, and the barrage means that it's going to be back to square one for Cyberswipe here on the offense.
They're looking for an opening. The Fool up to the top side. And the pillar is great from Expo Chan for the other team, unfortunately. As Name Chaotic approaches the Fool with the flip. The Banish coming out to nullify it completely. And that's a huge save. Name Chaotic looking for the opening. Assertive low. But Cyberswipe get out of there alive.
Yeah, big win for Cyberswipe, but they're not out of the woods yet. Oh, the portal comes through. A finds the angle. He's going to be bringing us to another 0.5 set. It feels like these two teams are just deadlocked in a sprint.
Yep. We'll see. At this point, means so much here. It changes the entire tone of the series to Cyberswipe having a good angle to come back or a Pullward closing it out. And right now, Cyberswipe looking confident in the corner. The Timeless Pillar is getting so much value, but Name Chaotic dashes in, saves it out of the edge, but that's a lot of cooldowns burned.
Yeah, and unfortunately, all for naught too. An open net, a goal off of the banish of Expo Chan. A little bit of a rune banish play, as we like to call them. Is able to find that goal. Cyberswipe now going to be finding themselves with a critical advantage now in game number 2.
Yep, and you have a lot more angles to core control here, right? Especially with the hotshot coming up, the twin drive for the Luna, perhaps. And stacks on stacks for the relatively mobile rune. Going to be huge. The twin drive denied away by the Fool. Pretty intelligent drafting as the hotshots picked up. A great awakening for the Luna on a lot of those rockets that are getting value here. And at the end, though, another spark being picked up here. It does feel like more often than not, the Name Chaotic's being forced on spark duty.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear. He was 6th pick. He has Adrenaline Rush Super Surge. Had the opportunity to pick Spectrating, and he didn't. He picked that over Prize Fighter. I don't know. I mean, Name Chaotic, averse, allergic. It's, I don't know. I'm a little bit scared. I'm just a little bit scared to see that draft go through.
Yeah. He needs to find something here. But the Prize Fighter definitely could have been a crazy combination with the Adrenaline Rush, going for a little bit too much stability. It's like when you're picking the top option after a race win in Uma Musume. You're capping too low, bro.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's like, actually. Oh, but dang it, Zoro failed his training. He's dead. He died, moved down, and Zoe the Witch gonna be able to open the goalie barriers here, pass through the portal. Unfortunately, Name Chaotic gonna be waiting in the wings. Zoe the Witch going to have to put this one in. He's able to do it with a whiplash. He's able to find it, and Cyberswipe able to push their advantage a little bit more here as they get the first point in the set.
Yeah, Name Chaotic gonna build up a lot of meter through it all, but the same can be said about the entire team of Cyberswipe. And those pillars from Expo Chan have been so valuable.
Oh my God.
Those timeless pillars just repeating over and over, and I'm not sure if Polar Cortex have
Oh
an
my
easy answer to that.
Yeah, they absolutely do not. There's nothing in their kit that allows them to stall at the core. No Dubu, no defensive goalies. Just have to deal with it with maybe Barrage and a shotgun, and that's just not a lot. But on the flip side, the aggression's there. A, forced to be on defensive duties, but the defensive plays are there. Name Chaotic sent right back into the right situation only to be KO'd. Power play for Cyberswipe here is sent into the top side. Zoe the Witch, hook for good measure, just to guide it in. 2-0 here on a final set, potentially, for Cyberswipe. They're looking to take us to a game number 3 of Grand's Resets.
This could be making us head to a final game here, but Name Chaotic has other plans. 2 barriers down in an instant. The Flame Flurry looking for the goal now, but A can't quite get the strike, and Expo Chan setting up here. The Crater, the Pillars, the Fool in so much trouble, but this time they will get it away, and Assertive has the hot shot to send it right back. A bit of ping pong in the midfield here, but Name Chaotic has the cooldowns back by now. One good opportunity, and the Juliet can get it done.
A banish comes through though. The Shaolin kick gonna be knocked out by Evil Chakra Energy. Unfortunately, the curse hits the Fool as well as he's blown up by demonic evil entity. Named Chaotic though, just the right place, the right time. The heavens part and the core is delivered to Named Chaotic, and he simply kicks it in.
2 more goals remaining. That was a really goofy point, and I think Polar thrive in the chaos here. Name Chaotic going for a dash punch, but not very close to KO at the moment. They just got to keep the core up here. They got to prevent Assertive from getting these dash plays, from Expo Chan from being able to set up these pillars, but a brilliant pillar from Expo Chan will make the save.
Yeah, Expo Chan just phenomenal on the defense here, phenomenal on the offense as well. Just so much headache, so many headaches for Polar Cortex to deal with. Now Zoe the Witch, though, able to take advantage of the opportunity given to her by her midfielder, and oh my God, Cyberswipe have done it. They've taken a game off of Polar Cortex. They have done so in style, and they have brought us to game number 3 on the Grand Finals reset.
Guys? Okay. The game was frozen for a bit, and I thought my PC was blue screening, and then we're back. We're here. Yeah, okay. So that was huge, and a lot of that was off the back of the Expo Chan rune, right? As soon as she got Timeless Creator, the corner plays were just impossible for Polar Cortex to deal with. They just had no answers.
Yeah. Hey, on top of that, right, even when they were able to just outplay Expo Chan, Zoe the Witch came through, was able to convert a lot on the Fool, way more than I think we've seen in any other game so far this series. So Zoe the Witch definitely feeling good after that game, got through the Fool in plenty of situations, and on top of that, Assertive, 31,000 damage, 10k more than anyone on the enemy team, was able to provide almost solo damage pressure in a lot of those situations to make sure that A wasn't able to play his game. I really feel like that that A was the target of a lot of the focus fire that Cyberswipe brought out, and actually did end up working. So in that situation, I'm interested to see what they're going to do in game number 3. This is the first time that Cyberswipe took the damage start in 1, even though it didn't really feel like a damage victory. I really felt like a core control victory off of the things like you mentioned, like the Timeless Rune and things like that. So we'll see what they do in game number 3. Again, all the marbles are going to be out on the table here to play, and it's going to be up to Cyberswipe or Polar Cortex to play better on the day, because this is it. This is your season right here.
It all comes down to a best of 1 on Night Market.
Ooh.
It's gonna be quite interesting to see what the Awakening starts are. We've seen a lot of damage today, but both teams not hyper optimizing their damage compositions. They're here to strike better, and it's all gonna come down to the next map.
Yep. Absolutely agreed. And one person to put your eyes on this game, Name Chaotic. The start of the Name Chaotic miracle happened on that X and Night Market, and it's going to end on Night Market. I'm going to see what happens out of this guy. What? I heard you laughing.
No,
What
I saw
happened?
the start. I saw the start. It's
What's the
Explosive
start? Oh,
Entrance
God.
Prize Fighter.
All good. All good. Hey, you know what, Cyberswipe? If you don't win and you have these damage starts, what can I say? Maybe you're just not a damage team. That's okay, you know? We've just, yeah. I saw earlier someone said like we had some criminal awakening starts so far, and again, the drafting site is at large right now, just finding so many things, and we're finding it. But I am thinking about it. That's a Dash Awakening. That is a Dash Awakening, and there are a lot of characters that benefit from it. Namely, thinking of one man specifically, a Juliet could maybe take advantage of this.
I really hope we see some prize fighters because I think it's a little bit necessary at this point. They need to find some X Factor. They need to find some KOs, especially Cyber Swipe. They need to take the cards that they've been given and turn it into a damage composition, or else it's not going to look too great.
Oh, 100% not. I'm expecting to see the Vice banned. It's been banned by Cyber pretty much all series, I believe, but Polar's ban is going to be a little bit interesting, I think, on the flip side. They have a lot of things that they don't want to deal with, I think, in this draft.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of priority on Expo-chan Zaimi, I believe. Same can be said about Zentaro as a character, Juliet from Name Chaotic, or maybe the X, because it feels like Name Chaotic refuses to KO unless it's on the X.
Yeah, agreed. I really do want to see that X one more time for the road, I think, from Name Chaotic, just on what feels like the peak of his career. Just an amazing style of X that we might not see for quite some time as we're about to enter the offseason, but we'll see. We are getting into draft here.
No way! A first pick era on prize fighter start.
Hey, wait, no. This is what Polar Cortex has been doing all night. They've been doing this all night. They've just been doing it. In fact, why are we surprised? Guys, why are we surprised? We have seen that every time. They did it before. They literally did it before like 2 games ago, and they won. Let's be clear. They did 2 games before, and they won. And so it makes sense. It's tried and true. I mean, I just assume that you want to deny the Era X here, but they are guaranteed either Era X or Era Brawler here, and that's what they want to end their season on. That, hey, they want to stick to their own style. And you know what? On a team with Name Chaotic, why play KO anyways? Why go for it? Why go for it?
They first pick Era. And now they're against... Okay, well, wait a second. This is a little scary from Cyber Swipe. So if they're picking Aimi and Rune, does that mean it's Rune goalie coming out from Assertive? What? Wait.
I don't know.
This is...
I don't know.
Are they
It's a
overcooking?
mystery. Maybe they're overcooking.
Is
Who
the
knows?
last pick a Luna?
That would be a crazy overcook, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. It could it really could be anything. Oh my god.
Okay. At least we know where the Rasmus is going. That one's definitely going to Zoe the Witch. Definitely. Yep.
But yeah, I mean, Hera, Julie, Dubu. I mean, just Ratatouille moment, season 1, season 2. It feels like I feel like I've seen this comp a million times. I feel like I might just have seen this comp a million times, at least 1,000. But going into it makes total sense. Damage be damned. Name Chaotic, Polar Cortex. They don't want to play it. They've got a certain play style, and they're sticking to it until the very end. And I gotta respect that. We all gotta respect that. They're here. They're here, and statistically, you're not. If you're a viewer, listening to this.
Well, I think I can think of a few reasons why a third of the chat isn't here, but
Well, okay, you know what I mean. But also that Ivy Zap game where they picked Erikai, and I was like, wow, this composition sucks, and they won anyways. I don't know what to think from this team. It feels like they're pulling everything out of their, they're pulling things out of nowhere. And I don't know. I believe it could work. It'll at the very least give us a good game, if not win.
Yeah, they're going back to what worked for them, and if they can weather the storm, if they can survive the damage, I think they'll have a pretty similar time to what they had before. But taking a look at the starting awakenings, what surprises you and what doesn't?
I'm really surprised to see less prize fighter awakenings, especially from someone like the Rune. I don't know why you'd ever want to go explosive entrance on Rune, at all. Any ideas? No ideas. All right, well, in that case, yeah, I'm not sure why you'd ever want to do that. It feels like you definitely want prize fighter, especially with how easy it is to find KOs on the Rune, especially because you're going to have the damage support from the Aimi at a moment's notice. So, bit weird, but hey, they're able to score the first goal here and be moving on with it. On the flip side, I think that the explosive entrance, obviously very good on the Aimi, but not as good without the eject button. And even though Mom Boots Aimi has been something that we've seen it from Lilybun before, now we're going to be seeing it from Assertive. It definitely has its merits, but not as strong as you'd like it to be, as an eject would be, maybe. Especially if piloted by someone who's like known for the pick, like, you know, say for like Soren or You Already Lose or anyone like that.
Well, there is one small benefit, and it's the additional mobility, right? You do technically dash faster on your secondary, and I still would have preferred the prize fighter, I think, but there's definitely an argument for it, especially if you're agreeing with your team. We're not prize fighting it up, and the Fool, the one prize fighter taker, has stacked up.
Yeah, that he is. Ooh, a bit of an unfortunate timing there, and that might cost Polar Cortex the goal. No. Name Chaotic. Uh-oh. That's not what you want to see coming into game number 3 of Grands.
It's okay, though. He clutches up when it matters most right now. But Zoe the Witch in a good spot to keep possession. The glitch pop's good from Assertive so far. Name Chaotic dribbling, but the Pillar saying no to that. Continuing to Flame Flurry, the Banish coming out as well. In a dangerous spot for Assertive, but flipped out of the corner. And we'll see how it goes here.
Agreed. And A's right now feeling like it's struggling a little bit. Ooh, Name Chaotic almost has to play there, but Assertive with the Mom Boots actually is able to walk there in time for it. As we enter overtime here. Flip for Expo Chan's gonna look a little bit scary, but not the angle that you want. Name Chaotic now with an opportunity to dribble, but the Rune Pillar is gonna stop that before anything can really happen.
Expo Chan in a little bit of an awkward spot now, but Zoe the Witch advancing with a lot of speed here.
Oh!
Name Chaotic with a dash punch, not going to be enough. The hook gets it out. The Flame Flurry deflected, but there's the flip and so much patience from A to tie it up.
Yeah, I want to mention Name Chaotic. I don't know if that was intentional. It looked intentional, but using the Flame Flurry just to stop the core to set A up to walk up and get the flip at the goalie line, that was really well played from both of them. And that seemed like it was practiced. That looked practiced.
Yep, and the Fool looking confident, as comfortable as ever as Name Chaotic gets the dash punch. 2 barriers down already. And we're starting to see the Name Chaotic we saw before.
Yeah, after a bit of a misstrike there on point number 1, is able to get it here, get it going. Assertive, gonna feel the pressure. And again, Aimi, a character that really can crumple if the Brawler is not stopped here. Is able to do so much on the offense like we saw just there. But if the defense from the Fool holds, it might not mean anything. Flip gonna be blown though, and this presents an opportunity maybe for Cyber Swipe if Zoe the Witch is able to get her flip.
I'm building up a lot of meter here, but Name Chaotic the one trying to find an opening. The Fool continuing to rotate the core around as Zoe the Witch in a dangerous spot. A rare Name Chaotic KO coming through. And I don't think anyone expected that one.
Yeah, that didn't look like it would KO at all. Did it like hit twice? Did the dash hit twice?
Yeah.
Is that what I saw there? That's insane. Well played, Name Chaotic, for even knowing that interaction exists. I actually didn't know that.
The Fool getting caught out by Expo Chan though, and then Name Chaotic with another chance, dribbling around the glitch pop, looking for the strike war, and the 1v2 versus Cyber Swipe's defensive duo from Name Chaotic will put them up in this set.
Cha-ching! I mean, that is money in the bank. Name Chaotic absolutely going crazy here. Robbery just happening on that point. Name Chaotic. These miracle plays are starting to come out, and if it's happening at point number 2, point number 3, I mean, I think we might have a masterpiece coming to meet us here in this final game.
Yep, and there's another barrier take, clinical from the Juliet. Polar Cortex needs to stay alive here though, and is bounced around, but is surviving finally. Getting glitch popped off the map into the enemy net, but I think the stall is going to be a lot more approachable than it seems. The Fool looking massive in these lanes.
Yeah, just huge DB with the pauldrons here. Has that prize fighter as well. Can actually threaten you with those summer assaults, so can't even play like hard corner offense against them too. On the flip side here, Name Chaotic, an opportunity. We've seen this point happen before, but this time the curse gonna be broken just for a moment. Name Chaotic not able to find the mix-up that he needs. Zoe the Witch now finds a good strike. The flip goes through. Or the Fool able to save it, but no, Assertive. Oh, what a massive blunder. You hate to see that, and that is such a crucial mistake. That's the set going the way of Polar Cortex. That's Name Chaotic getting his MVP, and that's just not what you want to see. Cyberswipe, it feels like their past is coming to haunt them.
It's not looking good here. Name Chaotic looking so controlled, denying away the extra special from the IME as well here. It's a bit of an awkward draft for Cyberswipe as the bulk of the Scary Awakenings are taken by Polar Cortex.
Yeah, this is so unfortunate too as well for Expo Chan in particular. 3 sparks, forced to pick one up. At best, has a second spark on the way, which that's not what you want to see. And overall, it's just the move speed for the Assertive, I think, is going to be very, very impactful. But eek! I'm saying eek if I'm looking at that draft. Ooh, Expo though, good play.
Yeah, looking pretty good here, but KO coming through. Name Chaotic down, and Polar Cortex in a little bit of a pickle here as Zoe the Witch takes both barriers. Good strikes by A, trying to find a barrier on the other end, and a lot of cooldowns being used. Good immediate strike by Fool to not get mixed up by the rune. And the Pillar gonna send it backwards here. Name Chaotic with the center gate speed, finding 1 barrier, looking for 2 with the help from A. The corner offense as well coming through, but the Pillars are good enough. And once again, it's the hook coming out. Zoe the Witch gonna miss the angle though, and that's another life here for Polar Cortex.
And Name Chaotic not able to find it. Zoro, or the Fool, I keep saying Zoro, the Fool is going to be the one here tasked with defense. The Flame Flurry is going to be there. A flip for Name Chaotic as well. Now comes to the world, is able to get that final last barrier. Ooh, the Pillar from Expo Chan, so clutch. Takes that point before it gets too ugly.
Yeah, bit of explosive entrance value on the secondary there, stealing it away from the Fool. But a lot of meter on Polar Cortex. They've been in this situation before and they can capitalize.
Yeah. Oh. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah.
That was a crazy overcook. That was like, damn, that guy died.
it was a valiant effort to try and get the top barrier, but
It really was, yeah.
but lost so much for it now. And now Polar Cortex in a pretty tough spot, all things considered.
Yeah, agreed. Now A is gonna have to just get thwacked around. Nothing to his name right now in terms of, wow, Assertive. What an amazing shot. That was awesome. That was cool. That was great. I love that.
Yeah, that was very impressive here. But as we're heading on to the next point, Name Chaotic immediately starts up the offense. Polar Cortex not out of the set just yet.
And Assertive feels like she's collecting herself after that unfortunate point in the previous set. And that's good. That's good. It's hard to keep your nerves after something like that. It's going to be needed, though. 1 goalie barrier down here for the Fool. Oh, Zoe the Witch almost able to make it 2. But one thing to look at as well, I'm actually noticing this is a fast cat. This cat's running at almost 600 movement speed when not hit.
Bit of an awkward Tofu Fortress there. Wary of Expo Chan. Trying to find an opening are Polar Cortex as Name Chaotic, just not finding any good passes. There's one, there's a dash punch, and as soon as even one opportunity presents itself, Name Chaotic is there.
Yeah, there he goes. The Name Chaotic, who comes to know and love this grand finals, finds it, is able to get that 1v2, I believe, in that situation with the dash punch. Has a flip as well. Oh my gosh, an explosive double berry to start this. Name Chaotic with flip as well. This could be a point all of a sudden, but no, a bit of a blunder here from Name Chaotic, unfortunately, might be the end of this play, but no, the flip's gonna be there. The Flame Flurry, an opportunity, no. I say no, I'm saying no so much because Cyber is holding on so closely in so many of these situations.
Trying to find an opening is Zoe the Witch, the Fool, building up a lot of meter to Tofu Fortress. Gonna deny it for now, but no clean passes to Name Chaotic. Wait, a big opening. Name Chaotic all alone. The dash punch in, and all it takes is 1 every single time.
Name Chaotic, do not give this man the core. He will find a conversion, but Polar not out of the woods yet. Cyberswipe have rallied. They have found their presence here, it feels like. Zoe the Witch, Expo Chan, and Assertive are all looking to take Polar Cortex on. That's one barrier going to be down. Zoe the Witch looking to make it 2 in this situation, but the beam guarantees that it goes out. The flip's going to be there for Named Chaotic, going to be defended away. One goalie barrier goes down, though. In the meantime, the Shaolin kick is there, though. This is the potential end of the set here. The punch isn't going to hit. The flip, though, there for A, but it's going to be blocked away by Expo Chan's pillar. Zoe the Witch here with a flip as well. Assertive, able to pass to the pillar. The flip is going to be there, but it looks rough. No! Zoe the Witch pulls a little bit of magic, is able to get it through Zoro. The Firewall Sentry pushes the core forward. The creations are going to be here, but the clear is going to be found nonetheless. Named Chaotic is able to get the core again. The dribble from the Arenado comes through, and oh my gosh! The Aimi is barely fast enough to catch it there on the flip side. And one more chance here for Cyberswipe. Zoe the Witch with no resources has to convert. The swipe is there. It doesn't able to go through. I'm losing control of my words. This point is so fast. Woo! And Named Chaotic finds it off the core speed in overtime with the dash punch. A miracle after a miracle after a miracle after a miracle. And this man has done it again. Named Chaotic once again finds himself as MVP. And once again, he finds himself first pick.
Assertive really should have flipped there, but sometimes it's just aura. As Named Chaotic picks up the peak performance. Not going to try to get KO'd here. Not even close. It's so poor control-y. That guy is a scorer, not a brawler. As the rest of this draft progresses, you have to be worried, though, about those rune pillars coming out.
Yeah, and that's what allowed Cyberswipe to win the previous game, right? Playing that corner offense in situations that were basically unclearable, but one big difference happens this time, and the Fool is on the Dubu, which can stop the core or outright prevent any sort of pillar shenanigans from happening with the Tofu Fortress or the Somersault. So they have better tools to deal with this situation. That being said, it's still obviously going to be very good, and Polar Cortex have a little bit of an uphill battle here in these corner offense situations.
And Zoe the Witch trying to find the opening here. Expo Chan getting in there as well as sort of rotating the core. The power of the Mom Boots Aimi is that speed, and the pillar is amazing once again. And this rune going to be such a problem for the entire Polar Cortex side, as a great shot by Zoe the Witch gets right past the Fool's reach.
Yeah, that was pixel perfect. That's got to be a good feeling shot to make. Slow roller right in, 1 point for Cyberswipe, and they're going to need pull together here to make it through this set, because they can get that scaling going. They don't have an X to deal with on the flip side, right? They can actually outscale in these situations, especially if they're the ones that end up getting some of the damage. That being said, they got to get through Named Chaotic first, and well, that's easier said than done right now.
Not going to get both barriers here, but still making progress for Polar Cortex. Zoe the Witch on the other end, though, getting it done as well. And now the Fool in a lot of trouble, barely avoiding a death here, as Named Chaotic taking a massive chunk of damage, the barrier falling behind them, and Polar Cortex in a bit of trouble.
Flame Flurry comes through, but the pillar's there just for good measure. Assertive here, able to dash forward again, no eject button, just pure confidence right now from the goalie of Cyberswipe to get the goal forward. Punch gonna come through. Named Chaotic finds that goalie barrier, 1v2. Oh my gosh, the slow roll almost takes it, but one more opportunity, no, gonna be denied from the hook from Zoe the Witch. But there are no opportunities to score now. The pillar's gonna come through, no flip for Zoe the Witch now. There are no resources here on the offense for Cyberswipe. This could potentially be disastrous. Named Chaotic has the flip, waits out the pillar, but no, the pillar waits out the flip. Gotta be a flip for flip exchange with the brawler, but the Strike Wars won. Named Chaotic does it again. Named Chaotic is able to get the goal, and Named Chaotic Polar Cortex one step closer to the championships.
2 goals away, and A and the Fool healthy in meter. Cyberswipe completely out of it here. If there was ever a chance to make the plays, it is this one, but the banish is good. Gonna stall it out. Gonna build up a lot of time here, but Zoe the Witch critically low. All it takes is one hit here to take out the Rasmus, who's being carried to the other side of the map, and Named Chaotic, a rare KO. Barrier takes everything on this power play.
Dash is there. The defense holds for now, no, but it's just too much with the creation in the back, and A is able to just strike it in the center. Nothing that Cyberswipe can do, and this may be it. The season of North American Season 6 for the North American Strikers Academy might be going to the way of Polar Cortex as we approach our potential final moments here.
All it takes is one more goal. Named Chaotic can feel it, going aggressively for the possession. Zoe the Witch, though, picks it up on the other end. Barrier by barrier, Cyberswipe try to build this game back.
right now. Named Chaotic looking to play spoiler to that dream. Zoe the Witch able to go forward, but Dubu is able to prevent it. No goalie barrier found. The defense is immaculate from Polar Cortex. His Named Chaotic has the flip here, and I feel like we've been here before. The double barrier off of a missed pillar. This could be it. As Named Chaotic once again with possession of the core, going to be taken away by Zoe the Witch, but it feels like it's inevitable. The dribble comes through. 1, 2, 3, doesn't get the goal, but the shallow kick comes through the pillar. Is enough to get the defense though, and there are no resources for Polar Cortex on the offense. The strikes are just going to be it, and the strikes are not quite there yet. A trying to get a corner offense restarted for Polar Cortex again, trying not to get too excited, but the strike war is there. Named Chaotic takes it home with a strike war against Assertive, and Polar Cortex are your North American Strikers Academy champions. Named Chaotic takes his team and leads them to victory off the series of his life.
That is a ridiculous performance from Named Chaotic today. MVP of every single Polar Cortex win, it feels like. What a ridiculous level up in the playoffs from this brawler.
Yeah, on 100% agreed. This man has scored nearly 40 goals, if not 40 goals, in the span of 5 games. That is such a ridiculous number to think about. 40 goals, right? Like, we celebrate, you know, the 500th goal. I remember that for Joker when that was a moment, right? And Named Chaotic got, like, almost 10% of that in 2 series. In 2 series. That's insane, right? That's got to be just an absolutely absurd number.
Yeah. This might be the single best individual brawler performance in any league. Wow. That is... That's unheard of. And, of course, A and the Fool... so stable through it all, right? They just gave the opportunities.
Yeah, 100%. They're the 2 veterans I think most people look towards when they talk about star players. I think one of the biggest question marks about Polar Cortex was Named Chaotic. You know, at the start of the season, a lot of people saw him as one of the bottom brawlers here in the North American Strikers Academy. And today, I think we've saw some sort of growth here, because something has been fed to this man that has made him a monster. He went nuclear. He absolutely carved a path for Polar Cortex, and through all the doubters, through all the haters, I think Polar Cortex rest easy knowing that their investment in Named Chaotic was well done, was well placed. That man, just an amazing performance.
Okay, but we're going to go to a quick break. We're going to have the post show for you in just a second. We're going to interview the winner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello, everybody, and we are here with our North American Strikers Academy champions. Polar Cortex has come out to play, and they have taken it all here in a grand finals reset following their run in the North American Strikers training ground last season. And the first thing that I want to talk about, besides Zoro's amazing suit, Name Chaotic, I think the man of the hour here. I think you have absolutely had a fantastic, just a phenomenal, a career-defining performance here in grand finals today, and it could not have come at a better time. And we were talking about it very briefly before we started this post-game interview, but there were a lot of doubts right on this roster coming in, and I think a lot of those doubts were centered on you, and a lot of people didn't know what Polar had, what was the spice that you brought to the table, and I think you fully shown that today here in Grands. What are your thoughts going into this game, and what do you felt like clicked for you coming into day number 2 here?
I mean, I kind of just hit my buttons. I don't really know, man. All I know is that I did good in like the stress, and I think that's kind of it.
Yeah, and another thing that we were talking about as well during the game, right? You played so focused on core control. You had so many situations where you won the 1v1s against Assertive, and there were a lot of situations where you drafted in ways that avoided the damage, that avoided diluting that play style. And what was the origins of your commitment to this very KO minimalistic style and focusing so much on winning those 1v1s? Because I feel like that was a decision that your team came together and practiced a lot.
Just stupid. Like,
yeah, fair. That's fair.
I don't really know.
No, that's absolutely fair. Well, whatever you did, whatever went on, whatever magic that you brought to the table, it absolutely worked. And I think you just played phenomenally today. And I think turning it over to A, you were absolutely the supporting unit behind all of Name Chaotic's magical plays today. What were your thoughts? How do you feel like you figured it out to set your brawler up for success today?
I mean, there's going to be a simple answer to this and then a longer one. The simple answer is Era. I don't know what this champion is doing, but it's doing a lot in NASA. I don't know about NASA, but like, I think like right when we played winners final against Cyber, got absolutely stomped by them with Era X. And we just realized like, okay, we're really struggling into it. So we're either going to ban it or we're going to pick it. But I think the long answer is like me and Name, we've been working together for a while. I mean, this is a long time coming. This is like, we won NASA last season. We're winning NASA this season. It's a lot of progress. And I think we've made really good progress together, not just me and Name, but like as a team all together. So we've had some tough conversations this season about what we need to do to win. And I think it really paid off. So I'm really happy. And yeah, W Era. Which would, a lot of picks that people were saying, especially with all of those damage starts. We were talking about cast just damage after damage. Like Prize Fighter and Deadeye showed like up 2 times today or something like that. Prize Fighter Night Market twice, man. Like, what about me?
Yeah, and that was insane. And just kind of the stoicism to say, hey, we're gonna pick ban Era every single time. We know that works, and not being phased by the damage. Respect all the commendations for that. And just what was your thought process? Like, did you ever doubt yourself on the Era pick, or did you feel like it was just solid every single time?
I think even like not just the Cyber game, like in the final, but I think every single series that we played, every team struggled against Era one way or another. I don't think we played against Era goalie, but even in the past, like we focused on like when we played Cyberswipe in the regular season, we were like, okay, they're picking Rune and Era very frequently, so we're gonna go for the Era, just because it worked, and it worked today again. So it's been a long time coming. I don't know.
That's fair, absolutely. And I'm gonna turn our attention over to the goalie here of Polar Cortex, the man who has dressed to impress. You had a small story to talk about why you dressed up in a suit today. Would you please recall your tale, if I can pronounce things correctly.
I'm simply destined for victory. What can I say? 2 seasons in a row, back to back. Zoro back against the wall. What will he do? No one ever knows, and it doesn't matter because there'll never be enough. I will win every time. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm like, I love the power trip. I love the power trip so much. But I was incredibly confident going into the game today. And as soon as we lost like the first few games to Era, we were like, okay, this is Era's problematic. Let's deal with it. Another ego trip. Every single game, my Vice was banned. I saw that. The one game you let me have Vice, we stomped it 3 minutes, blow it up. I love
Yeah.
Vice so very much. I also love this Kai character. I'm so glad I got to play him a little bit, even though he's not very meta at the moment. Like,
No, exactly.
oh, it feels so good.
I wanted to talk about it as well. That was something that we were also discussing, even on games like the app, with all the damage starts we had, right? We were really discussing what Kai and Era brought to the table, and we were thinking it was just comfort, or it was just something that you wanted to bring out. And walk me through your thought process.
You just reminded me of the Atlas Lab game. I realized we were 1 point away from losing a lot.
Yeah.
In the grand
There's
scheme of things,
so
yeah.
many. So many set 5s, or 0.5s in all of these sets. But bringing it back, the Kai pickup. You said you felt really confident coming into it. What do you think was the special sauce that allowed it to thrive in a setup that otherwise didn't feel like it allowed for it?
In this meta, if you want to pick Kai, you were looking for two things, really. You're looking to fight into Juno a lot of time, and you're also looking to, like, avoid damage. And it's really hard in this meta to avoid damage, because there's a lot of damage characters, a lot of damage starts, especially in this bracket today. And there was a lot of times that I died or ran into pillars like a fool on Gates of Obscura, and like it wasn't the cleanest performance. But if you can get good core control against another team that's also trying to core control, Kai does really shine. He's very good there.
Yeah, and definitely I think shined in a lot of those situations. So Saya, I'm going to pass it off to you if you have any other questions for this roster. But again, congratulations to you three. You guys all played phenomenally, and you gave us some amazing games here in Grants.
Yeah, and to any one of you, I guess, what's next for Polar Cortex here?
So you want to say it?
Huh?
You want to say it? Am I saying it?
I don't know what you're saying. I don't know what I'm saying.
Okay, well, I'll say what's on my mind at least. I mean,
yeah,
like I said before, I mean, we went through NAS together. We went through NASA together. I think there's only one other option potentially, but yeah, I think the goal is NASA every time. I think we were very close last season, or this season rather, with landing. We literally lost to Bun, who is now in the finals of NASA. Second place, by the way.
Lost to second place by 1 point twice.
You know, so I want to be optimistic. I want to say that we've grown a lot, and I think we do have what it takes to be in NASA now. But obviously time will tell, and maybe things don't work out the way that we want it to, so you never know. But that's kind of the goal. I think is always the top. So
yeah, and
oh
well, I think we both have the same thought. Wait, okay, you have a question. Go. You have a question. Go.
Okay. I just think talking about qualifiers, are there any teams that you're going to be looking out in qualifiers? Any teams that you're looking to snipe the spots of, maybe? Any teams that you feel like you could beat or couldn't beat? Just obviously we're months away from that, but I wanted to hear if you have any initial thoughts.
I'm terrified of Bozo Bunch, won't lie. I think Bozo Bunch is about to make a Radiant revival, and I'm very scared of them. But I think we have odds. We have good odds.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If you played like you did today, definitely agree with that. And Sai, I'll pass it off to you for your question.
Yeah, and I guess we've kind of exhausted all of the usual topics, so we should probably go to shoutouts. So starting with you, Zoro, you probably have a lot of shoutouts to give. Who are we gonna thank here?
Okay, well, firstly, thank you to everyone who DM'd me after the game. I mean, my DMs absolutely exploded. It feels really good. I appreciate that greatly. But there's only one person I mainly want to shout out today, and that's my brother Coin. Love you, Coin. I'm glad we could pull that out today. I mean, thank you for sticking with me this entire season. Bro has been in my call every day for the past, month, I think. We've hung out, played games, just talked, and it's truly been, mentally resetting. I feel like at a point, obviously I left Coin on the Fools a long time ago, and it kind of left a part of myself, in a way, because, I spent so much time with him, and we distanced ourselves, and now we're kind of making a comeback, and, yeah, it feels good to be back.
All right, then any shoutouts you have to give here?
I'm going to give one shout out in particular. I'm going to shout out Josh Gramella Styles for being a phenomenal coach the past 2 weeks and showing up in call and helping us with drafts, kind of being the steady voice that we needed sometimes, because I think low key without him, I think we might have lost, genuinely.
Yeah.
And I know that sounds kind of silly to say, just your coach isn't there, you guys suck, but it's a team effort at the end of the day. Coach showed up, did what he needed to do. So W Josh, W Vaughn, W Grant OS for also being coaches. Vaughn showed up once in call today, I think. That was great. W Vaughn. And then yeah, shout out my teammates, shout out to everyone that's supporting Polar. I think we have like a decent amount of fans in the chat. It was nice to see everyone kind of rooting for us. So I appreciate you guys. And particularly really big shout out to Bestie and Slot, shout out to referees, shout out to everyone on the producer team, everyone that's involved in this behind the scenes. The scene is nothing without them. I appreciate you guys to the moon and back. You guys have been phenomenal all season. I know this season wasn't like the best thing that kind of worked out with scheduling and stuff, but you guys really deserve your shout outs and more than just shout outs. But yeah, I'm looking forward to LAN. So let's go.
Hell
LAN.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, sign up for LAN. And last but not least, I think by common consensus, Finals MVP.
Finals MVP.
Dame Chaotic. Do you have any shout outs?
Not really, but I will say, big fan of my teammates. They're goated, and shout out to OMG, my friend group. Very supportive whenever I would see an @ mention. So, yeah, that's kind of it.
WOMG. I mean, I know. You know what? You should have rolled with it. Just like a brawler stands alone. You know, no shout out
God,
to myself.
I'm so
you know,
cool.
So cool.
I'm so fucking cool and edgy.
Hey, yeah. I mean,
That's his one.
you were on it. You were on it today. So absolutely a time to kind of bask in that glory for a little bit. But once again, any last comments? Anything from the Polar Cortex roster before we sign off?
Polar sweep.
Polar
Polar sweep.
Hope you enjoyed the show.
Yeah.
Oh
We did
yeah.
for the fans.
Yeah, we absolutely did enjoy the show. You guys put on a phenomenal performance today, and we still got a little bit more left, right? Polar Cortex coming from the North American Strikers training grounds. You guys will be able to watch your former league duke it out for the final time tomorrow on Monday for the season. And I think everything that we needed to say has been said. Thank you guys all for showing up today. Congratulations again to Polar Cortex, Polar Sweep, and all of that wonderful stuff. But I'm Brickbat, joined by Sai and the rest of Polar Cortex. We'll be signing off for now. We'll catch you guys around.